Oh shit, Drew, how you doing, bro? Roaming Firebat, how you guys doing? Welcome back. Waltz, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you guys are doing well. I didn't expect you to show up this quickly, not gonna lie. I'm actually trying to set up a fucking meeting time between Ruracorn and Sebiwebs and myself for a new podcast that I am working on. Give me a minute. Let me just try and sort this out. What today is the 3rd. I need the 14th actually. 14th. Doing good, just chilling. Nice, Roaming Firebat. I apologize for being quiet for such a while. It wasn't my intention. I thought it was gonna go live, well, basically on Monday, and then shenanigans with water happened, and then on Tuesday the water came back, but it was very late. So, wasn't in the mood to stream anymore. Then, yesterday, I'm going to be honest with all of you. I was just busy playing Mana Lords. And I was in the middle of a game. And I thought, if I start streaming now, I'm going to have to restart. And I'm so close to conquering this map. 12 hours later, I still haven't conquered the map. And the game just got so big that it was no longer fun. So, I may as well just have gone fucking live and not give a shit about any of this. But yeah, this is where we are. What am I supposed to do now? Choose your time and copy the code below. That's not really what I want to do. Will this work? Let's see. Will it, won't it? Who knows? Reddit. Igalo, how you doing? No worries, shit happens. Well, in this case, it was only Monday and Tuesday that shit happened. The other days, I was just being a lazy fucking git. I was just being lazy, didn't want to stream, just wanted to play Mana Lords. But now, I've played Mana Lords to the point where I don't want to play Mana Lords anymore. So I'm looking for a new game. I don't know what game that is, but we'll see. Let's hope this fucking works. Yes! Yes! You bitch! It worked! Let me quickly... Where's Sebi? Sebi's live right now, isn't he? I'm gonna join Sebi's stream very quickly. So we can have a chat with old Sebi Webs. I just want to tell him that he should check. He's shit.
One's in chat. If you're ready for me to go to the next world. No. Two's in chat because there's Kingdom Hearts 2. Are you ready? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It's time. It's time. I'm gonna land. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, Morty. It's gonna fucking happen. It's gonna fucking happen. Let's go. Let's. How do I land on it? Let's fucking go. This had better not be Peter Pan.
Yalla yalla, how you doing? Echo, no one is here yet. This is your chance to finally admit you love anime. Yeah, but I don't love anime. What do you mean? I don't like anime.
This is kinda different.
We're not actually watching Sebi, by the way. I'm just trying to see if he actually saw my message to him.
Something's up.
Missed the clearly visible rings of the Titan prison in your analysis video? Which rings? Let him just finish this shit, and let's see if he actually saw it.
I'm excited.
Ah, did he not see the DM? Come on.
James Arnold Taylor? Does he laugh in my face? Archelon, appreciate it. Also, could I get a shout out for Archelon? Also, I'm sorry I haven't responded to your latest Discord. I was busy getting ready for the stream. But guys, Archelon has some amazing opinions when it comes to World of Warcraft, Warhammer, and politics in general. And if you're too sensitive for that, then get wrecked. But anyway, I might be on his podcast later on, so check the man out, chuck him a follow. I'm gonna fucking about this guy. Let me save and see what this world's all about. Also, apologies if I'm missing chats.
All right.
Like, it's a mega busy.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. Sorry, guys. I needed to get that done because I'm busy setting up a new podcast with Sabi Webs and Rurikon, and hopefully eventually some guests in the creator space and stuff like that. So I need to set up a meeting with all of them so we can discuss channels, editors, all that shit, right? Like what's gonna happen, how are we gonna do it, what are we gonna do it about? So yeah, I need to, like, yeah, I have to do a bunch of things. This is the first time I'm actually the one reaching out to people to sort of set up collaborations. I hate that word because I'm actually friends with Rurikon and Sebi. But yeah. Yoshi, how you doing, bro? What's tobacco? Everything okay? Big Money Joe! How you doing, fam? Welcome. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for asking. He's playing KH. He's in for a clusterfuck of a storyline. Looks like an anime game. Don't care. Well, so, let's see. What are you referring to? You say at 14, right? I mean, if you're like, did you fucking use the word obvious? Like, is that what you say to me? Yalla yalla. The obvious Titan rings at 14. I don't think obvious means what you think it means. Like, what this looks like to me is a blurry fucking mess of golden light. I wouldn't call that obvious. Obvious would be an actual fucking ring around the planet. This is the most obscure bullshit I've ever seen in my life. What do you mean? Can enjoy listening to you while driving. Epic Lulu, how you doing, bro? Anime game, it's a collab between Square Enix and Disney. Anime. 3 rotating rings. I don't see what you're seeing, fam. Like, what are you seeing?
Dreams.
I see light moving across the screen, sure, but I feel like if you're trying to see rings there, that's a bit of a stretch. And then you said at 48, right?
Though they fought among.
I see what you're talking about. You think it's sort of like almost like you have Azeroth in the middle there, and then you have these rings that's rotating all around it. That's what you think the light is. I don't think I missed that specifically. I mean, we have speculated on those things before, right? Because there's another location in the game. I think it's in Ulduar, but it could be one of the other dungeons in the older world. But where Azeroth is there, and then there's these rings around it, and one of the rings is actually broken. Now, we speculated on this before, because the rings quite clearly have Titan language on it, rune language of some sort. And so, in my mind, that is a proof of the Titans imprisoning Azeroth, at least to my mind. We'll see. Bro's chatting and driving. Safian, it's a skill issue, really. How you doing, bro? Looks like when I've just woken up, the sun looks like gonna enjoy listening to you. Is the water back online? Growfile, how you doing, bro? And yes, the water is finally back on. It's been on for a whole 24 hours, more than 24 hours now. As I said at the beginning of the stream yesterday, I was going to stream, but then I started to play Mana Lords, and then I didn't want to stream because I was playing Mana Lords. I will not apologize for that. Is the plumbing fixed, my dude? It's not. Well, it wasn't really a plumbing issue. I guess it was a plumbing issue, but it wasn't really like when you think plumbing issue, you think something at your house went wrong. This was like literally the biggest pipe I've ever seen in my fucking life. It's like 690 millimeter pipe. It's a massive fucking pipe, and it blew. And I actually think I don't think the word exploded is like me overselling it. The pipe blew a hole in the tarmac, like in the tarred road. It like literally looked like a sinkhole. That's what happened. So you can imagine just how much force was applied, or how much force was in that pipe. So that's what happened. The asphalt, I don't know what the fuck asphalt is. Is asphalt what they make roads out of? City builder with a demo. Want to see? What's the city builder profile? So we just call it like tarred roads, because it's technically tar that they're using. No? Is asphalt is asphalt the same as tar, or is it two different things? I've actually watched or looked at this game profile. This is actually a game that I want to play, but I don't want to play the demo. I'll play when it's finally out. Airplane roads mainly? Yeah, but tarred roads. How do you spell that? Oh, here we go. Asphalt. Tar is a naturally occurring compound made from raw materials such as peat, coal, and wood. On the other side, petroleum is used to create bitumen. Small pebbles, stone, sand, and other filler materials are combined with bitumen as a binding target to create asphalt. Does South Africa use tar or... I don't know how you fucking pronounce... Like, how do you spell this? Asphalt. Maybe that's how. Asphalt. In South Africa, almost all newly constructed highways and arterial roads are surfaced with asphalt or tar. So, fuck me, I guess. It depends on on where, I guess. Because some is asphalt, some is tar. I'm guessing. Putin is hiring Africans to fight in Ukraine. I just found out. I mean, good for them if that's what they want to do. Having been used as an adhesive, sealant, and waterproofing agent for over 8,000 years, its uses now include the construction and maintenance of roads, airfields in all areas where asphalt is used, roofing, damp. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. In South Africa, we use both. It kind of makes sense, Grofile. So in South Africa, maybe it's just the circles that I sort of move in naturally. I don't really have circles that I move in, but I know people, and those people obviously have beliefs. So the overwhelming majority of people that I know in South Africa are on the side of Russia. They're not on the side of Ukraine. It's actually one of the few things that unites pretty much all South Africans, is the fact that most South Africans are the most divided nation on earth, but on the Russia-Ukraine issue, most South Africans are on the side of Russia. And it's not because they hate Ukraine, it's because they hate the West. They don't trust America very specifically, and in South Africa, they hate the British. Right, so anything to do with the British is sort of automatically hated by most South Africans, and so yeah, they're on the side of Russia. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of South Africans are willing to go fight for Russia, just because they believe in what Putin is doing. Because they don't believe that Putin's war is against Ukraine. They think Putin's war is against the West, and so they're cheering for the West. But then it's interesting because if China were to start doing shit, they would not be on the side of China because they also don't like China. So it's sort of a weird fucking place. I don't know. Is heavily invested in Africa. Yeah, but I'm talking about people who don't even benefit from that investment, right? So I'm mainly talking about white South Africans who don't benefit from China and Russia investing. And also, most white South Africans don't want communism or socialism. So in South Africa, a lot of black people support Russia because they want communism and they believe Russia is still a communist nation. White people hate communism, but they love Russia because Russia is against America. And so, Russia good, America bad, I guess. I'm of the opinion Russia can be shit and bad, and America can also be shit and bad, right? So, just because one is evil doesn't automatically make the other one good, right? So that would be my opinion, and I've had many fights with people in South Africa over my opinion because they think no, Putin is on the side of the rights. You know, he's fighting for freedom against the oppressive Western powers. And I'm like, actually, I think he's just as oppressive as the Western powers. If he wins, you'll still be oppressed to fuck. You'll just be oppressed by a guy called Putin rather than a guy called Biden or Trump. I don't know what to tell you. So yeah. But then that would switch very quickly, just FYI. Among whites in South Africa, should Trump win the White House, they'll instantly be supporting America again because they actually think that Trump is against the Western agenda as well. So it's basically, it's a whole thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's a whole thing. Basically, lesser of two evils. Yeah, I know. I hate the word lesser of two evils because it suggests that someone is the lesser, which I don't think is the case. But never mind, you know, it is what it is. Not taking sides, but what Russia is doing sucks, even if they have a point. That it's same to my country, so I can relate. Problem is, people get information from only TikTok and they talk a lot. That's what I think. Big Money Joe, I'm with you, right? I have no fight in that region. It's the same with the Israel-Palestinian thing. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. And I'm too lazy to go read about any of that shit. What I don't like is innocent people dying on any side, right? So I think Putin and Zelensky should get together for a thumb wrestle match. Winner takes all. Or maybe rock, paper, scissors. We could do that too. Or death match between Putin and Zelensky. Winner takes all. But I don't like innocent people dying. So whatever stops innocent people from dying, I'm all right with. You know? They just do that. At the end of the day, we just need to leave each other alone. As an American myself, most normal people hate us babysitting all these other countries, and we need to focus on ourselves, in my opinion. Aaron, I definitely agree with you. I think there was a time where America was playing policeman in the world for the actual betterment of the world, right? So America was really stepping in, where you had super evil regimes that were doing super evil things. But that hasn't been true for a very long time. You know, that hasn't been true for a very long time, because if you really think about it, America was actually famously a nation that would stay out of problems. You know, it wasn't really a nation that would get involved in anyone's bullshit. It would only involve itself once someone else involved it. Kimmy, how you doing? And I think that was good. I think that was probably the right approach, but now we have so many business interests in war that America going to war is a business decision most of the time. Common citizens in any country don't want war and are tired of their higher-ups bullshit. Agreed. That's the thing that pisses me off most. Like, I guarantee you, if you killed all of the Russian politicians and all of the Ukrainian politicians, and you took out all of the Israeli politicians and Hamas, there would literally be peace in the Middle East as well as peace in the east of Europe. Tomorrow. Because the average Russian person doesn't want to invade Ukraine. They have shit to do. The average Ukrainian doesn't want to invade Russia because, again, they have shit to do. I always liken it to this. Imagine you were sitting, tonight, you're sitting at home, you're watching television, and I walk into your house and I'm like, hey, let's go invade Canada. What's your first response going to be? Well, now? I'm watching my favorite show. We could do it over the weekend, but the game is on Saturday, so if we're going to do it over the weekend, we have to do it early because I still want to go play some golf. I want to, you're going to have so many different reasons for why the fuck you're not interested in invading Canada right now, right? Because you have shit to do that is much more fun than invading fucking Canada. It's only leaders that sit there and dream about invading other countries because they're not the ones that's going to go do it, right? They're still going to be able to watch the game on the weekend because other people's children will be fighting in the war. Play Fallout IRL? Yeah, but that will be when we get there. Do you like Metal Gear Solid? I do, and I'm looking forward to the new Metal Gear Solid. US now needs to take care of themselves, but when Russia invaded my country, they helped us a lot. Reason why it stopped. Good on them. What country are you from, Big Money Joe? B. Stephen, the thing is, yes, there are a lot of supremacist people and racist people. But without government, their ability to officially mobilize and form a cohesive whole large enough to cause problems is incredibly limited, right? Because most of these groups use existing structures of government in order to grow their power. So if you look, for example, throughout every single country right now in the West specifically, where you have these ridiculous far-right populist movements popping up, how do these far-right populist movements, how do they utilize the existing systems of power in order to grow their own base, right? They use the overreach of the government to tell people, see, look, Biden just this weekend or some shit said something about if you're afraid of the government doing stuff, you're going to need F-15s. That immediately mobilizes people going, what the fuck? The president of the United States is threatening the people? What the fuck is this? Right? So now they're using that, saying, see this bullshit? Right? And so now they're radicalizing more people as a result of the bullshit that's coming out of the 80-year-old that don't know what the fuck he's saying. Right? So they're using this as radicalization tools. If you remove that, it would be much harder to radicalize people, because if people know that they are in charge of bettering their own lives, then there's no one to blame, and therefore there's no way to use anger as a way to grow your movement. It's terrible. We are fucked either way. Yeah, well, I would. The only thing I would take issue with, Aaron, in what you just said is you called it a two-party system. Are we absolutely convinced that it is a two-party system? Do we know for a fact that these two parties are indeed different? Because I don't think they are at all. So a lot of people feel we can't have meaningful change overall. Yeah, I mean, personally, I would. I mean, I'm not a fan of democracy either, so I can't really talk on this thing. I'm not a fan. I'm actively against democracy, so I'm probably not the right person to ask. The power vacuum. Stephen, it's always interesting to me. People assume that there will be a power vacuum, right? Because they can't fathom the idea that ordinary people will still not allow power vacuums to take over. So if the ordinary people knew that they were in charge of their own safety, how hard do you really think that they will just stand back and let thugs take over? I guarantee you they won't. You have that in South Africa now, right? Because the government is wholly incapable of keeping people safe. You have actual neighborhood watch around the country where people from the neighborhoods have actually banded together and they drive around all night and all day keeping the streets safe, getting rid of criminals, arresting criminals and taking them to the police station when they find them. So citizens are actually very good at organizing and protecting themselves, especially when they know that there is no government that is actually going to do the work for them. Like in South Africa, we have no government that's going to do that shit because the police are part of the criminals, right? So it's always interesting to me that whenever you talk about anarchic systems, people pretend like humans are these fragile, useless little things that can't take care of themselves. And meanwhile, I live in South Africa, a nation that basically has to take care of itself, and people fucking do. People absolutely take care of themselves. You have entire societies dedicated to fixing roads in neighborhoods, where the neighbors literally come together to fix the potholes in the roads, to repaint the road signs, to keep their neighborhoods safe. They put up fencing and they hire security guards to make sure that no one can get into their neighborhood unless they've, given their ID and showed who they are so they can track them down later. Citizens or people are actually they're genius about taking care of themselves if they know that there is no government that can do it for them. The only reason you think that way is because you've gotten lazy. You think that the government is the only one that can provide these services, when in reality that is just not true. In the Eastern Cape, for example, the government service delivery has completely fallen apart to the point where the government doesn't even remove refuse from your home. Guess what? There's now 3 or 4 private companies that's popped up that literally remove the refuse for you. People are ingenious. Appreciate the talk. It's pretty great. Hey, I'm happy to have you here. Oh shit, that name. Ili Ki Chaos Muha. How you doing? What can I call you? Because that is a fucking long name. That is a ridiculous name for me to say the whole time. Can I just say Ili? I hope that's fine. Yes, so culture has to be changed first? No, the culture doesn't have to be changed. It just happens. Just chaos. Chaos, welcome. My country has a lazy culture. It has a lazy culture because it's dependent on government. You'll be interested how quickly people shift when the government is no longer there to take care of themselves. I promise you that. I've seen it in South Africa, bro. You have to remember, South Africa came from a nation where the government did absolutely everything. Sometimes by force. And then the new government fell apart completely. And people were forced to rise up and start taking care of themselves, and they do that. What's happening currently? Chaos, we're talking about South Africa, basically. Barako, who, without the government, would rape children and put them in... Gee, fuck my life. That escalated quick, bro. Like, what? Like, holy shit, we're out here talking about service delivery, and suddenly you're just going straight for the jugular. Like, holy crap. I'm sure we could find something somewhere to take care of that little, that little issue. Your neighborhood security takes people to the police, but the police are corrupt and in league with the thugs. How does that work out? Landern, well, the problem is that ordinary citizens don't have the right to imprison people. So it's the only thing they can do is take them to the police. Now, to be fair, the police as a whole is corrupt. That doesn't mean that individual police officers are corrupt. There are plenty of individual police officers that have formed relationships with the neighborhood watch. So the neighborhood watch knows who to take in every area. They know which police officers they can take these criminals to get them off the street. But remember, what are you supposed to do? Right? If you imprisoned them, that would literally be a felony, and you'd be imprisoned yourself. So you can only operate within the confines of the government. But if the government didn't have prisons in South Africa, I'm sure they would build prisons themselves and lock these people up. So, Chaos, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Venom Juice, how you doing? Yo, I remember when Kruger Rand was best currency in the world, twice more expensive than GB Pound. I don't, so the Kruger Rand is just gold. It's not an actual currency. And it all started It's just what we call gold in South Africa, really. Because it all started from a rumor that's never been confirmed. But apparently Paul Kruger, the first president of South Africa, hid a stash of gold coins somewhere on his farm. No one's ever been able to find it. They've searched that farm up and down, crazy, trying to find the treasure. They've never been able to locate it, so most people don't even think it's real. But that's why it became known as the Kruger Rand, because it's gold coins. So technically, when you go to the banks, for example, and you want to buy gold, it will literally say buy Kruger Rands. That's just you buying gold. Joseph, how you doing, bro? Like the Federal Reserve? Is there actually anything in there? Tinfoil, I know. You mean Fort Knox? Because I don't think the Federal Reserve is the one holding the gold. In America, it would be Fort Knox, no? That would hold the gold? And I'm pretty sure there is. But your currency was great? Oh, yeah. I mean, the Rand at one point was trading at 1-to-1 on the dollar. But that is no longer the case. Yeah, Fort Knox. Dude, it's scary. Like, I know way too much about America. I think I know more about American society than I do South African society, which is fucked. I definitely know more about American politics than I do my own country's politics, which is also a little fucked, I guess. I know currency, it's so bland and green. You mean the dollar? The Rand is shit as well. I'm not a huge fan of the Rand, to be fair. The Rand has animals on it. I don't like that. I don't know. I feel like Diano Falco, how you doing? Falcon, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome. Thank you. So this is the currency in South Africa. The 1 Rand has a springbok on it. Then all of our notes have Nelson Mandela on the one side, and then one of the big 5 on the other. Bloxy, how you doing? I don't like the I don't like the animals. I feel like I like when currencies celebrate history, right? So, for example, in Great Britain, they put the king or the queen on the currency because it's history, you know? In America, they have their old presidents on the currency, which again celebrates history. In South Africa, they have Nelson Mandela on it. That's great. It celebrates at least one part of our history. But then it's just animals on the other side. It's like, fucking cool, bro. I don't know why, but okay, I guess. It's fine. I don't use cash at all, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. I think I know more about Americans than my own as well. Bloxy. Yeah. Monopoly money. This is basically Monopoly money. Like, does anyone in general have a favorite currency? I mean, dollar for me. Because if you earn in dollars in South Africa, you are sitting pretty. Like a pretty little princess. The rest of the country struggles and you're just going, bitch, please, I'm rich. Let's go. So I would say the dollar is probably my favorite. Just because of that. I was just at the store and their card thing wasn't working. Luckily, I always carry some cash with me. Oh man, it's been a long time since I've had cash. Yeah, I would rather just leave the store than get cash. I hate carrying cash. It drives me up the wall. Euro over the dollar. I mean, sure. Euro would be even better because you'd have euro to rand exchange. What is it now? So the euro to the rand is 1985, and the dollar to the rand. Fuck me. Definitely not what I wanted to type, but all right. Dollar to the rand is 1837. So euro would be a little bit better. You get a little bit more money out of your exchange. I always keep like 20 in my wallet in case card declines. So you see, the problem in South Africa is 20 rand will buy you absolutely fuck all. Like if you're lucky, you could buy a bottle of water for 20 rand. Al Silver, how you doing, fam? So carrying a 20 would not be good enough. You'd have to carry... let's see, what's 20? And yeah, you'd have to carry about 400 bucks with you. And I don't want to. No, fuck that. Because then you have to deal with the change of all that shit as well. And I hate change. Because it makes your wallet big for some stupid reason. It's much easier. Just take your phone, tap, leave. You know, that's it. I literally take my phone, tap. In fact, most stores now, especially here in Cape Town, are moving away from cash entirely. So, for example, all of the coffee shops that I support are completely cashless. You can't pay with cash, which I appreciate the shit out of because I don't want to pay with cash. And I get the whole, the government's going to track me, but I don't give a fuck. Fine. Let them do. Let them track me. They can see when I buy bullets. That way they fucking know. If they start shit, I'm on. Right? I want them to be prepared for that. I don't want them to be surprised when I shoot back. I don't give a shit, right? I just don't care. I hate cash. I'll give up that freedom so I don't have to use cash. Sounds like the state that our currency was in Poland back in the 90s. We had to remove 4 zeros on our currency as previously. Holy shit, Kiro. God is the best rather than cash. True. Yeah, I agree with you. So what's news, ladies and gentlemen? What's new? What's happened? You know, in the last week, what's been happening? B7, I won't take chips anywhere. I don't trust that shit. Technology is faulty as fuck. So they want to implant a chip that has electrical application inside me? What if that thing shorts? Like, hell no. That's not happening. Oh yeah, Doom. Actually, I've never played a Doom game in my life. But I must admit, Doom looks cool. Doom does look cool. The new Gears looks... Actually, the new Gears also made me think, man, should I try Gears of War? I've never played Gears of War, but it does look fucking brilliant. I'll tell you what doesn't look good. The new Dragon Age. That shit looks bad. But overall, it was a great fucking Xbox showcase. I'm not gonna lie. Usually, when we watch these things, I've actually stopped watching these things live because it's so fucking boring to watch. And I remember watching that one and thinking, man, I should have streamed this. Because for the first time in such a long time, almost every game they showed, I'm like, ooh, I want to play this. Ooh, well, that looks really good. Holy shit, let's go. So yeah, it was actually a good showcase. It was actually a really good showcase. The Diablo 4 cinematic was really good. That is also true. I played all Dragon Age games. They continue to go away from Dragon Age Origins for some reason. Yeah, now we have this collective reimagining of history where people say Dragon Age was always a super gay game. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, Dragon Age, the Veilguard, will be the gayest game in the history of the world ever. That's according to them, not me. That's their words. They said this is the gayest Dragon Age they've ever made. And the reason for it is because every character in the game is now pansexual. Now you might say, but Akelon, why is that a problem? And technically that wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't care about that. Other than the fact that I don't fucking know what pansexual means. But I don't really care about that. What I do care about is that even if you don't want to form relationships with characters, they will form romantic relationships with themselves and with each other. And you'll be forced to watch your NPCs fuck each other because they're now in love. Because according to them, they don't like player sexual. Player sexual, by the way, is what Baldur's Gate 3 did, where the characters don't actually have sexualities, and the sexuality is just whatever the player wants the character to be, which in my opinion is how it should be, because since the player is the only real person in the game, why the fuck does any of the NPCs matter? But according to the developer of Dragon Age, the Veilguard, that always made them very uncomfortable, that you can just force NPCs to be certain sexualities. And she doesn't want that at all, so instead, all of the characters will be pansexual, and they'll fuck each other if you don't want to fuck them. I thought pansexual... Like, my honest opinion is I think pansexual and bisexual is the same thing. Because from my understanding, pansexual fucks everyone, male or female. Bisexual fucks everyone, male or female. So what's the difference? Like, how is that? Like, I don't understand what the difference is. Female, trans, etc. equals pan. Yeah, but I don't... If you're dating or sleeping with a trans person, right? If it's a trans man, you are technically, in your mind at least, sleeping with a man, right? Or someone that resembles a man quite closely. If you're sleeping with a trans woman, you're sleeping technically with a woman, right? Or at least in your mind, this is a woman. So the whole idea of it requiring an extra fucking layer called pansexual still doesn't make sense to me. Because you would still sleep within the binary, right? You're still attracted within the binary, which is the only thing that I will die on this hill. There are two genders, two sexes. That's fucking it, right? I've said this before. I'll say it again. Choose one, he or she. That's it. Those are your choices. Anything outside of that, you can go fuck yourself. I have no interest in that. Like, I don't care what people are. Honestly, let people live their lives as long as you're not an asshole or hurting anyone or forcing anything on others. Yeah, I'm with you there, right? I couldn't care less. My basic stance in life has always been the following. As long as you and whoever the fuck you want to do it with don't do it on my bed, and you are both consenting adults, I could not give two shits what you do. It has nothing to do with me, right? If you fuck on my bed, I'm going to be upset, but that would go for straight couples as well. I would be upset there too. Other than that, do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I couldn't care less. Nastika, how you doing? Some draw lines though. You're too logical for some. What do you mean draw lines? Draw lines how, Kimmy? Bi covers it, as there are only two sexes. Things I agree with you. I think bi does what it needs to do. Like, I don't understand why you need an extra word to basically just mean bi. Because, again, a man that sleeps with a trans woman isn't sleeping with the trans woman because she's some, like, far out there fucking different thing. He sleeps with a trans woman because he's attracted to her as a woman, right? So it's still within the binary. I don't understand why why would you invent a whole new language? Especially considering the fact that most trans women want to appear and pass as women anyway. So isn't that actually more insulting, not less? I don't know. I'm not trans, so I can't really speak on this, but I would feel like that is actually more insulting. It doesn't actually solve a problem here. I mean, it's conflation of sex and gender. I don't care. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, sex, gender, same thing. Pick one. Male, female, pick one. Right? I don't give a fuck what you pick. Just pick one and go with that. I don't give a shit. I'm not learning anything else. I'm close-minded. I don't care. None of this will matter. Like, if the end of the world happens tomorrow and we're all out there scrounging for food, no one's going to fucking stop and be like, excuse me, did you just misgender me? Like, no one's gonna fucking do that. People are gonna be like, shut the fuck up, Karen, and collect the berries. We need the berries. Like, No more of this bullshit. Go get the berries. All right? No one's going to be out here talking about, well, actually, my sex and my gender is a little different. Shut the fuck up. Go hunt. We don't care right now. Go hunt. We need food. Right? So all of this, nonsense, as far as I'm concerned. Complete nonsense. Yeah, it's weird because I consider myself heterosexual because I really love women. Trans women for me is the same as a normal woman. Ozanes, and that's good, man. That's good. I have no judgment, right? As far as I'm concerned, if you're attracted to her, do your thing, man. People overestimate the interest we have in their gender. People overestimate the interest I have in their lives in general. Hey, there's a lot of people who think their lives are really cool, and they think I need to know about this. There are very few people on this planet that I actually give a shit about in terms of what they do in life. Hero, who's been brainwashed? Yeah, I fully understand the argument from some people that you do have kids that might, feel as if they're born in the wrong body. And I get that, right? So I understand the sentiment behind protect trans kids, but here's the thing. Kids are kids. Kids change their minds. When I was 7 years old, I was convinced that I could jump off the roof and fly if I just thought about it hard enough. If my parents allowed me to do that, I might not be here, or I may have broken every fucking bone in my body. Luckily, my parents were like, oh, you stupid as fuck, you're not going on the roof. Right? The last thing I needed there was my parents handing me a fucking cape on the way up. Right? So I'm saying, it's cool, right? Maybe the child is or isn't. Let the child get to an age where we allow them to make these decisions for themselves, and that would be over the age of 18. Right? Once they get to that age, cool. Do whatever you want. It's your body. You are now old enough to make those decisions for yourself. I don't think you can let a child decide what to do with their bodies if you wouldn't even allow them to vote. That's the wildest fucking thing to me. That is wild to me. So you'll allow a child to basically make a decision that is completely irreversible, but you won't allow them to vote. How, surely voting is a lot easier than fucking, making life-changing decisions. I would rather they make country-changing decisions than fucking life-changing decisions. Shoo me with a tier 1 sub, 9 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. You're far too kind. The guy who thinks trans women are the same as women. Bro, think like this. I feel attracted to femininity. If there is a trans woman that considers herself and really looks like a woman, that's attractive to me. Hero, in this, I would say, if you look, right, at a person that is appearing feminine to you, right, and that turns you on, then that is still femininity that is turning you on. Now, you could have a much larger debate about whatever the fuck you want, but I think at its core, that is still femininity that turns you on, and it's fine. It doesn't really give a fuck. Who gives a shit, right? I don't really get the whole debate over is that straight or isn't it straight? Who gives a fuck, right? It's whatever you are. I don't care, right? It's what you like. Go for it. I mean, there are absolutely trans women out there where you look at them and you go, motherfucker. Kind of hot, right? Absolutely. Fuck me. If you've seen trans women anywhere, there are definitely trans women you go, whoa. And yeah, you do have a physical response to that. I don't know what the fuck that's called. It could be filters, it could be AI. Who gives a shit, right? Fundamentally, it's whatever you want to do. I don't care. As long as you don't do it on my bed. Okay? If we can at least just establish that baseline rule. Not on my fucking bed. Other than that, go nuts. Go sleep with whoever you want. If you want, stick your dick in the ground. I don't care. Unless they're in Germany. That is true. No, I don't like controlling what other people do. I think everyone has their own journey. Everyone has their own ideals and ideas. You have to do what's best for you, you know? Your bait sounds like it would give me a bad back. What do you mean, dude? I have the best bait. So just before the stream, my financial advisor calls me before you go, oh my fuck, he's got a financial... That's just a fancy word for someone that does the insurance. They call themselves financial advisors because insurance salespeople didn't sound fancy enough. So don't think, oh, this rich bitch has a financial advisor. No. But anyways, my financial advisor called me and they were like, we need to talk about your insurance, right? And they were like, okay, so what do you want to insure? And I was like, my computer and my desk. And they were like, okay, and my books. I'm like, okay, but we're going to do insurance for the contents of your entire flat. And I was like, yeah, my computer, my desk, and my books. She's like, no, but it needs to be for the entire flat. I said, lady, I have a computer, I have a desk, and I have books. She's like, no, but what about your bed? I'm like, my bed is a mattress. And they wait, you don't have a bed? I'm like, no, I don't have a bed, I have a mattress. Because it sleeps fine, and I don't see the point in buying a bed. And she goes, okay, but what about like utilities, appliances and stuff? I'm like, I don't have, I have one air fryer and a pan and a knife and a fork and a plate. So I can buy those things again. I don't need them insured. She literally didn't know what to say. She was like, okay, I'll get the insurance going. I thought you had one of those army folding beds. No. It's literally just a mattress. So here's the story. I arrived in Cape Town with literally the clothes on my back and my computer because we decided on a whim to move from Pretoria to Cape Town. When we arrived, we needed beds. When we went to the bed company, they said that it's going to take over 2 weeks for us for them to deliver the bed. I was like, motherfucker, I don't want to sleep on the ground for 2 weeks waiting for the bed. So I was like, okay, fine. Can you tell me where I can buy a cheap camping mattress? And they were like, yeah, you can do it. And so we went to the camping place and I bought the camping mattress and I put it down just so that I could sleep on it while I look for a bed. And then the camping mattress turned out to be so comfortable that I don't need a bed. It's comfortable as fuck. Like, I know it doesn't make sense, but it truly is comfortable. It sleeps like a dream. You know? So yeah, plus it allowed me to carry it into this room. So I can sleep in this room and just watch shit on my PC. Because otherwise I would have to sleep in the other room and I don't have a PC there. So I can't watch shit in there. It's small enough that it can just fit in this room. So yeah, everything, my entire life is in this room. And I like it that way. It's all close. Mattress on the floor is not really different than a bed. Well, that's my bed. A mattress and an air fryer. What more does a man need? Books. Books. Oh, I have a sous vide machine as well, but I've only used it twice. And I hated it. I didn't like it. It felt like so much work for a steak that is barely better than just doing it normally. So, yeah, I stopped doing that. Minimalism is fine. I'm not a minimalist. I need to be clear about this. I'm not a minimalist. I am what you would refer to as a functionalist. I don't own anything unless it serves a function. That is very different to a minimalist. Minimalists try to have as few things as possible. I will own everything if it had a function for me. But since most things don't have a function for me, I don't need anything. Technically, it's where you lay your head and sleep. That's literally all I do in my bed. Living simple is really cool. We have too many things to distract us from the important ones. True. You're a minimalist functionalist? Well, I feel like if you're a functionalist, you're by definition going to be... So the thing is, all functionalists by definition are minimalists, but not all minimalists are functionalists, is what I would say. Ferorius, I have a cast iron pan, I'll have you know. It's my proudest possession. Is one cast iron pan that I fucking hate. But also, I don't hate it. But I do hate it a little, though. Because I made the mistake of buying a cast iron pan that has the little ridges. And the first time I made a steak on it, I was like, fuck! I should have bought the flat one. I hate the ridges. Because the ridges make it so you have to do these weird turns so it doesn't actually burn on the ridge. It's a whole thing. I wish I just bought a flat pan and just a normal cast iron pan. But it is what it is now. I'm not going to buy another one until this one breaks. Plus, I figured it out. I've started making really good steak now on it. I'm doing a new thing with steak, by the way. You guys should try this. So get your steak, right? Get your pan medium hot. Not too hot, but medium, you know, so it sizzles when you put it down. Then, here's what you do. 1.5 minutes, then you flip it. 1.5 minutes. Then you take it off the heat. Put it on the side, leave it for 2 minutes. Back on the heat for 1.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes, off to the side, leave it to rest for 2 minutes. And then you keep doing that until it reaches the internal temperature that you are most comfortable with. For me, it's between 57 and 60 degrees Celsius. But you can pull it off earlier or later, depending on you. What it does is it creates a phenomenal crust without overcooking the meat. Plus, the meat somehow is more succulent, more juicy, and more tender. Try it. I promise you, you will thank me. Akko, I need to figure out what days to take off for launch. I keep going around and round in my head. Well, if you don't have the 3 days early access, just take off day off. If recent memory serves, launch day is no longer as bad as it used to be. So I think you're safe to take off literally the day of the launch. Because it used to be really bad, but it's not anymore. Thumb, how you doing, bro? One world to another. Kazu, how you doing? Just take off when season 1 goes live, so September, not August. Which game launch? World of Warcraft, Bloxy. I'm assuming. Kimmy Savin's talking about World of Warcraft. Yeah, I've still not finished Elden Ring. Yeah, but CCS, they're Americans. They don't know what load shedding is yet. You know, they'll learn, but right now they don't know what it is. So they don't have to deal with that shit. I'm just waiting. Oh, guys. Fuck! You guys remember how I bought an inverter, right? So that I don't have to deal with load shedding anymore. So my house has a battery and an inverter, so that when the power goes out, I don't feel it. The inverter burned out. Like, literally walked down, got into the kitchen, and I just smelled this burning. Like, something was on fucking fire. Walked into the garage, and there's these black lines on the wall. Like, it almost exploded. There's these black lines on the wall. So now I have to send that thing in. It's still under warranty, so it has to be replaced. But now my fear is load shedding returning while it's being replaced. And they can take a while. In South Africa, warranty claims can take a while. Do you have any physical media for games? I bought Black and White 2 twice. You want a copy? She says, I mean, you can give me a copy, but I don't have a CD-ROM to put it in. My PC favorite. I don't even have a spot for a CD-ROM in my PC. So, in the PC case at least. So if you gave me Black and White 2, it comes with a CD key. Actually, I would fucking love the CD key. If you don't mind. Because I would absolutely add that shit to Steam if Steam has access to it. I don't think Steam has access to it. Never mind. Was your electrician warranted? Yeah, it's not the electrician's fault. It is, quite frankly, just... Yeah, this must have been a faulty inverter. Sounds like effort. Bloxy in South Africa, you have to make a little bit of an effort in order to live a good, decent life. You know, like you have to be able to take care of yourself a little because the government is wholly useless at taking care of people. But once you do, you can really live a great life. South Africa is beautiful. Things are pretty fucking cheap. So yeah, it's pretty good. The PC case I bought 3 years ago didn't come with a spot for a DVD drive. Yeah, my PC case has no spot like that. It literally has a grid in the front just for airflow, and then at the top, USB drives. You can download it from abandonware. I wouldn't run it on your main money-making PC, though. Why, Theseus? Grofal, I don't own... Actually, that's a lie. I do own DVDs. So, for example, I still have my original World of Warcraft. And the DVDs are still in here. 100%. I didn't put the others up here, but I have everything up until Cataclysm in physical copy. There you go. These are the only games I have on DVD. I have a box. Actually, that's a lie again. I have a box downstairs that has The Witcher 2 Definitive Edition on it. But I don't know where that box is. It's somewhere. Niora, how you doing? The battle chase with an alone BC. Paranoia, it's because it was never updated to be runnable on Windows 10. Ah, okay. Yeah, that does kind of make sense. Can we finally see yours? I mean, sure. Oh, fuck, wait, before we do this, I need to tell you guys another story. So, 2 nights ago, I'm in League of Legends. I'm in an ARAM. I'm playing a bit of ARAM. And while dead, in between, like, we had a team fight, and I died. And so I thought, let me quickly refill my vape. And I grab my juice bottle, open it, in there. But I think in the stress of having to do it quickly, because I need to get back into the game, I was applying way too much pressure to the little bottle. The next minute, this little cap up here pops off the bottle. Like, I mean, pops off the fucking bottle. But remember, the bottle is upside down. All of that shit. I'm holding my vape like this. My hand covered in fucking vape juice. My mouse pad covered in vape juice. All over the side of my keyboard covered in vape juice. On the back of my Stream Deck, my Wave XLR, my DAC, everything covered in fucking vape juice. Now, I'm in the middle of a League game, okay? My desk is full of vape juice. My hands are full of vape juice. I jump up while I'm dead, grab a towel, just quickly wipe as much of the shit down as humanly possible. I sit there, finish the fucking League game, lose because someone goes AFK, and then only could I clean my desk properly. And I'm still finding areas that has fucking vape juice on it. That was an adventure. That was an adventure. It smells like vape juice at the minute here. Yeah, it does actually. Pro gamer move. Yeah, but I wasn't gonna not finish the League game. Fuck. But now I'm super careful not to do it over my fucking desk. 'Cause yeah. I don't want to deal with this shit ever again. Because it doesn't come off. Like, fuck me, it does not come off. Stop vaping. That's not how it works, bro. In the face of adversary, you just keep going. Adversity. Adversary. Adversity, right? It's adversity. One of those. Noah, how you doing? I tried a vape pen for the first time yesterday and basically OD'd on nicotine, which I never have, and got really sick. Still feeling rough today. Wait, but why would you vape if you've never smoked? Like, don't do it. Like, very fucking serious time here. I'm gonna talk now very seriously to everyone here. If you've never smoked, please don't start. Like, please, for the love of fuck, don't start. It's ridiculous. It is so difficult to stop. It's so difficult to get away from nicotine. Don't go there. Just don't even try. Just steer clear of it. Because trust me, once you're addicted to nicotine, that shit will fucking run your life. I never smoked. I would not vape if I started vaping so I could stop smoking. And it worked. I don't smoke anymore. But yeah, I would not have started vaping if it wasn't for the fact that I smoked. Now I need to stop the vape, which is going to be another bullshit thing. Groval, there's not much to see on my desk. I mean, I'll try. Hold up. Let me. I need to take a picture and then email that picture to myself and then. All right. Let's get into this. Okay. Have you done a setup tour for this house? There's nothing to fucking tour. There's nothing to tour in this house. The house is empty. If you go downstairs, there's the kitchen, and there is a plastic table with 2 plastic chairs, because it's just me and my brother that lives here. So the plastic table is just in here, because putting it outside, it gets dirty, and then you constantly have to clean it, so it's easier when it's inside. But it's actually meant to be patio furniture, which is like, yeah, fuck that. We'll just put it in the living room so we have a place to sit if we need to sit, right? I don't even have couches, so there is no tour. At least no tour worthy of being called a tour. We also have a plastic table and chairs. It's the only furniture I own. Okay, I'm emailing the picture to myself now. The desk isn't as dirty as it, usually is. It's still not clean, though. I haven't cleaned in a while, actually. I've been lazy as fuck. Wait, where the fuck's the email? I just sent myself. Oh, here we go. And download. So here's my desk. 2 coffee cups. Hold up. I'm going to have to move this out of the way for a minute. All right. So we have my current coffee cup, my old coffee cup that I replaced last week, but I still have that one just in case. Vape juice. This is cough syrup. My plate from last night, I'll use it again tonight. I only have the one, so I wash it before I need it. tweezers. I can't remember for what. I needed it for something. There's my sock that I use to put over the camera when I'm not streaming so that the FBI can't spy on me. I just don't like the camera being on because I've seen too many videos of streamers not knowing that they're streaming and then, you know, everyone sees shit. So, yeah, that's why I cover the camera with this sock because I don't know where the other one is. And I could throw this one away, but I was like, nah. No, the mouse pad is downstairs drying because it's full of fucking vape juice, Theseus. Remember, I just told you the story of me spilling vape juice all over. You can see you can see the toilet paper I used to try and clean this shit up right there. Right there, toilet paper to clean this shit up. You still see like lines at the back there. So what else is there? Well, that's my fucking desk. That's what's on the desk. What more do you need to see? Yeah, I like the Corsair Scimitar, but it's not my favorite mouse. It's not. I want the Steel Series mouse now, and also the Steel Series keyboard. But for now, this is what I have. So you know, make do. Yes, I have a curved screen. I would say it's pretty degenerate. No. You know, it has everything I need right on the desk. What more do you need? I don't think you need anything else. No, you don't play with yourself at your desk. That would be mixing business and pleasure. When I sit at this desk, it's mainly to work. When you're going to play with yourself, you want to, you know, spend some quality time with yourself. Not sit at your desk like a fucking caveman. Like, what are you doing? No. When you're going to be doing that, you put the lights down low, bit of music in the background, you know, lie down, really settle in for the night, you know? Like, don't just sit here and jerk it. Like, you deserve better. That's all I'm saying. You deserve better. Have you considered the pod-based vapes? The fuck is a pod-based vape? I have to do all that 3 times a day? Holy shit. 3 times a day? Wow, Bloxy. That is some sex drive you have there. Your husband must be thrilled. Or girlfriend. It's 2024. You know, treat yourself like an expensive prostitute, not a cheap one. Exactly. Oh shit. Nice setup though. Thank you, Anthrax. I like it. It does the job, which is pretty much all I need. Jesus, I like this vape. Plus, it's cheaper than buying the pod stuff. I vape way too much for the pod stuff. I would go fucking bankrupt if I switched to pods. I vape a lot. You know those ones that have like 3,000 puffs in them? Yeah, they last not even a day. I finished those in a day. If it's a heavy gaming session, I'll finish it in like 4 or 5 hours. Same as Bloxy. No, life's too short to not relax and have a good wank. I'm not judging. No man in the history of the planet ever has said, you know what? I would like a girl that wanks less. Or I would like a girl with a lower sex drive. No man has ever said that, right? So when a man hears there's a girl out there that has like a super high sex drive, all they're thinking is, fuck me, when can I marry her, right? Because the average woman out there do not have the sex drive to match a man's. So I think for men, it is sort of like, yeah, we don't care. That's great. You think you do, but you don't? What? I don't think that counts here. What, you think you want sex, but you really don't? That sounds like humans. Mary Jane vape juice? What the hell is Mary Jane vape juice? Andrew, what the hell is Mary Jane? There is such a thing as too much sex. No, there's not. If she's your wife or your girlfriend that you're committed to, no fucking shot. No shot. You can have sex as much as you want, bro. Barzalaser, how you doing, bro? Oh, I don't smoke weed. So I don't drink and I don't smoke. I mean, I drink fluids, but not alcohol. And I don't smoke weed. I smoke, but not weed. I don't like the feeling of being drunk or being high. I don't have a problem with it. I have plenty of friends that all smoke weed and like getting high. I just don't. I hate the feeling of it. I'm not doing it more than once a day. Lodi, why not? Like, here's the thing that I would like to say about this. If you have a girlfriend that has, like, nice, juicy tits and a beautiful booty, every single time she walks into the room, you're gonna think, ah. If she wants to have sex every single time she walks into the room, you're gonna be like, fuck yes. You're not gonna be like, I'm not really feeling it. We've already done it this morning. Can we just skip today? You're a liar if you say that. Absolute liar. Did you already react to the newest cinematic? You're talking about the... Like, what newest cinematic? Is weed even legal? So, interesting thing here. So, there was a judge in the Western Cape that gave a from the High Court in South Africa. So South Africa doesn't have a Supreme Court. We have a High Court. The High Court judge did send instruction to the Parliament that Parliament must make weed legal. Because based on our constitution, weed being illegal doesn't make sense. So Parliament has to make weed legal, but Parliament doesn't have to. So Parliament can absolutely go, fuck you, we don't care, and then that's over. And as far as I know, Parliament has still not made weed technically legal. Although you drive in Cape Town, and there are stores everywhere with the little marijuana leaf thing on it. And yeah, people just openly smoke weed. It's like, yeah, no one really gives a shit. It's more a don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. Did they pass it? I don't know. I don't keep up with that shit, right? Poopy Spans, how you doing? Need to know your thoughts on Elon winning the shareholder resolution. The fuck? I know what all those words mean individually. I have no idea what they mean collectively. You're gonna have to do a bunch more explanations here before I can even begin to venture an opinion on this. WoW cinematic, where they made Xanath the soft modern jaw for women. Wait. Are you guys talking about the Echoes of Azeroth cinematic? The one that I reacted to that is on the channel?
Welcome, my name...
Oh yeah, we'll react to this profile. Are you guys talking about this cinematic? Hold up. Sorry, I need to go to my main channel. I mean, the analysis, sorry, already saw the reaction. Yeah, the analysis is up and on the channel. I'll show you now. So there you go. Analysis launched last night. Late last night, though. So after 12. Ploxy, 2 months part of the Legion Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. You're far too kind. But yeah, the analysis is up. The reaction is up as well. Yeah. I've watched the Arcane Season 2 teaser, so I can't really react to it, but I did watch it. Just did not get the notification. Okay, so I say this, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. there is a reason why you guys do not get notifications on the channel and why you will never get notifications on the channel. And it is because I don't send notifications on the channel. You see this little grayed out line right here that says publish to subscriptions feed and notify subscribers? That is actively ticked off on my channel. So yeah, my videos, if you want to see my video, you have to hope that the YouTube algorithm sends it to you, or just check the channel. Because yeah, you'll never be notified of videos on the channel. Parcelezo, a couple of reasons, but the main one is my channel is pretty old now. And it has, as a result of the cadence of my content, I have a bunch of dead subscribers. So I have a bunch of subscribers on the channel that either no longer play World of Warcraft or followed me for World of Warcraft, for Warlock stuff back in the day. And so just don't give a fuck about any of the lore stuff. This actively hurts videos because the algorithm sends your video, when you upload a new one, to your subscribers first. If your subscribers do not click on the video to watch it, then the algorithm goes, okay, clearly no one wants to watch this because not even their own subscribers want to watch this. So we're just not going to send it out to anyone else. You know? So by doing this, the algorithm sends it to people that have recently watched the channel. So technically you should see the videos, if not on the day that it launches, a couple of days later. But it will keep sending it to people that have watched it and then new people as well. And I can already see the difference. So before I started doing this, these were sort of like the average views that I would get on the channel. I would barely go over 5,000. Sometimes it would go to 10 or 18,000 like you just see here. But if I go to the second page here, it was super low. And now you can see almost every week I'll have one or two videos that pop over 10K, sometimes even up to 20K. So it clearly works. It slows things down in the beginning, but the videos can sometimes, like after a month, it will start gaining crazy views. So yeah, but it works for me at least. For more notifications in this day and age. So is it better to have people unsubscribe if they don't watch WoW content on your channel? Ariani, no. I mean, it's whatever, right? YouTube will automatically unsubscribe you if you don't watch long enough. So it's up to you, right? I don't really give a shit. I barely ever look at the subscriber numbers of the channel, so I don't know who is or isn't subscribed on the main channel. All right, Nick, take care of yourself, and I hope you enjoy it. Your content is more evergreen than WoW News, for example. Yeah, I mean, but this is also another one of those just kind of, you know, make it for fun and hope people show up. I think my content has also changed quite a lot in the last few months. You know, I used to be very serious when I covered WoW lore. Now, when you look at the videos, it's more me. You know, it's more just having fun, doing whatever. I don't give a shit. All right, so chat, if we were to do something today, what would we do? Outer Wilds. Okay. So we're going to ignore Growfall and Cesius for the rest of the stream. Another suggestion, please. So I will assume that you know about the Dragon Age controversy, but I don't know if you played Origins back in the day. I played Origins. I played number 2. I liked number 2, actually. I'm one of the few people probably that actually thought number 2 wasn't as shit as people wanted to make it out to be. It wasn't brilliant. It was nothing like Origins, but it was still good. I've made a video on the controversy as well. So for this, you have to go to the other channel, for this you have to go to Akalon TV, the one that I'm streaming on. The problem is that I've not made the video public yet because YouTube is reviewing it to make sure that it's allowed to show ads. So that's where we are right now. I was hoping the new Dragon Age was going to be on par with BG3. Was I wrong? Ploxy, not wrong, but also maybe a little wrong. So let me explain to you what's going to happen. In the new Dragon Age, all of the characters are pansexual. Now, there are effectively... we can actually do this. There are effectively... did I link it? Did I like it? Did I talk about it? I don't think so. Fuck. I don't have it. Now I also can't remember who linked it first. Okay, so anyways. There are 3 ways of dealing with sexuality in video games. The first is to have hard set sexuality. That means, like Mass Effect. Back in the day, Mass Effect, Ashley was straight. If you played female shape, you could not romance Ashley. Miranda was straight. If you were a female shape, you could not sleep with Miranda. Liara was pretty much whoever wants to, she was more a love the one you're with kind of gal. And most of the aliens were super open to sexual relationships with just about anyone. And there were other human females as well that would be more lesbian turning. But for the most part, the sexuality of the characters was set in stone. And then you have what Baldur's Gate 3 did, which is the other option, which is to go with what they call player sexual, which means the player determines the sexuality of the characters. So the characters don't have a particular sexuality. It's whatever the player decides. Let me fucking see if I can find it, because it's actually who was it? Mark? Was it Grums that shared it? Let me just see. I think it was Grums. Hold up. He shared the article. Okay, so here you go. Okay, so Dragon Age, the Veilguard, has apparently seen these 2 routes and decided to go with a third option, which is to make the entire cast and crew pansexual, according to a recent interview with game director Corinne Boucher via IGN. According to the interview, Boucher has seen player sexual characters done in ways that are really off-putting, where these characters are adapting to who you, the player, are. However, the interview claims Boucher instead considers the cast of Dragon Age the Veilguard to be implicitly pansexual across the board. I hate this. So, in other words, it's off-putting that the characters, so NPCs, i.e. not real people, adapt to who the player is. Considering that the player is the only real person in this scenario, that to me seems like the best way of doing it. No? Am I wrong? Why does this matter? It's crazy. Why does anyone even want this in their games? Well, Bloxy, it gets worse. So here is the next line from the game director. I might be playing a straight male character flirting with Harding, but I choose not to pursue a romance. She might get together with Tash. So my perception, my identity has no bearing on their identities, and that comes through really strongly. So the characters in your party will form sexual relationships with each other regardless of what you want them to do. And you'll just have to deal with that. They'll suddenly be in a relationship. So I'm not even the main character anymore? No. You're not. They are the main characters. Their sexualities are basically exist. completely outside of your own. And what bothered me about this line was that, and that comes through really strongly, which means that it is going to be pushed to fuck, that the characters engage in sexual activity with one another. And how much do you want to bet that the overwhelming, like, how much do you want to bet that the ratios will not be weighted equally between straight and what we would call homosexual or lesbian relationships? How much do you want to bet that that is what's going to happen? It's not going to be weighted equally. It's not like you're going to see some of the characters being in straight relationships. I'm guaranteeing you now, your party will be a bunch of, like, dudes loving each other, women loving each other, and no man and woman loving each other, unless you're the man loving the woman or the woman loving the man. Just play a white straight guy and you'll be fine. In this game, you can't be a white straight guy. Can't wait to be cocked by the entire party. Not a single straight relationship to be seen. So, well, that's my problem with this is literally just the case that the only reason you would make this decision, is political. This does not add anything to the game. It does not make the game better. If anything, it makes the game worse. You know? So, my problem with this is, why would you do this? Why? What are you trying to achieve here? I'll be giving this a pass, that's for sure. Wasn't going to buy it anyway. Dude, I really wanted to buy it because I'm a huge fucking fan of... I'm a huge fan of Dragon Age 26 in this type of game. If we want sex, we will play a sex game or something. So to me, it's not so much the sex of the game that's important. It's more the relationship. So in an RPG role-playing game, being able to go into loving relationships does add another layer of immersion to it. But I get your opinion on it as well. To me, again, I don't mind the fact that you have... So for example, in Cyberpunk also follows the strict hardline sexualities, where the characters have actual sexualities. I don't mind that at all. One of the male characters being the gay guy in the story, great, no problem. The other male character being the straight guy, great, no problem. Lucy being... is it Lucy? Yeah, I think that's her name. Lucy being... No. Why does that sound wrong all of a sudden? But she's the lesbian character. And yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? It fits right into her character. Everything about her just makes sense in that regard. So I have no problem with you putting that in the game. But at least... Judy, not Lucy, Judy. Excuse me. Yes, you're right. I knew that it sounded wrong. But Judy being the lesbian character and Panam being the straight character, again, it makes sense. They have a backstory. Their backstories are important to the game. Their sexualities fit into that, right? But this just seems overtly political. It genuinely just seems like you are trying to push some political agenda. Pull the trigger. I mean, yeah. You can ask the same question. Why is it that every year all of the logos in June change to the pride flag, but it never does so in the Middle East or China? Ever. In none of those nations do their logos ever change to the pride flag. Well, there's an answer for that. It's because they don't do this because they actually give a shit about gay people. They do this because they know that gay people will buy a lot of their shit during June. So it's just become a commercial holiday, and they get to make a lot of money off of gay people buying pride shit. Even when, a lot of the time, the pride shit just looks silly and stupid. Like, I'm not gonna lie, almost all of the pride skins for World of Warcraft looks stupid. The problem isn't that there's rainbows coming out of someone's asshole. The problem is it looks stupid. It doesn't fit the game in any way, shape, or form. So it's not even as if you did a lot, like you made an effort, you know, to let the pride shit look cool. You just sort of rushed it. So because you knew, you know, the gay people are going to line up to buy this shit. And of course, all of the straight people that want to signal to all of the gay people that I am perfectly okay with you sucking dick. They're also going to buy this because they have to virtue signal that they're absolutely happy with gay people because apparently it's not good enough to just go, cool, be gay if that's what you want to do. No, you have to wear a rainbow flag if you're going to do that. The thing that gets me the most, this is, by the way, the funniest thing. The amount of guys do it too these days. Like, it is happening with guys as well, but it happens so much more with girls. The amount of girls nowadays that will say that they're bisexual. And then you go, well, have you ever dated a woman? No. Have you ever slept with a woman? No. Have you ever kissed a woman? Yes, once. Okay. So, how are you bisexual? Oh, I think they're really cute. I don't think that makes you bisexual, though. Like, unless you've eaten the cooch, I don't think you're bisexual. I think you're just a woman that can appreciate beauty, which is great. But, if you're really bisexual, go have sex. Go all in. And then you can say, yeah, I am what I am, right? Rush on it. China next, maybe. Wild Boy. I don't fundamentally understand the whole pride thing. And to be fair, all of the gay people that I know in my life don't celebrate pride at all. So I can't speak to it at all, right? The gay people that I know in my life think that pride is stupid. They don't want to celebrate it because they don't understand why it's worthy of being celebrated. I get there's some people that maybe care about it, so I don't really give a shit. I'm barely influenced by it to begin with, so who cares? But yeah, I don't understand it because I don't think that people's sexuality should be used as a political weapon in any way, shape, or form. It's a part of who you are, but it is not who you are. I think that's one of the biggest problems we have in our world. People have made their sexualities who they are. And it's like, no, bro. You're a person that happens to like sucking dick. Sucking dick is not the entirety of your personality. And if it was, you're not a good human, right? There's nothing fun or interesting about you if that literally is just who you are. It should not be the be-all and end-all of your person. But, who knows? Niara, yeah, I heard Andrew Tate say that, and I mean, in that scenario, he's probably not wrong. Most straight guys is going to choose Megan Fox with a dick, because Hulk Hogan is like, dude, no, just no. I can't think of anything that turns me off more than being with Hulk Hogan. I literally can't think of anything that would turn me off more. But it's also probably, I don't know if it's that straightforward. I've actually done both. I've earned my card. Well, there you go, hot boy. I'm happy for you, bro. It's true, I'm bi. I don't celebrate. I'm just sick of anti-Western dictatorship personally. I agree with you, bro. Interventor, same-sex relationships between nobles are largely hidden, but nowhere prohibited. These relationships are encouraged with favored slaves. Transgender individuals likewise face no official persecution or legal repercussions, although such individuals living openly amongst the upper classes, such as Mavaris Talani, can cause a scandal. In the army, however, rules are more strict and identify people based on their biological sex. Interesting, Toxic. I would rather play Shadowlands than fuck Hulk Hogan. I'm sorry. Call me fucking straight, but I would rather play Shadowlands than fuck Hulk Hogan. $200 essays. Corporations are literally losing money on this, but being forced by whoever is controlling them at the top of the pyramid. My own explanation is this is the beginning stages of moral degradation and desensitization, slowly paving the way for conquerors to come in and finish the job. The reason why the reason why I don't think so is you do have more and more members of the gay community also standing up against this. You know, they're starting to realize that this is just a political tool. And I think at least the gay people that I know, none of them ever wanted their sexualities to become part of some political war. So the people that is pushing this will probably run out of people to push this to before we get to a place where, you know, the society just crumbles or whatever. Toxic, well, I don't have a problem with them adding shit like this. I've made that clear since the beginning. Like, you want to add... Dude, one of my favorite games of the last year is Cyberpunk. In Cyberpunk, there are trans people, right? They're there. One of the coolest quest lines in the game... Well, I say coolest because it's sort of so different to all of the other quest lines that it is memorable, is with a trans woman. Fucking love the quest line. Love the story, love the character, no problems whatsoever, right? So I don't give a shit when you add stuff like this into a game, but when you actively go out of your way to say that we find it weird when NPCs react to the player's sexuality, all I'm hearing is you don't want straight men, who will be the majority of the people that play your game, to be able to make all of the characters straight. You don't want to watch live streams of people playing your game and all of the characters are straight because all of the people playing it are straight, right? You want your characters to be... You want everyone to see how gay your characters are. And it's like, okay, but why? Why are you doing this if not just to be super political? Because there's no other reason. It's not making the game better. If anything, you are actively going to put people off playing the game. Right? You're actively going to push people away from playing the game. So you're clearly making this decision irrespective of money. I can still respect the decision that comes with money, but I guarantee you this game's probably going to fail. It's probably going to fail. And then we'll be blamed again. Like, mark my fucking words. If Dragon Age the Veilguard fails, you will see the articles blaming straight white men for not wanting to play a game that was literally sold as the gayest game ever in the Dragon Age franchise. And it's like, well, you didn't make the game for me, you fucking idiot. Why would I play it? Like, I don't understand. You did everything in your power to not have me play the game. I listened, and now it's my fault it failed. Like, it's your fault for not actually doing it correctly, but never mind. Don't have a problem with it either. They just try to cater to a small increase in numbers. Look, I don't mind that you add stuff for people to feel represented. I've had this discussion with my brother, because I used to be one of those people that just went, who the fuck cares about representation in media? Like, who gives a shit? Just play the game. And then I spoke to my brother about this, who is very much not on the side of, like, Pride Month or anything like that. He's a gay guy, but he does not lead with that in any instance of his life. But he did explain this to me, right? As a straight guy, you don't even notice the representation that you have, right? Because almost everything is for you. And so when he watches a rom-com, for example, he finds it very difficult to enjoy the rom-com on the same level as I do. Because while he watches it, there's no one that he can really envision himself with, right? There's no one that he can sort of identify with and feel like, oh, you know, this is me. And the same with games. When you have games that don't cater to gay people at all, then there's an entire tract of immersion that is just removed from the gay person. So I fully understand the argument that you should have as many options as possible in your game. And that's perfect. That's where player sexual comes in, because it offers all of the options for everyone, no matter what you are, no matter who you are, no matter how you want to play, you can play. And I think more options, more freedom is always better. The problem is with this particular implementation, which is clearly done from a political angle, not because it makes the game better. Watch the whole thing like 4 times. Now we'll see. It is what it is. But if the choice is more options and a watered-down core game because you spend your budget elsewhere, I goes, well, yeah, that's part of the argument, right? Is you've made this decision purely to cater to a specific group of people, not to make the game better. And I think if you're making games, you should try to make them as good as possible, no? Excuse me. I heard there was some drama going on in the WoW community. Does anyone know about the drama in the WoW community? Like, what the fuck is going on? No. This has something to do with... Some dude said something about trans people or something, and then all hell broke loose on Twitter. I've just seen a lot of people being attacked, a lot of people being cancelled or not cancelled. I don't know. Like, something's happening. How you doing? Oh, people are mad. You'll have to be more specific. True. Fucking yeah, pretty much. Like, look, if we're talking about WoW drama, it's always on Twitter. The only retards in the WoW community are on Twitter. That's just how it is. The Avengers, how you doing? Community, they are fringe lunatics usually. True. No idea. Wow, is this kind of a defocused pink blob of pink noise to me? No. The Nick Merckx thing is new now. Like, he's also part of the thing. I saw him say shit as well. But this is specifically some dude in the WoW community said something. I just don't know what. I've heard Frozen Solid. I'm not sure how well it's going to play out. Oh, what the fuck is happening here? Oh, shit. Okay. So this is new stuff that's just happened. The rumors about my identity that have started to spread and will continue to spread recently are correct information. It is only ironic that I am corroborating information that will almost assuredly end the long journey that has been had with this account. I will not deny the rumored information that the account that has been known to many as Midori is indeed Mystic Distance. I think many have been aware of this for a long time now, but if they were, they chose to say nothing. I appreciate that. Many of the claims in the document are false. Most of the information I have received has come from people who have decided to share it with me. I have only shared information because I did not want people sharing information with me and for me to not do the same. I won't spend most of my... I don't know what any of this is. I fucking don't know. All I saw was this from Chloe or whoever the fuck this is. As someone who is actually Japanese, seeing a white man LARPing as a Japanese girl who's struggling with speaking English, something I was bullied for a lot when I first moved to the US... All I can really say is we don't care about you. Go fuck yourself. Never come back. Is that actually true? Like, do people actually bully other people for not being able to speak English? Because I meet a fuck ton of people in South Africa every day that can't speak English. My favorite Chinese takeout place, the Chinese dude there really struggles to speak English, and I love chatting to him. Like, I've never thought about, bro, why can't you speak English, you fucking asshole, living in Cape Town, can't speak English, lol. Like, never, right? That's never even crossed my mind. It's like, well, yeah, all right, he's from China. Obviously, he's not going to be that good at English. Mostly people that can only speak English. Depends if they're French, I will. It's a low-hanging fruit, of course they will. Yeah, but why? What are you trying to get out of that? I don't understand the teasing. Like, you tease someone for, like, something that matters. not being able to speak English doesn't sound like it matters enough to be teased over. When out, you will get bullied. Anybody will bully someone for someone. I guess that's true. It just sounds like such a silly thing to bully someone over. Like, bully people over proper stuff. You know? Like, I for one, believe bullying should make a comeback in a big way. Because I think there are too many kids today that have never been fucking bullied. But not over shit like this. I worked at a Chinese restaurant for 4 years. They constantly got picked on by strangers, usually at bars. They also live in a poor white area of the city. People will find an excuse to bully because they want to feel superior. Yeah, but fuck me. You're superior because you can speak English, but you can't speak Chinese. So why are you bullying? I don't know. Just it seems like a silly thing to bully over. Hey, how you doing? It's just people putting their own abilities over someone else's. They just think they are better, which is pity. Yeah, but in this case, you're literally not better. Because the other person can speak a little bit English, but also a whole other fucking language, whereas you can only speak English and no other whole language. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this too rationally. But then again, I've never really been a bully. I was also never really bullied, so that should also be said. No, people cheating in video games, I kind of understand. Because it helps you get over things that you couldn't otherwise do, or just helps you skip certain things. But this, yeah, I just don't understand it, I guess. What I really don't get is, in the West, right, more and more dudes love Asian women. So why the fuck are you making fun of Asians not being able to speak English if so many fucking dudes in the West love Asian women? Like, it doesn't compute. None of this makes sense to me. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just like not focusing on the right things. But yeah, none of this is making sense to me. Listen, when you are not racist, you will not understand why people are racist. Yeah, but I don't know if you can call someone racist for making fun of you not being able to speak English. Right? I don't think that it can be called racist. Because you're taking on someone's ability to speak a language, not someone's race specifically. Because I would assume that even people that come from like Europe or European language areas that can't speak a specific language would probably also get bullied as a result of not being able to speak the language. I mean, overall, if you are not prejudiced about something, you won't understand why people are. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Just... it doesn't... as a thing, it doesn't make sense to me. Because it doesn't seem like an important enough thing to feel good about, you know? Wrapping paper. What the fuck is this? Aragast. There is a big brain up there. Yeah, 6 languages is crazy. Which languages do you actually speak, bro? What 6 languages? I wonder sometimes if people aren't just a little too sensitive. I think a lot of claims about being bullied or being, marginalized or whatever is people genuinely just being oversensitive. Like, for example, you'll get these girls on Twitter that will complain about guys being assholes and misogynistic in video games, and then you read what actually happened, and you're like, that sounds like a normal joke. What it sounds like to me is you don't know how to take a fucking joke. Doesn't actually sound to me like you're being bullied or that the guys are misogynistic. It sounds to me like you don't understand how men speak to each other and that they literally made you one of the boys. Which, for all the girls that might be in chat, although I'm not convinced that there are women on the internet. But if you claim to be a woman on the internet, we'll go with it for now. But if you are a woman in the chat, you need to just understand one thing. Men communicate with each other by making fun of each other. This is how men show affection. This is how men show you that you are part of the group. If they're not doing that to you, that means that you're not part of the group and they will actively avoid you. The correct way to react when men are including you in the group by giving you shit or, making fun of something that you said or something that you did is to give them shit back, right? So keep it tongue-in-cheek, give them shit back. They'll immediately accept you as part of the group and you'll have a lot of fun playing with the boys. If you immediately start attacking them and start playing victim, they'll just exclude you from the group, right? They'll just be like, actually, no. Let's distance ourselves very quickly here. To understand the bullying, Echo, just read the comment in Asmon's chat when he reacted to your video. What language is he is speaking? Well, what is that, English? Yeah, but is that bullying? I mean, if people make fun of my accent, I don't view that as bullying. That's just them not liking my accent. It's fine, 404 bitch, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. They call him based Amish. Hey, I'll take that as a fucking compliment, being called Amish. The Amish are based, bro. They rock. Like, the world will end and the Amish won't even know about it. They won't even know. They'll just continue living their lives, one day at a time. I think they're cool as shit. Your accent is a problem for him? No, it wasn't Asmon that was making fun of my accent. It was apparently a viewer in Asmon's chat that I don't even know if we can call it making fun of, but they commented on my accent. I've had that before in comments to videos, people saying, I hate your fucking accent, speak normally. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm speaking normally. You just don't like the accent. You're allowed to go. So, it is what it is. I don't really give a shit. Clip what, Gormijan? Like, there's dude, there are a lot of problems in this world that are self-inflicted, that people for some reason don't realize is self-inflicted. I'll show you one of said problems that is very much self-inflicted. And of course, I'm not suggesting that this woman is the one who inflicted it on herself, but women in general has inflicted this on themselves, and now they're paying the price. I wonder if she would have deleted this. I hope not. Here we go. So this girl tweets out, no hate to this girl, right? She tweets out, a group of guys at the gym are ignoring me and it feels so threatening. Like, how are you a foot away and avoiding looking or talking? Inhumane. Okay, that's great, right? What a tweet. Well, let's examine why guys may actively be avoiding looking or talking to women at the gym. You have had, over the last year, men being dragged by women for sometimes not even doing anything other than existing at the gym. So it kind of makes sense that men will just actively avoid you as you exist in the gym because they don't want to be the next famous person on your fucking Instagram or on your Twitter. I'm not suggesting that you are the one that would do that, but you have your phone with you in the gym. A lot of dudes are literally going to sit there and go, no, I'm just not going to get into this at all. I'm just not going to go near her because what if she starts going, why are you talking to me, you fucking creep, or whatever? It's not Parcelazo. If you go into the comments, she replies to a lot of people, and you can tell this genuinely bothered her. that the guys just sort of stopped talking to her at the gym. Why would I approach someone at the gym, of all places, knowing that a lot of girls are out at the gym trying to become famous by complaining about men being creepy, especially me, right? Like, if I walk up to a girl, she will instantly be like, oh my fuck, rapist. You know? Why is this fat dude coming to talk to me? It's not like I don't look like Brad Pitt. Like, if I had a six-pack, that would be different. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The difference oftentimes between sexual harassment and flirting is me versus Brad Pitt. You know, we could be doing the exact same thing. I could literally walk up to a girl and go, hey, and she'll go, why are you harassing me? Please leave me alone. You know? So, clearly, a lot of guys are at the gym trying to better themselves. They know that they might be prime to be called out on this shit, so obviously they're not going to get into this. But this is a self-inflicted wound, right? Women have inflicted the shit on themselves, and now they wonder why men are so absolutely against them. It's the same thing with gaming. Can I ask all of the girls in chat? Now, this is a genuine question. I'm not going to attack you for your experiences. I genuinely just want to know, how many of you have ever been bullied or treated very badly in video games because you're a woman? It's not because you fucked up and wiped the whole party or anything like that, but literally because you're a woman, people were making fun of you and being very awkward and weird and just made you feel very awkward and weird. How often has that happened to you if you're a woman in chat? We're still questioning whether that's possible on the internet, but let's imagine that it is happening. Just protecting it. Nyara, it's happened to you before where you've been attacked for just being a woman? How did it happen? What exactly happened? If you don't mind me asking. Furious, but it makes sense that you've been bullied. You're Dutch. I would bully you too. That doesn't count, bro. You can bully the Dutch and the French. And Nyara, I should just say here, are you certain that you weren't just bullied because you're French? Because, you know, that is allowed. Might not have anything to do with the fact that you're female. Might just be because you're French. All the girls I've played with were pretty good. It never came to that. I bully British people every day. I believe only French and Canadian people can be bullied. That was not an attack. That was a super heavy attempt to seduce me. Oh. Yeah, but you're French. You like that, though. Don't you? Like, the French like that. Like, I've seen the comments you leave in this chat. I don't think you would have a problem with being seduced. Bully the French and the Dutch? Yeah, but I'm not bullying them because they have bad English. I'm bullying the French and the Dutch because they're French and fucking Dutch. Well, there is a limit, though. I agree with you, Nora. I'm obviously making a joke. But okay, that's interesting. So they were trying to seduce you and being very creepy about it. I do understand that. I think what women need to realize in the gaming industry is that they're dealing with a bunch of socially awkward nerds who don't know how to speak to people, and they oftentimes don't know how to flirt. Like, they're really interested in you, but they have no idea how to do that because they have no training in it, right? They have no experience with it, and so it can be super creepy, obviously. Was it a super heavy seduction effort because the guy was fat or because he had shitty texts? I imagine it was like shitty texts. Like, I get that some guys can be pushy. I have a few female friends that have shown me some of the texts that some guys will send. And, dude, some guys do not know how to take no for an answer. Like, that is a genuine problem. Like, the girl will try to say no in the nicest possible way. And you can tell that this guy is just actively fucking walking circles around the no. Bully people because of the nation they come from is never okay. People can't choose where they are born. I am half Dutch, half German, by the way. German, fine. The Dutch half will make fun of. I am allowed to make fun of the Dutch because I live in South Africa. My language is the superior version of Dutch. So I'm allowed to make fun of the Dutch. Some girl called me a sand inward and the other day because I didn't flirt back with her. Whoa. Holy shit. That's rough. Dutch South Africa history, I know. I am joking, by the way. I don't give a shit. I like the Dutch. They're fine. You follow my character everywhere, always spamming for group, always talking, and want to meet me IRL. Ooh. Yeah, that would make me uncomfortable as well. I would struggle to meet anyone just off of the internet. Like, yeah, that would freak me out if someone just went, hey, can I meet you IRL? I had that once. A viewer who also lived in South Africa DM'd me and he was like, bro, we should absolutely go for a beer. And I was like, I'm cool. I don't know you. Why would I go? Why would I go to a bar with you? I have no idea who you are. So yeah, that does happen. But no, I mean, I would like to know. So if there are girls, even if you don't want to say it loud in chat, I would love to know if you have like a super creepy story about something a guy did in a game. Please let me know, right? Just DM me, just the story. You know, don't fucking say hello. That wastes time. Just type the story. I just would love to know just what guys do. And then also, do I have the right to talk about it? If I don't, then don't fucking send it to me, because I am going to bring it up. Asking for a hangout, don't bother me, but insisting after several no is the problem. Yeah. Like, I personally have just too much pride. Like, personally, I just have too much pride. If I ask you once for something and you go no, I'm done. Right? That's just me. I'll never fucking ask that again. Is this true? Is this true? Feminist bullshit line of 1 in 4 women will experience some form of violence in their life. And I'm like, bitch, 100% of men will. Well, if you run your mouth, yeah, you'll definitely be punched in it. Do you girls actually look at your boyfriend's likes? Like, do you follow your boyfriend on social media and check what is he liking and what isn't he liking? And then my follow-up question would be, does that not get super boring? I appreciate that, Vengeance. I appreciate that. Of course they do. My GF is my spy. How do you look at your likes when we don't have social media? Well, I have social media. I mostly check who likes or loves these photos. Okay, I hate control creep. Yes, they're not boring, but insanity inducing. I have friends that do that. They do. All my other girlfriends don't, with the exception of some very paranoid ones. Love Tight Star, how you doing? You see, I think... So, here's my thinking on this. And I've said the same thing with... a while ago, like a week or so ago, there were these men that were posting about how asking for a paternity test should absolutely become bog standard in society. It should not be stigmatized. Men should be allowed to ask for a paternity test. And my thoughts on that, and this is exactly the same. If you're at the point in your relationship where you feel the need to ask for a paternity test, or you feel the need to look at their likes, I feel like your relationship is, like, it already has far greater problems than the paternity test or the likes. Because it means that both of you are in a place where you don't trust each other. And to my mind, I don't understand why you would want to be in a relationship like that. Like, if I ever date a girl and I feel the need to go check her likes on social media, I will just leave her at that point. I have way too much shit going on and I'm way too fucking busy to also be worrying about, is she being faithful to me? Like, I couldn't give two shits. Like, she either will be or she won't be. And I'm not going to threat over, is she or isn't she? And I also don't understand the whole, while we're on the paternity test thing, I don't understand why guys find it so difficult to understand why asking for a paternity test would be an insane insult to a woman. Like, boys in chat, let's talk to the dudes quickly. How do you guys feel about the whole paternity test thing? Like, a paternity test is tasting the child to see if the child is actually yours. So you draw blood, the child draws blood, and then they taste to see if the kid is actually related to you. Should be automatic. You have to even ask, it's already game over. If she's faithful, of course she would take it badly. You just said that you don't trust her. You see, but that's exactly my thing. It is a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Because if she is faithful to you, that would be the biggest insult ever. Because you are effectively telling her, I don't believe that I'm the only one that's seen your cooch, right? And to a girl that is actually faithful, that is, dude, a girl that actually loves a guy, truly that guy becomes her life, right? Everything she does, like, this is the special thing about women. They become that dude's biggest fucking cheerleader. You know, I once heard a lady who actually put it very, very eloquently. She said there is a reason why the strongest character or strongest piece on the chessboard is the queen. Because a woman will absolutely defend her husband to the death, right? They if they really care about the guy, they will go to great lengths to cheerlead for this guy and be. So when this guy tells her, I don't trust you, that can hurt like fucking crazy, right? So it's sort of like, if she is faithful, you've just destroyed her with asking that. But if she isn't faithful, then you've just destroyed your relationship. Either way, you've just destroyed your relationship. Right? It doesn't matter. Because you're never recovering from that, I don't think. Standard taste upon birth. Aragast, I don't agree with that. I think that if you are careful with who you choose to spend your life with, you will not ever need to worry about that. I will not marry a woman or have children with a woman unless I am absolutely certain that I can trust this person with my life. I'm absolutely certain that their morals matches mine 1-to-1. The only time you have to give a fuck about that is if you only chose her because she had a nice booty. In which case, okay, yeah, sure. You know, you the only thing you have in common is the fact that she has a nice ass. Wild boy, but yeah, guys are a little bit different. I don't think it hurts guys as much. Like, I've seen it in my own life, right? I won't go into detail about who it is, but someone very close to me went through a divorce, and one of the reasons for the divorce was that the guy didn't trust that she was faithful. He kept accusing her of having relationships. It fucking destroyed her. It absolutely destroyed her to the point where 5 years after their relationship ended, she could still not go out with any guys because she had this blockage of, you know, she still wanted to prove to him that he was the only guy that she ever cared about. Even though he had moved on at that point and he was already dating another girl and doing the exact fucking same thing to her, by the way. Also constantly accusing her of having affairs. But it destroyed her. You know, I don't know if she's better now. We haven't spoken in years. But at the time, it was very rough for her. So, yeah, it is a thing that for women, it fucks them. What prompted his suspicion? Twaki-kaki. So, in this instance, I know for a fact that it was insecurity. The guy is insecure. And so, he doesn't feel like he deserves someone. And so he constantly believes that that someone is doing things that they're not supposed to do. So it's just insecurity. In this specific instance, I'm not saying it's always that, but in this instance, it was just insecurity. I knew the guy very well, right? Very, very well. So I'm not talking like from her perspective. I'm talking from a guy that knew this guy very, very well. I don't think he did. Yeah, or I don't know if this is a good thing. I tend to not give a fuck because I'm busy with my own shit. Maybe that's not romantic, but the reason I couldn't give two shits, if my girlfriend came to me and she said, "I'm gonna go have coffee with my ex," all I'd be thinking is, "I can play games. Let's go." Right? I would not give two shits about that scenario. It would just mean that now I can do my own shit for a while. I don't have to worry about anything else. So yeah, maybe that's a problem. But yeah. From the ages, my guess is just try to be happy. True. That's the way to live, honestly. Yeah, well, in my opinion, so I'm very... What's the word? Man, there's an English word for this. I'm very perceptive. Is that the right word? Like, if I get to know you, I will really get to know you. And when I say that, I mean within a month. And the only reason I'm saying that is because this has literally been the truth for every single friendship and relationship that I've ever been in. Within a month, I will know everything there is to know about you. Everything, right? I not to brag, but I'm pretty good at figuring people out, right? Knowing what you are, even the things that you're not saying shows me. So I'm pretty good at that, right? This means that I've been cheated on 3 times in relationship. Twice was kind of my fault. Because I was just genuinely not fucking present in that relationship towards the end. I just sort of, went out and got drunk with my friends and barely ever called or talked to my girlfriend. So twice was my fault. Once was not my fault. I don't think so. But I knew literally the morning after. Like the first time I saw them after they cheated, I knew that something was wrong. Just in the way they acted. I was like, wait. You're not acting normal right now? What you're doing isn't normal. Because I know how you would normally do things. And you're not doing them the way that you normally do them. So I figured it out pretty quickly. So I'm not going to watch your every move. I'll just realize that you're different. And then, yeah. I did it a whole once. It happens. I haven't. But that's because I don't date often. Also, women like when you are jealous, as long as you are lightly jealous and not paranoid. This is another one of those instances where we need a different word for the types of jealousies. In all seriousness, if my girlfriend came to me and said to me, "Hey, I'm going out with a group of guy friends," I would be like, "Wait, why?" Not because I don't trust her, but I know dudes, right? And I would not be happy with her being in a situation where she is vulnerable amongst a bunch of guys, right? And I don't know if I don't know if you can call that jealousy, because I think that's healthy. You know, you should care about about what your person is doing. If you genuinely just couldn't give two fucks about what your person is doing, then why is it your person? Why not just go literally not have that person? At least in my opinion. Rasmus, how you doing, bro? Dungeon pipes. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I know guys, like, any dude that would be okay with his girlfriend going out with a group of guys he doesn't give a fuck about that girl. Like, he doesn't care whether she gets spit roasted or not. I think being protective is something that women like. If I'm wrong, ladies, fucking correct me. But I think women like when a guy is protective. So, for example, if a guy asks a girl to let him know, where she is, and she understands that it's because he needs to know if something happens, where was the last place that she was, right? Because he needs to come save her from whatever the fuck has gone on. I think they love that, right? That's cool. But when a guy keeps asking you 5 times a fucking, hour, where are you? Where are you? That's when it goes into, absolute creepy town. And you're like, wait, dude, what are you doing? Why are you blowing up my phone with questions of where I am? I'm still where I was, So I feel like protective is one thing. Jealousy is a completely different thing. The problem just so often is that most girls don't know the difference. And so they date these absolute fucking creepos that are just fucking jealous. They're not actually protective. On phone, Google Maps allows this. Dude, I'm genuinely the kind of guy that do not give a fuck about checking phones, or I've never asked. I've also never had the conversation. I can't say never. I once had the conversation about, the past, who have you slept with in the past, but it's because she insisted on having that conversation. I couldn't give 2 shits about having that conversation because your past is of no relevance to me. You can't trust her, you're other than why date? Akko is protective of his briskets. I would say I'm more protective of my briskets than my phone. Or my computer, that's true. If she's mad, then I have to wait all day to deal with it at the end of the day instead of enjoying my day. So I would call her phone all the time, and I still do when I fuck up, so I can get her on the phone, explain why. Nixty, 25 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Titan Reborn, far be it from me. You guys have been together for 6 years. I'm fucking single, so clearly I'm not an authority on this, on this stuff. But sometimes allowing the other person's space, and I'm sort of actually talking from my own perspective here. If you did something that made me angry, a lot of the time I will be like, just walk away. Right now, just fuck off. I will discuss this when I have had time to sort of relax and think through it and make a decision. So if you were dating me, and we had a fight, and you were blowing up my fucking phone because you desperately wanted to hear me say it's fine, yeah, that relationship would be over right quick. Right quick. I'd be like, listen here, what the fuck are you doing? I don't want this. Why are you doing this to me? Holy shit, Nixty with the 2 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat, please. Hearts in chat. Really appreciate you, Nixty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alfalfa pancakes? Wait, what pancakes? American pancakes or real pancakes? Real pancakes? You mean crepes? I mean pancakes. Like real pancakes, not what Americans call pancakes. Because what Americans call pancakes is flapjacks. What Americans call crepes is pancakes. And I will die on this fucking hill. In this instance, South Africans have the right of it. Next time, I'm going to go incognito, see how it plays out. Titan Reborn, just do your thing. You know, because oftentimes what will happen is when you both have had time to think about the problem and sort of think through the problem, what happens most often is you start realizing, oh, wait, this was actually super stupid. Why are we having this? Whereas if you do it immediately, like at least for me, I find that when I'm in the moment of getting angry, I can lose track of what the actual thing is that I'm upset about. So I need time to sort of think through everything and get to a place where, okay, no worries. We're good now. Gotta give my goals to the boss. Last day. This is nice, bro. Nice. Take care, man. Pancakes and waffles are too heavy. Cake is fluffy. Crepes are thin and flat. Crepes, therefore, cannot be pancakes. They are pancakes. They are 100% pancakes. It's what we call pancakes. A flapjack is what you guys refer to as a pancake. It is a flapjack. And it's shit. It's not like, it's not shit, but it's not great. Like, you could take it or leave it. Whereas a pancake is goated. I need to pee. I'll be right back.
Gentlemen, we are dealing with someone here who has absolutely no life.
For the Emperor!
Blood for the blood god!
It's not always about the ooh-woo. Sometimes it's about the It's not always about the ooh-woo. Sometimes it's about the
Maybe that'll learn you to keep your big mouth shut.
Alright, what's going on? What is happening? Why is it every single time I leave, you guys start spamming the most obnoxious shit ever? Like, why? Why does this keep happening? Me and Akko meet IRL. It's going to be Southern Barbecue, and I'm going to change his mind on flapjacks. You'll never be able to change my mind on flapjacks. Nixty, ever. It's boring as fuck. The only thing good about a flapjack is the actual syrup that you put on it. Like maple syrup or some shit. That's the only good thing. The rest of it is just like, you know, who gives a shit? Only bad food takes in this channel? No. These are the right opinions to have about food. Blueberries? No, I hate blueberries. I hate blueberries. Actually, I'm not a huge fan of fruit. Like, as a general rule, fruit can suck my dick. I hate apple pie. Fucking don't ever put fruit anywhere near desserts. Desserts are perfectly fine without you putting fruit in them. I can make him special, Akko. I can make anything you don't understand. I can, like, can you make a blueberry? I've had blueberries. I hate them. They taste like shit. How do you hate apple pie? You've ruined my entire day. Apple pie is, again, just shit. The only good thing about apple pie is the sauce and the crust. Like, I will literally, when I eat apple pie, I will remove the pieces of apple and just have the, like, the cinnamon kind of sauce thing and the crust. That's brilliant. But the apples ruin it. Like, no, don't eat the apple there. Also, don't like, and this is going to piss off all the British people, I hate orange chocolate with a fucking passion. I cannot, words cannot explain to you how much I hate orange chocolate. Here's a chocolate that tastes pretty good until the orange flavor hits you in the fucking throat. And you're like, what the hell is this? I'm so confused because I'm tasting chocolate. I like this. And then I taste something that doesn't taste like orange, but it kind of tastes like a metallic version of orange. And it's like, what the fuck is this? I don't want this. In vain, how you doing? Orange chocolate is a British thing. The British fucking love it for some reason. It's orange flavored chocolate, basically, is what it is. Blueberry muffins are one of life's greatest gifts. I hate blueberry muffins. Muffins, there's really only one muffin that I like, and that's a bran muffin. Like a proper bran muffin, oh, beautiful. All other muffins may as well have been cake. This man hates apple pie and loves bran muffins. Dude, bran muffins are fucking goated. Like, what are you talking about? You don't like bran muffins? Bran muffins are good. Like, maybe you guys just know what a good bran muffin tastes like, but bran muffin is fucking goated. So good. But like prunes too? No, I don't like prunes. I told you, I don't like fruit. I don't eat fruit. As a general rule, there is only one type of fruit that I will eat, but also not in anything, just on its own. And that's grapes. I like grapes. I actually do like bananas as well, so bananas are fine. But not to eat just like that. Only in salad. Banana salad is pretty good. What else? I don't like watermelon. I don't like mangoes. I don't like papayas. I hate apples. I hate pears. I hate peaches. I don't like kiwis. I don't like dates. I don't like blueberries or red berries or strawberries. I can kind of eat oranges just like that, but usually I want a little bit of salt with the oranges. Then it's really good. Plums are alright, but I won't write home about them. I won't go out of my way to buy a fucking plum. But if it's there, I'll have it. Yeah, orange with salt. If you've never tried orange with salt, absolutely do it. Just a little bit. Not much. Just like a little bit of salt on the orange. It fucking elevates the orange flavor beyond anything that you've ever had. Never fucking do that. Yuck. Sultan's fruit flavor of fruit sounds to me like the only sweets he likes, some of chocolate that is fake sweet. Or me, that is literally it. This is why I have to really watch what I eat and why I've taken such a hard stance on going to the gym and eating healthy, because my taste buds like the fake shit. I don't, anything that's natural and from nature, my taste buds go, fuck it. No. Leave that shit out. If it's completely fabricated and made up, my taste buds are like, yeah, we'll have this. Let's go. Nature's fruit. So yeah, I agree that it is true. I don't like fruits at all. I find them mega boring. Now, that's not to say that I hate fruit. I just don't like it. So I'm not against fruit. I can eat fruit. I can eat pretty much all fruits. But if you were to tell me, like, if, let's say you and I were going to the store to go get something nice, I will fucking never buy fruit as my something nice. Ever. I will never walk into the fruit aisle and go, ooh, I'm going to have a good day today. Let's get some apples. Like, what the fuck? That's not cheating. My brother, thin as fuck, same diet as me. And on Saturdays, he'll oftentimes have a bit of a cheat day, you know? And his idea of a cheat day is fruits. I'm like, what? I don't view that as a cheat day. Like, that does not count as cheating. They at least get some ice cream or some shit. Like, what is this? You don't buy tomatoes to put on your brisket burger, Akko? No. Tomato goes on pizza. Fruit are about as nice as potatoes. I don't like potatoes either. I find potatoes super fucking boring. And also, I had Chinese a while ago, and I ordered can't remember what it was called, but it's something with like it's like a rice bowl kind of thing, and I was mega annoyed at the fact that it's just rice. Like, no sauce with the rice. It's just like rice and a bunch of meats and stuff with it. But no sauce. The rice on its own is not fucking good. Like, the only time rice is good is with sauce. I had some Chinese too last night. Not food, mind you. Avalanche is just out here bragging about the girls he's dating. What the fuck? Sounds like a niggery. I don't know the names. I literally walked into my local Chinese store and I was like, what do you recommend, bro? And he was like, this is really good. He gave it to me. I was mega fucking pissed. Gonna make you chocolate peanut butter cup flapjacks? You see, now you're overdoing it again. Like, that's just too American, Nixty. Too American. It's like with crepes. Americans like to put shit like Nutella on their crepes. And it's like, no. You're ruining the crepe now, right? All you need to do on a pancake or a crepe is sugar and cinnamon. That is the goat filling of pancakes. Sugar and cinnamon. Everything else is overkill. You don't need that. Venderalia, that is me. So I like trying new things, but not at takeaway stores. So not when I go to like restaurants. When I walk into the supermarket, I love trying new things. I'll see a chocolate that I've never tried before, and I'll be like, holy shit, wait a second. I want to try this. So this is how I realized that I really have not developed to like orange chocolate. I tried it not long ago, like 2 months ago or something. This shit. Okay? So, this shit. I saw this in the store, and I thought to myself, wait, this is interesting. Maybe I like orange chocolate now, so let's try it. I did not like it. Like, not one bit. I realized very quickly, okay, never mind. This is never gonna work for me. Ever fucking work for me, because this is just disgusting. So I hated this. But I will very often go into the store and be like, okay, what's new here? What I don't do is when I go to restaurants, I order the same thing. I feel like I'm going to spend a lot of money here. I may as well get something I know is good rather than try my hand at something different. Ranch dip with veggies. The orange of legend. Ranch on almost anything makes it banging. Yeah, but then it's just the sauce that's making it better. Roasted potatoes with some salt, pepper, and garlic, and some veggies. Veggies like carrots or something is so nice and simple. It is so good if done correctly. So Aka is the reason why brands keep changing the packaging. So he's trying new stuff, buys it. Well, I like experimenting unless I know I'm going to be spending a lot of money. So, for example, if I go to the Chinese store, I felt a little adventurous and I was immediately punished for my adventures. So I will never do that again. When I go to the pizza place, I know exactly what I get. Pepperoni pizza, extra cheese. It's not hard. Could I try the other pizzas on the menu? I could, but what happens if I don't like that pizza? Now I've bought an entire pizza that I have to fucking force down because I hate it. Whereas I know I like the pepperoni pizza. I don't have to try another pizza, right? So that sort of, to me, makes the most sense. But when I go into the supermarket and I see that they have a new bag of chips or a new chocolate or a new dessert, that's cheap as shit. I could buy it, don't like it, who cares? You know, it doesn't bother me. It's not an entire meal. It's just a little bit of dessert. So yeah, I like trying new things unless it's like a commitment, like a meal. That feels too much of a commitment to take risks. Get a small pizza to try it, but then I'm going to have a pepperoni pizza and a small pizza to try it. That sounds like overkill. No, there's only one place I know of in South Africa that sells pizza by the slice, and it's literally called New York Pizza. NY Slice, I think they're called. That's like all of the other places sell a pizza. You order a whole pizza and you eat the pizza. NY Slice is the only one that I know of that literally sells it in slices. Orange chocolate can be great. However, if you aren't prepared, those chocolate oranges are a smack in the face. I make orange chocolate brownies, but they're very mild orange. I don't like orange chocolate at all. As I said, it's the one thing that me and the British will never agree on is orange chocolate. Like, I don't hate the British food in general. I think British food is actually quite banging. As I said when we watched the videos on British food. But orange chocolate is just... No. You should try butter chicken on pizza? No. No, no, no. 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 Why would I put chicken on pizza? I don't like chicken. The only time I eat chicken is when it's in a burger. Or what you guys call a chicken sandwich. But I would never order a chicken pizza. Like, that feels like such a fucking waste. No, fuck me. Tastes like chocolate. Get your oranges, mint, strawberries, and so away from chocolate. I agree, The Vengeance. Only buffalo chicken, bacon ranch pizza. No, I don't like buffalo chicken wings either. Echo has never tried chicken Alfredo pizza. No, because it has chicken on it, and I don't like chicken. I find chicken to be the most boring of all the meats. Why would I eat chicken when I can have steak? No, you can keep your chicken to yourself. Even barbecue chicken. Again, why would I have barbecue chicken when I could have barbecue steak? Or lamb. Or pork, even. You know? There are many things that is better than chicken. Doesn't Nando's come from South Africa? What a shame. Yeah, I don't like Nando's. Blackened chicken? I don't know what blackened chicken is. Chicken korma? Don't know what that is. Bro, the flavor is insane. Nah, it's fine. We don't need that. What's this?
My favourite. Bovril on wheat. You'll know it's veggie when it's a brownish grey sludge. Mushy peas. Hey, wife! We're out of rat paste. Perfect. Nice and black. Just how I like it. No need to put it in the icebox. We like our beef a little warm. Guess what we're having for supper? Muggy onion slop. A little mildew on your turkey is good for a growing boy. Almost forgot the navy beans for a perfect sandwich.
But there were no fucking beans in there? And that's way too much Bovril or Marmite or whatever. Plain or garlic naan, basmati rice, it's the life. So I've only had Indian food a couple of times in my life, and every single time I've had Indian food, I've walked away from it thinking, man, I could have had a pizza instead. every single time. So I don't go to Indian restaurants ever because I could have a pizza instead. Chicken tacos and chicken pizza is worse than pineapple pizza. Well, pineapple pizza is the base pizza. So I don't know what you're saying. What's not the same to board? Duck, quail, goose, chicken, turkey. Is that admittance of a liked fruit? Well, yeah, pineapple on pizza is goated. I should probably say pineapple is my favorite fruit because you put it on pizza and it tastes phenomenal. Why would anyone ruin a pineapple with pizza? Pizza is great because it's so versatile, yet there's only one correct way to eat it. What's the correct way to eat it frozen solid? Non-bread is used as a dip. Of course, it's not a pizza. Don't start with that, Shirako. If you're eating anything besides deep-fried turkey, you're wrong. I've only had turkey once in my life. It was alright. Duck is the best bird. I've never had duck in my life. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. When I look at a duck, it doesn't look like food to me, so I can't have it. I don't know why, but the meat looks dirty to me. Every single time I see people cook duck, I'm like, that doesn't look right. You can call yourself, I've never fucking called myself a farmer except for when we were playing a game about farming. Like, what are you talking about? I am the opposite of a farmer. I would do so badly on a farm, man. I would be fucked. Wild duck is slimy and disgusting. Not a lot of meat. It's dark, foul meat. Called a functional digestive system that helps me break down proteins. Thank you very much. Because you're comparing... Yeah, but it looks disgusting to me. I don't like it. It is what it is. I don't give a shit. Apology video win. Why would I apologize? What am I apologizing for? We were all farmers not that long ago. Well, actually, we were all farmers a very long fucking time ago. And no, we weren't all farmers. Actually, we weren't all farmers. Our ancestors may have been, but that doesn't mean shit. My dad has a farm. Doesn't mean I can farm. In fact, it means the exact opposite. No, Cesius. No. Because when I have pancakes, I want sugar and cinnamon. So, I was once at this breakfast for, I think it was my grandma's birthday. And so all of the ladies in the family made this giant pancake breakfast where they had all of these different fillings in the pancake. And they went all the way out, right? So it started with pancakes, like savory pancakes, so mince and cheese and white sauce and shit of that nature. And then we went into the dessert portion of it, and they brought out the Nutella and banana and caramel treat and all this shit. I had my cousin's wife, because it was at her house, make me sugar and cinnamon for my pancake because I refused to put any of the other shit on my pancake. I was like, no, sorry. Can I get sugar and cinnamon? Because they make all of these stuff, but they don't make the basic one. And she was like, but no, we really thought, like, you know, that's a bit too basic for today. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if it's basic. I want that. That's what I want. I'll make it myself. And then she was like, no. I don't want you in the kitchen. And I was like, all right, cool. Well, then you make it. But I want sugar and cinnamon. And so she made me sugar and cinnamon. How do you have filled pancakes? No, it's not filled pancakes. So it's what you guys would call crepes, right? But it's the pancake. And then you put mince and cheese and white sauce, and then you roll it up. So inside, there's the mince, and then it's wrapped in. So like a tortilla, but just pancake. The fuck out of the kitchen, Akko. Dude, I'm a phenomenal cook. But yeah, she was like, no, this is my kitchen. I don't share it with anyone. So it's like, well, fuck me. Hear me out. Pancakes with Bulgarian cheese are goated. No, thank you. So you are a little Napoleon demanding the woman to make you a normal pancake? Yes. Yes. What? Not a burger, a pancake. Not feta. Cheese is special. I fry up some franks and wrap them in the pancake with ketchup, salt, and pepper on top of it. Oh, we do that as well. But not with... So, again... okay, so you take a Vienna or a frank. That's also fine, right? But then what you do is you get your pancake. Then you take Marmite or Bovril. A thin layer of that. Cheese, the frank or the Vienna, whichever you want to call it. And then a sweet chili sauce. Just a little bit of sweet chili sauce. Wrap that bad boy. The cheese melts with the heat that comes off the pancake and the sausage or the Vienna or the frank. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's, I guess, kind of like a taco, but it's a crepe. It's a crepe that you can do stuff with that probably makes it sort of like a taco, sort of like a burrito kind of thing, but it's still a crepe. And it's soft. It's good. What's the deal with Marmite? Marmite elevates flavor. But a thin layer, really thin. It should just be like an afterthought. Like after you taste everything, you have that little bit of flavor coming through. That's good. I'm amazed that you Americans didn't know that you could do that with crepes. Do you guys not have savory crepes in America? Is that not a thing? It's called fucking IHOP, man. International House of Pancakes. Okay, that's cool. I'm trying to look here. See, this is how our crepes are served normally. So this would be an example of a crepe that has cinnamon sugar inside of it. This is how you would buy it if you went to the store where they make pancakes. This is how they would sell it to you. Rolled up, the sugar and the cinnamon melts inside of the heat that still comes off the pancake. It's almost always wrapped up like this. I'm trying to see if they have salty versions of this. Don't seem to have pictures of it. Well, here you go. You could have that. Looks like some spinach filling kind of thing. You feel remotely full? Yeah, you've got to, like, they're not filling, but they are fucking good. Of this, then it's every pancake. What's this? Oh, yeah, like a cheese, what do they call this? A cheese griller pie. I mean, cheese griller pie aren't bad. Right? Some of them are not great, but some of them are actually really good. So, yes, I will agree with you. Freya, how you doing? Cheese griller pie, not the worst thing in the world. Although, if you make it yourself, you can make it a whole lot better. So, you take the cheese griller in the pastry dough, and then you put just a little bit of sweet chili sauce inside there as well. Beautiful. Once it comes out, awesome. Sausage fucking roll. This is not a sausage roll. Like, this is so not a sausage roll. This is a cheese griller pie. The sausage roll has sausage meat inside of it. This is not a fucking sausage roll, you son of a bitch. Like, stop attacking my culture, Duboard. Stop attacking my culture. This is as South African as it fucking gets. This is called a cheese griller pie. That's a pig in a blanket. It's a cheese griller pie. It is British as it gets. Bro, you think the British are the only ones that have pies? Like, please. Please. There is not a store that sells food in the country of South Africa that doesn't have a pie section. I have never been in a store that sells food in South Africa. I'm talking like supermarkets and grocery stores that doesn't have an entire section dedicated to pies. Oh, we have corn dogs. We call them stokworsies. We have corn dogs. They're also sold. They're really nice. Although we make the batter for our corn dogs very differently to how you guys make it, but some places are now selling the American version of corn dogs. Our batter is closer to a crepe batter than what it would be to the corn dog batter that you guys use. It's basically crepe batter, but thicker. So the ratios are a little bit different, but it's basically that. It's not a hot pocket. Actually, Venderalia, I don't agree that the American version is better. The South African version is actually better. There's nothing wrong with the American version, but the South African version of corn dogs is actually better, in my opinion. I'll see if I can find a picture for you guys. So this is what they look like. So you can see very similar to a corn dog. The one big difference is that the dough is a lot softer. It's a lot softer as a dough. So okay, I don't agree that sausage roll is the best. If I'm gonna be pushed on a pie, like my favorite type of pie, it's either steak and kidney or pepper steak. Like, those would be my favorites: steak and kidney or pepper steak. Another one that I'm alright with would be cheeseburger pie. Is also pretty decent, although it depends on where you buy it. One of those since I was a kid. Wait, you don't like corn dogs? I feel like corn dogs is like just the ultimate snack food. Steak and onion is pretty good as well, but again, it depends where you buy it. So Cesius, you know bootleggers? Do you have a bootleggers close to you? Looks like a dick on a stick. So bootleggers they have pies and they have sandwiches. But bro, go to bootleggers and get a pie from them. Get the pepper steak pie. You can thank me later. That thing is like, normally when you get a pepper steak pie, you get little pieces of steak, but mostly just sauce. Imagine the opposite. There is sauce, but that thing is jam-packed with shredded beef. It is like, it's this big, right? It's like this big, this thick, and it is fucking stacked to the brim with beef. It is good. Like, seriously good. Pretty much all of their food is crazy good. I had a chicken and mayo sandwich from them. You can't eat it with your hands. That's how much chicken is inside that thing. Like, they stack it. It's like bread, this much fucking chicken and mayo, and then another bread on top. Like, they stack that bad boy. Pepper steak pie. You've never heard of pepper steak pie? Well, it's like this. Pepper steak. Mineralia, chicken and mayo is alright. It's not my favorite, but theirs is pretty good. I think you can ask for ciabatta bread, but the one I had was just normal sandwich loaf. I think actually it was sourdough. I could devour that right now. Pepper steak's good. I'll agree with you there, Ploxy. This is a good pie. This is a really good pie. This is the one thing the British got right, is their pies. Because it's steak. You are not ready for the French dry pork sausage artillery cannon? What the fuck? That is a mouthful. What the hell is this thing shooting? Oh, fuck me, okay. Please tell me this guy got hit by it.
Le vrai goût du partage. Debout, debout, debout. Si vous revoulez l'apéro,
That's what French people sound like. That's what you sound like. Just fucking crying the whole time over shit. You guys sound like you're crying when you speak, actually. Servicing their old equipment. But we do have a soup we can eat with a loaf of bread. Yeah, but you always eat soup with bread, no? Sacre bleu. I don't even know what that means. Oh, yeah, we call this a bunny chow in South Africa. Well, it's a similar concept. It's a bunny chow. I don't eat soup. I find soup to be a waste of a meal. Yeah, no, fuck soup. Zurich is the best. This bread looks really good. Fuck, bro. I discovered a place in Somerset West. It's a German bakery, and the lady and the guy who owns it, it's husband and wife or dating, they're both German, from Germany. Her accent's still super fucking German. The dude's family has a bakery in Germany that has existed for 163 years, right? The bakery is like 163 years old. They then came from Germany, moved to South Africa in order to open their own bakery here in Somerset West. So I went there and I got, like, everything is sourdough. So they have sourdough pretzels, sourdough loaves, sourdough everything. Oh my fuck, dude. Probably the best bread I've ever had in my life. And what's interesting is as we were standing there, I turned to my brother and I was like, you know what's funny? My surname directly translated from German. So my surname has sort of adapted over time to a more South African pronunciation. But if you translate my surname directly back into its origins, so we can actually track it. I have my whole family line from like the, I want to say 1600s or some shit like that, but it could be longer ago. But I can track my surname, right? My surname literally translates to baker, and that's because my family used to be royal bakers. So they used to be the bakers for the royal something of Saxony. So my surname literally means baker, or royal baker. And then they came to South Africa and their surname changed over time to be, I guess, better, because it's something, in German, it's something like Fitzer or some shit like that. I can't pronounce it. The letters don't make sense. But yeah, it's like Fitzer is my surname in German, but then obviously changed. Can you make a good bread though? I'm pretty decent at it. I don't like baking, but I'm not bad at it. Specifically spicy with a lot of marjoram. I don't know what marjoram is, but okay. Baker is a common name in the US too. Yeah, but my surname isn't Baker. It's Fitzer or however the Germans fucking pronounce it. And then in South Africa, it's changed to Pistorius, right? So over time, it adapted, but the adaptations actually started in Germany already. So around the 15th century, we start seeing the surname sort of adapt slowly and then go from Fitzer to Pistorius. And then that's the one that came to South Africa and then had 5 sons and shit. So yeah. Now I'm confused what your surname is. It'd be sus if it was Pfizer. Yeah, it's not Pfizer. Fitzer. But it means baker, apparently. According to the family line, at least. That's where the surname came from, because they were bakers, and so... I don't know. I know they were bakers. That I know for a fact. No, you're just talking about oregano. Yeah, that's just the oregano. There's nothing wrong with this. Marjoram is just oregano. Okay, that makes sense. Hey, so as I said, that surname, the Fitcher one, I think mostly died out as it adapted. Right? So as it started to, like, as it changed, mostly that surname has died out. So I'm not sure if it still is a major surname. As I said, you actually see the transition from Fitzer to Pistorius. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure when or why that surname died, because I don't even think that's a common surname in South Africa. And we have mixtures of all places. Pretorius? Yeah, my cousins are Pretorius. Oh, they sell marjoram here. It would appear. Can't go there, but they do sell it, it seems. Sounds like SPQR surname. It's a different flavor of to oregano spice. Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. I basically use curry, salt, pepper, and chili flakes. And sometimes garlic powder. That's my most used spices. Those are the ones that make me the happiest. Now, I want more coffee, but I don't want to make the coffee. What do you do when you want coffee, but you don't want to make the coffee? How do you swing that fucking logic? Fitz, sorry, this one I know. Yeah, it might be that Fitzer became Fitz, or became Pistorius, and maybe some of it became Fitz. Because what I know is, in South Africa, everyone with the surname Pistorius is related to each other. Everyone, because we all come from the exact same ancestor that arrived here in 1838 from Saxony, Germany. But it's obviously not true worldwide, because you also have Pistorius that is from France. So that exact surname also comes from France. So there are Pistoriuses in the world that are actually more French rather than German. But in South Africa, all of the Pistorius is German from Saxony, Germany. And they all come from the exact same fucking dude that arrived here with 5 sons. Yeah, or Oscar is related to everyone. There's a whole Facebook group for us. I was invited by a lady, and it's literally called the Pistorius group, and she actually put together the entire family tree for every single one of the Pistorius and the Pistorius brothers and their entire family tree. Same relation to Paul Kruger. Okay. Did you already react to the new WoW release trailer? Yeah, it should be on the channel, Nixty. Yeah, but Floxy, how am I gonna get Starbucks now? I'm busy streaming. Freya, yeah, it's large. It is a large family tree. It is a very large family tree. I don't know if I don't even know if the Facebook group still exists. I don't have Facebook anymore. Inoki, sorry I've been away for a bit, but wasn't sure. Sad I missed it live. Oh, I didn't react to it live. I reacted to it offline. So you didn't miss anything, Nixty. But it is on the channel if you want to go see my reaction to it. Jay Rizzler, how you doing? Should I go make coffee? I really want coffee. Dude, typing in Pistorius family tree, all that pops up is fucking Oscar Pistorius. Saying, what the fuck? That's not it. Just got a cup of coffee from 7-Eleven and I'm enjoying this motherfucker right now. Yeah, but I can't go grab coffee now because I can get an Uber delivery for Starbucks here. I could do that too, but that's a lot of fucking money just for a cup of coffee. Plus, the Starbucks is a little bit far away from me. So by the time it gets here, it'll be cold as shit. So I won't order coffee from Starbucks. Freya, no. So I went and I bought a plunger. I think it's a plunger. It's a French press. Okay. I should have known by the name that I'm not going to fucking like this. But I bought a French press because everyone in chat kept making fun of me for drinking powdered coffee, right? Saying, oh, that's budget coffee and that's not good coffee. So I say, okay, I'll buy a French press. I'll start becoming sophisticated in my coffee drinking. I hated it. So I'm back on the normal powdered coffee. The one I like is this. And I find it to be phenomenal. It is phenomenal. It is a very good cup of coffee. It does the job. So this is my coffee of choice. Jacobs. In a pinch I'll have Doe Egberts, but I don't like that much. This is the one that I'll drink most of the time. Is this. Jacobs Gold. So good. A plunger. Cool. Now I'll buy a bow and a string. Solar Surfer, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I like this. It tastes better than the French press bullshit. The French press, that just doesn't taste good. This tastes smooth. It tastes nice. I like it. Disgusting. Why is it disgusting? Even a simple coffee powder like that is better than nothing? Dude, this is better than most. Instant coffee, horrible, heretics, pagan. It's not like it is good. It tastes good. And you asked, what is a French press? What do you call the thing where you put the coffee bean fucking shit in, water, and then you push down? That's a French press, no? Ranger, I'm with you. I like instant coffee. Instant coffee is good. It tastes good. Like, don't get me wrong. Would I rather have a cappuccino? Yeah, of course. This here is what I had literally moments before the stream started. I had this, right? So I like my cappuccinos. I have no problem with a cappuccino. But I'm not going to keep buying cappuccino the whole fucking time. So when I'm at home just making my coffee, I like using instant coffee. Yeah, plus it takes a lot less time, you know. With the French press, you have to sit there for 2 minutes and let it fucking soak, and then, man, it's just a lot of work. This one, you put the coffee in, add the milk, boil the water, put the boiling water inside the cup, done. No questions asked. It's all good now. Yeah, I don't drink hot chocolate all that often. I find it way too sweet. The instant coffee I bought was Veilguard, and it tastes like burnt butter arse. Like, here's the thing. Buy this. Buy Jacobs or buy Doe Akberts. Also really, really good coffee. Trust me. You will enjoy it. It is really high quality coffee. It's just instant. And it tastes phenomenal. The problem is most of you buy cheap-ass instant coffee and then you judge instant coffee based on the cheap-ass instant coffee. If you bought proper instant coffee, I promise you, you would not even notice the difference. You would be like, whoa, this is such a good cup of coffee. It's just because you guys are trying to be fancy. You see? That's really the issue here. Because here's the thing. So I thought for a long time about buying a coffee machine, like an espresso maker. And then I thought to myself, wait a second. So I'm going to 3 or 4 times a day, because I drink about 4, maybe 5 of these cups a day. So 5 times a day, I'm going to spend 10 plus minutes making cappuccinos? Fuck no. But no, that's just not going to work. This is much better. Yeah, Recoffee is like, fuck me. You should not be. In fact, if you didn't know, Recoffee is only 60% coffee and 40% I want to say is chicory. So it's not even actually coffee. And then there's also sugar in there to take away the bitterness of it. Coffee nut latte are great in my opinion. You see, Bloxy, now you're being such a girl. I don't mind that girls are doing this, but I do think that it should stop. I hate when people get flavored coffee. It's like, why? Why are you ruining a good thing with flavors? Like, no pumps, no bullshit. Just give me my fucking cappuccino. This is the one thing I hate about going to Starbucks. Every single time I go to Starbucks, they go, would you need any pumps with that? I'm like, what? The first time she asked me that, I genuinely thought, like, I'm having a stroke. I don't know what this question would even refer to. Pumps of what? And she was like, well, flavor. I was like, what? I want coffee flavor. She's like, no, sir, but you can have pumpkin spice and this. I'm like, I just want the coffee flavor. Give me whatever the fuck is the coffee flavor of coffee. I'm here because I want coffee. If I wanted something else, I wouldn't be here. So that really annoys me when they want to know. Rurikon, how you doing, bro? Just get cappuccino. It is the GOAT. Everyone knows this. It's got nothing in my mom. She drinks 4 to 5 of the glass Starbucks frapp. What the fuck is a frappy? I don't know what that is. Why you don't wait? Why you just don't buy a Senso machine? Pad's too expensive. What's that? I don't know what that is. You got your pumps right here. Rurikon, don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me. If you're going to make sexual jokes, you better follow through on it. You see, Nixie, those are the kinds of pumps I can agree with. People saying shit I don't know. Oh, the pod stuff. I had one of those. The coffee tastes shit. I don't like it. So I decided, fuck that. Also, I like having a big cup of coffee. And those pods don't fill a big cup of coffee, so you end up having to use 2 pods per cup. Nah, too much work. Again, instant 1.5 teaspoons of coffee, milk, done. You have no idea how hard I can thrust and pump? Dude, I work out too. But why are you just assuming that in this make-believe world, I'll be the one taking it? Like, I have no problem with you insinuating that you're going to dick me down. I have no problem with that. I can go along with the joke. What I don't understand is why there's this insinuation, just assumption, that I'll be the one fucking taking dick. Why? What about my demeanor suggests to you that he'll be the bitch? Maybe I won't be the bitch. What then? Right? What then? Take and receive, Akko. Fuck that, bro. Dulce gotcha. Or Nespresso. Yeah, I think they're talking about the Nespresso bullshit. Dude, I think. I don't know. I hate Jeeps, maybe. Who knows? You never know. These are life's mysteries. A frappe? A frappe? Frappe is like a more sugar-filled frappuccino. Basically a coffee smoothie. You see, that's bad. I don't like sugar all that much. This got real strange real quick. I'm aroused. Well, yeah. That's what my stream is for, bro. That is what my stream is for. Rurikon, did I send you the link to when the meeting is going to be? Or did I just send that to Sebi? Let me just see. Frappe is fucking ice cream, and anyone who thinks otherwise is delusional. I like it. Yes, I did send it to you. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's when we'll do it. I've told Sebi about this as well, so he'll be around for it as well. Tomorrow's just going to be discussing, the logistics of the podcast, and are we going to start a separate channel for the podcast, which is actually where I'm leaning. Make it its own podcast channel, its own TikTok fucking channel, its own Instagram shit. I already kind of have an editor lined up that want to try their hand. Like she's never been an official editor, but she wants to try to become an editor. So I'd be happy to give her an option, to see how she does. And if she doesn't work out, we can always go with a different editor. As official waifu, if you are planning kinky thing, I need to plan accordingly. Holy shit. Wait, so now my love life is being controlled by stream? There's a lot of pressure on me. I miss the days when we were just talking about WoW lore. That one, the podcast will be more general gaming, but also personality based. At least that's what I'm thinking. But I'll talk to Rurikon and Sebi tomorrow and find out what they want, right? Because it's not just about me. If I'm gonna do this particular podcast, I don't want it to just belong to me. I want it to be sort of like it's mine, it's Sebi's, and it's Rurikon, so it's our podcast kind of thing. I want an OnlyFans drama podcast. The problem is that neither one of us are on fucking OnlyFans. So how are we going to know about the drama on OnlyFans without being on OnlyFans? You have a wife. I don't think it's going to fly you going for research. I'm stingy as fuck because porn is free, so I won't go to OnlyFans. And I don't think Sebi is on OnlyFans either. So who's doing the research to give us the inside scoop on the drama of OnlyFans? It's not being controlled. I just want involvement, and I have to rearrange my non-existent schedule. That's fair. Nick, that is fair. That's a solvable problem. Maybe we can get some people in chat to sign up to OnlyFans for science, so they can give us the inside scoop. Or you could just check out X, I guess. I'll be sure to give Nixie lots of awkward silences and dead air just to make it more challenging. Oh, shit. So what do you want? Feet pics or the full Monty? Aragast, I don't want pictures of anything. Rurikon wants to make a podcast about OnlyFans drama. So your job is to go to OnlyFans and look for drama. Oh shit. You gave me a what game is this, Rurikon? That you gave me a code for? Wayfinder. Why does that sound so familiar to me? It's one of your games, isn't it? Nevin, that's how you doing, bro. It's the kind of games that you like, isn't it? I've only played Darksiders, I think, once. And I didn't finish it. I just played a little of it. So I don't know if I like it. But it's a fighting game, isn't it? Nevertheless, what's the drama about Final Fantasy 14? What happened? Wayfinder is like Dauntless? Isn't Dauntless like Monster Hunter?
Wayfinders. Do you remember the fall? The gloom descended on Skylight. You rallied to protect the beacon, and paid a terrible price. But I have found your echoes in the gloom. Remember who you were, who you are, and return to us. Silo, the Emperor called you a thief and a smuggler, but the people called you a hero. And they need that hero now. Nis, born in darkness, sworn to revenge. Nothing will stand between you and your prey. Senja, the last of the Iron Sisters.
She is a fucking unit, bro. Like, look at this chick. Now, I don't care how masculine you think you are. If this is your girlfriend, you're taking it up the ass. No, she will literally use a dildo on you, and you will be able to say fucking nothing. This is one hell of a unit of a chick. This is like medieval Warframe without the grind. I don't know what Warframe is. Oh, I know. No, I know what it is.
The roar of the crowds. Wingrave, you safeguarded Skylight long before the fall. Give us hope that the light
This guy, look at that dude. Fucking hell.
Get behind me!
Venomous, a child of the maze, a nation of monsters. But in time, you became something even more terrifying. Kairos, you sacrificed your human body to master
this looks
arcane
cool.
power like no other. We need your mind.
Oh
You
man,
fell,
he looks cool
and
actually.
The world was broken. Civilization is fractured. But you can return and give our world one last chance.
This world needs champions.
Okay. This looks really cool. Not gonna lie, this does actually look fucking banging. I think we should play this. Are you excited for the new Warhammer game coming out? Space Marine 2? Yes. Rurikon, have you ever played Space Marine? It's not just drama and employed multiple streamers? Oh, fuck. Okay, so this is a big one. Yep, badass. Love it. Are you gonna play Space Marine 2? All right, so what is going on here? I won the lawsuit. Zeno versus the most despicable Final Fantasy XIV player, Dissolence. Huge drama. This is an hour long, though. Like, holy shit.
Hi, Zemo. I'm your #1 fan. I've been subscribed to you for 3 years. I'm gonna meet you at FanFest, Zemo.
Hi. White women like you make me really glad that Lake and Riley suffered being violently in her last moments of being alive.
He is charged for electronic communication harassment, criminal stalking, and threatened to use a firearm and threaten of violence.
I hope your daughter gets if you have one. I hope your brother gets his skull bashed open by black people.
I will never forgive you.
You know Zeno called me a groomer in his Discord? I swear he did.
Because you yourself are a groomer, and I will prove this. I will prove this. Now, he doesn't know I have this evidence. No. This is something that he doesn't know about.
Zeno, you're sexually active? No, Zeno. I want to have sex, Zemo. No. I want to have sex really bad, Zemo.
I know all about you. I know all the shit that happened back when you were in high school, when you met Katie.
I don't give a fuck about your shitty ass piece of shit redneck client. Again, I hope you get the same way Lake and Riley did.
I know all this stuff.
I'm so lost right now. Like, what the fuck is going on? Who are these people? So this is, I'm assuming, some big dude in the Final Fantasy community that is telling girls they want to do stuff to them. We should probably watch this as normal because I am lost, beyond lost.
Stuff that happened in 2013.
I can call you a rat. I can call you a maggot. I can call you a brain-damaged worm.
I know all the shit that happened in 2015.
I'm gonna meet you at FanFest, Zemo. And when I do, we're gonna be friends forever, Zemo. We never gonna be apart again.
I know all of it.
Stupid, dumb, dirty Anglo-Saxon lick my fucking.
I am gonna hold you accountable for everything. Everything you've done. Okay, here we are. The big day has arrived. For those of you that do not know, I have been in a lawsuit with a person named Lionel, aka Desolence, Howard Moon, and I won that lawsuit. I sued his ass for defamation, and I fucking won. And he owes me thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, he will deny this because he's a liar, but unfortunately for him, I have court documents and evidence, and he was actually handed a court document himself that says he owes me thousands and thousands of dollars. So he can deny and deny all he wants, but I know deep down inside of his frail, fragile little interior, he knows it's true, and he's going to have to pay me. Now, he will say that he refuses to pay me. However, he's not refusing to pay me by his choice. No. He's refusing to pay me because he can't pay me. There is a difference. There is a very distinct difference there, okay? He can't pay me because he is jobless. He is worthless, has no fucking schooling. He has nothing. He literally has nothing. He's so broke. He's such a broke little fucking bitch that he doesn't even have his own phone. He called and threatened my lawyer using...
How does anyone... How are you so broke you don't even have a phone? Holy shit. All right. That is some shade being thrown. Holy crap. All right.
His mother's phone. His mother's phone. This is also proven through court documents and evidence because they fucking traced the number and it came back to Nadine. Yeah, that's your mom, right? Nadine, that's your mom, right? That's her number. Yeah, because you are such a fucking bum that you have to involve your mom in this shit. That is how worthless and vile you are.
Okay.
Oh, I know all about you. I know all about you. I know all the shit that happened back when you were in high school, when you met Katie. I know all that. I know all the stuff that happened in 2013. I know all the shit that happened in 2015. Fast forwarding a little bit to 2017, when you started to attack me and Ember, and then you went back to Katie in 2019. Yeah, I know all of it. I can prove all of it. I have evidence of all of it. And what do you have? Over a year and a half ago, I told you, because you sent me an apology. Now, you can deny it all you want. And I don't care if other people believe me or if they believe you. I don't give a shit. Because what matters to me is that me and you both know that you made an apology video to me and Ember, and other people saw it. I saw it as well. And in that apology video, you admitted to being a fucking psychopath. You admitted to being cringe, and you admitted to being wrong. Now, that video is gone because your channel was since deleted.
Imagine like that being a thing, admitting to being cringe. So far, that is like half the internet right there has to admit to being cringe. Well, okay.
Which for some weird reason he likes to say that his channel wasn't deleted when it actually was. He will lie about literally anything. You apologize to me. Whenever you apologize or expose yourself for being vulnerable or something, you're trying to manipulate the person that you're talking to. I know this because you're a fucking psychopath and you're an incel and a narcissist. That is how your brain functions. I rejected that apology. I will never forgive you for what you did to her. I am going to hold you
What did he do?
For everything you've done. You're not going to be able to escape this. No. See, the thing is, you fuck around and find out. Oh, when you found out, you got hit hard. Ooh, you got hit so fucking hard. You got hit like 5 digits worth of money hard. I have spent the past year collecting evidence and just staying silent. I haven't said a fucking word this entire time. But today,
that is dedication. That is dedication. I don't think I've ever hated anyone enough or cared enough about any situation to spend 1.5 years collecting fucking evidence on it. Holy crap.
I can say whatever the fuck I want because my lawsuit's over. I beat you. I won. Do you guys know how hard it is to prove defamation? It is insanely hard. And able to prove someone defamed you, you have to be dealing with an actual psychopath. Just so you guys are aware, it is insanely fucking hard to prove defamation. And let me tell you this. I not only proved defamation, but I proved that you are a liar. I proved that you don't give a shit about any type of potential victim or anything like that. Okay, so first off, you claim that I have groomed and abused people. And at the same time, you call those people that I have groomed and abused, you refer to them as meat bags to fuck and human fleshlights. You don't care if I'm a groomer or not. You don't give a shit. Because you yourself are a groomer, and I will prove this. I will prove this. Now, he doesn't know I have this evidence. No. This is something that he doesn't know about. He will say that he has not been charged as a criminal. He is lying about that. I have evidence. I have literally court evidence from the Massachusetts website. He is charged with 3 counts. He is charged for electronic communication harassment, criminal stalking, and threatened to use a firearm and threaten of violence. 2 of those counts are 100 days or more in jail. One of those counts is 100 days or less in jail. Now, he will lie and he will deflect. One thing that you guys need to understand throughout this entire proceeding is that he is a narcissist. He is an incel. He will lie and do whatever he can to twist and manipulate things. He will never admit to fault. Even if you have evidence, he will still be like, nah, that's fake, bro. That's fake. He will deny actual court documented evidence as fake. That is just how you do it. You know, if you're backed into a corner and you don't have any way to defend yourself, you just go, I didn't do it. Wasn't me. But we have this video. It wasn't me. Yeah, but we have this actual recording. Not me. Yeah, but you'd literally say this in an audio record. Yeah, didn't say that. I can't even speak. I don't even know how to speak. But we have video evidence. I can't be captured on video. I'm actually a vampire, so cameras don't work on me. You just keep going, not me. I didn't do this shit. I don't know what you guys do. That's based, actually, is what it is. Delusional he is. I'm going to tell you right now, a shit ton of things are redacted because he will constantly make sexual assault jokes.
Clever Eagle, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
He will constantly harass people for different races. He is racist against every race. He's even dropped N-bombs towards me, and he's black. I don't even know how the fuck that makes any sense. But he literally will insult me by dropping N-bombs. Like, this doesn't...
Yeah, but he's black. He's allowed to. Like, they're allowed to say the N-word.
Doesn't even make sense. He is racist. He is an abuser. He is a stalker, and he is a groomer. And I'm going to prove all this today. Here's another one fucked up thing. He used to have this friend, or at least he claimed that he was his friend. And his name was Zachy. Zachy, unfortunately, he took his own life. And at his memorial service, you know, his urn was displayed. This piece of shit, Lionel, someone took a picture of the urn, to like, share to the people that couldn't make it. He got a hold of that picture. He posted that picture on his YouTube video as a fucking thumbnail to insult other people. He took that picture of a fucking urn of his friend and put it as his profile. For whatever reason, he is obsessed with dead people and he loves bringing up dead people. Like, I'll give you another example. I knew this guy from years and years ago. His name was Mark. Now, I was never friends with Mark. Like, I was an acquaintance with him. He was a drummer in another band. This was like, this was a long time ago. This was back when I was like 20. I was aware of Mark. I wasn't friends with Mark, but I was acquaintances with Mark. Well, Mark, he was doing a delivery job, and unfortunately, he was robbed, shot, and killed. And for whatever reason, he keeps bringing up Mark in DMs with me. It's one of those things where, not trying to sound cold, but Mark's death didn't affect me. I hadn't talked to Mark in probably like 14 or 15 years. Was I like, damn, that sucks that he died? I mean, obviously, yes, because he died a really fucked up way. For some reason, he keeps bringing that up, which is very weird.
How do people know these people? Like, the guy's been shot? Like, what the fuck? How do you know? I don't know anyone that's been shot. Actually, that's a lie. My uncle was shot, but he didn't die. But he was shot. He was robbed. And then they shot him. Zafan, how you doing? I'm lost as fuck in this whole thing. I don't know who this is. I don't know what we're talking about. There's a lot of things flying around, a lot of things being said. The thing that I don't like, at least for now, that I will say that I'm not always a fan of is you're starting all of this off on a very attacking his character, like attacking him as a person, rather than just sharing the information and let people come up with their own opinions on things, right? Because, yeah, show us and it'll be great. Was he the one making a delivery and got shot? Actually, from what I understand, he was a delivery driver and then got shot. So maybe they're connected to each other to some extent.
And he keeps bringing up Zaki. And then I'll tell you later on Naomi's testimony that her friend Keegan or something, his mom died or something, and he will constantly bring up his dead mom. That is just really weird and awkward. It's just creepy, man. It's just psychotic shit. Why would you continuously bring up dead people? That doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, what the fuck? So, with all that being said, I have to redact a ridiculous amount of information. Racial slurs, bigotry, sexual jokes, just pretty much anything you can possibly think of. I just want to express to you guys that the amount of negative information that I have on this idiot is overwhelming. So I had to present this in a digestible way, okay?
Fuck
now,
me, that's a lot.
This Google Doc is 9 pages. It's going to be a lot more than that. We're going to watch some videos. However, I'm going to say this. I am not going to watch a majority of his content. His content is all the same in every video. In every video, he will have this weirdo wall behind him where he has taken like just weird shit and pasted it together, and he will just rant. All of his claims are baseless. He doesn't have a single piece of evidence, of actual evidence. You don't have to actually believe anything that I'm saying. I don't care if you do, because everything I'm telling you will be backed by proof and evidence. Well, that being said, let's get into this. Okay, so this is a stream YouTube copy. This will probably be on Twitter as well. This document will expose Lionel for being a sexual predator, a groomer, stalker, and abuser. I have included court documents and first-hand witness testimonies of every claim to prove without a shadow of a doubt who he really is. Any reference to see video is referring to the live stream or YouTube upload. I will continue to update this document as long as things progress. This document, for the most part, will be self-sufficient. However, there will be examples in video form not linked here. Okay, who is Lionel? Lionel, a.k.a.
Here we go.
Pestilence. Howard Moon.
I can't believe we're 11 minutes into the video and I'm finally figuring out who the fuck this person is that the drama is about. Now we're getting somewhere, boys. Now we're cooking. I'm awake. I'm here. Let's go. Lionel, let's find out. No, I don't want to make light of the situation because it actually does feel like this Lionel guy is a fucking asshole and a really bad guy. But I don't know him, right? And I don't know what he did. So I'll apologize later. I won't apologize, but you can think I will. This is not Final Fantasy anymore. It's criminal drama. It's always drama, though. And to anyone, because I already know this is going to happen, if you're in the comment section going, bro, this isn't drama, it's just because you don't understand what the word means. The worst thing in the world can happen. If that thing causes a dramatic uproar in the community around it, it is by its very fucking definition, drama. Drama isn't a word that downplays what is happening. It isn't a word that makes it less than what it is. It's a word that suggests that there is a follow-up outcry or fallout of the initial events that creates a dramatic uproar around it. So please shut the fuck up. If you're going to go, oh, this isn't drama, bro, this is like criminal shit. It's drama, even if it is criminal shit, right? If you have two people that are shooting each other and no one gives a fuck, then that's not drama, it's just crime. But if you have, for example, someone getting shot and then, everyone goes fucking nuts about it, then that is drama. Yes, someone was shot. That is very sad, but it's still drama. Nixty, thanks for the community sub. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Estrogen dealer, etc. Currently is 28 years old, lives with his mother, has no job or source of income, and is completely reliant on his mother to live. Terminally lives online and hides behind computer screens and aliases. To my knowledge, he is also on assisted living. He has outbursts of uncontrollable jealous rage whenever he is not acknowledged, questioned by people he deems beneath him, and when someone has something he doesn't. Example, money, social status, women, popularity, etc. I believe he is an incel and narcissist. He is factually known as an abuser and sexual predator from legal documents such as testimonies and court orders. He stalks, abuses, grooms, spreads the nudes of women he talks to, and harasses people. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, but he likes to take people's nudes and spread them to not only their family members, but also upload them to Pornhub and Instagram. One of them was forced to...
Isn't that a criminal offense, though? I feel like that is an actual criminal offense. You're not allowed to upload someone's pictures to the internet without their express permission. It's not that it should be. I think it is an actual criminal offense, and it should probably be punished very, very fucking harshly. Like, that shit just always disgusts me, bro. Like, I don't care how bad your breakup was. I don't care what the fuck she did to you. There are certain things that she said or did in the relationship, or that he said or did in the relationship, that has literally fuck all to do with the rest of the world. And I'm not talking about abuse. If you were abused, that's a different story. Because more often than not, you're talking out so that it doesn't happen to other people. I'm talking about just, sending nudes, for example. Boys, if you dated a girl and she sent you nudes, what you do when you break up is you delete them. You delete them from your phone. You don't keep them in a cloud folder or anywhere. You delete them. That was meant for you when you guys were in love. It's not yours to spread around. All right? That's just not on. You're just not allowed to do that. Go, everyone. Big platonic smooches. Nixty, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out and also for the gifted subs. Really appreciate you. It's classed as revenge porn where I'm from. Comes with a jail sentence. I'm pretty sure it's everywhere. I think even America has laws against revenge porn.
To get a restraining order placed on him for all of the above, which is Katie. We will talk about her later. I was also forced to get a stalking protection order against him. He used to be a part of the 14 world race scene, but was kicked out due to trash gameplay like missing addles and being a complete fucking psychopath. I have been in a legal battle with him for over a year. I sued him for defamation, and I won. And I plowed over you with no fucking resistance. This is what the fuck I did to you. That is what the fuck I did to you. You know what's funny, man? When I went to FanFest last year, I actually paid $2,500 just to crush that car with that tank so I could put that in this video.
Wow.
That is how confident I knew that I was going to win. Anyway, I sued him for defamation. Ooh. He did not respond a single time. He received all of these court documents, and he did not respond to these court documents a single time. Matter of fact, he thought that these court documents were a joke. Here's another weird thing that he does. He will always assume that people are attacking him or some weird shit when he is the aggressor. That's his mindset. He's the insane aggressor.
Wait. That sort of puts a bit of a spin on this now. So, you served him with court documents. He never responded to... Did he show up in court? Because it is entirely possible, if he didn't show up in court, that he might be found guilty even when he isn't. So, yeah, I would just like to point that out. If you're not in court to defend yourself, I mean, they can say literally whatever they want, and there's literally nothing that you can do about it. So I would say he showed up once and threatened the lawyer, Kick W. Shumi, I'm not going to talk about this guy because I genuinely don't know him, but I will say it is a fair assumption whenever you see a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer of any given size, but specifically the larger ones, that they are a narcissist. And not that, okay, so there's two types of narcissism that we have to talk about here. The one is narcissism, just as it's known, and then there's narcissistic personality disorder. Narcissistic personality disorder is a genetic disorder that happens because of a very specific set of circumstances that a child goes through. Not all children that go through those circumstances will become a narcissist, but if you do have the genetic precondition or predisposition to it, then that will turn you into a narcissist. That is irreversible, right? It's just what you are. You suffer from it, and there's nothing they can do for you. The other is what we refer to as narcissistic traits, or just narcissism for short. And almost every human being has this. You would not be able to function in reality if you did not have some form of narcissism. So this could be something small. So for example, let's imagine that you're in a relationship, all right? And your partner is doing things that makes you feel as if you're not being respected, as if you're not being given the respect that you feel you deserve, right? And then you speak up for yourself. So you tell your partner, listen here, when you do these things, it really belittles me and it makes me feel less than. That is a narcissistic trait that you have, right? It's part of narcissism because it means that you think of yourself highly enough that you don't think it's fair that someone else takes advantage of you. That's perfectly healthy, and within balance, it's perfectly normal and almost required for human beings to live. Because if you had no narcissistic traits, you would probably not be able to live, okay? Narcissistic personality disorder, very different thing. Now, why is it always safe to assume that large streamers, or streamers in general, have narcissistic traits, and probably very high? Because the problem is that those can be fed, right? That's new research that's been done that actually found that narcissism can grow, and we see that growing exponentially now in the modern world. Why is that? If I'm a streamer, and I'm streaming to 1,000 people a day, and all 1,000 people are constantly agreeing with every word I say, how, as a human being, is that not going to go to my head? Right? That is going to feed my ego. And unless I'm very aware of the fact that it's not real, I'm going to become narcissistic, right? I would say, actually, Nevendas, you use Asmongold as an example here. Asmongold would be one of the examples of the opposite of that. Asmongold seems to be very aware of the fact that it's not real. You know, all of the fame, all of the bullshit isn't real. And so that's why you look at Asmongold, he's pretty much always been the exact same way. From the first moments that he started his channel up until now, he's still pretty much the exact same person as he's ever been. Because he's very aware. Another great example would be someone like Shroud. You look at Shroud, for example. There's not a shred of like high and mighty behavior around Shroud. Another person that I would put very much in that space would be Summit1G. Another streamer that you can see. They're very aware of the fact that, yes, they have a lot of viewers and yes, they have a lot of fans, but it doesn't matter. It's not what's real. There's other things that's more real, that's far more important than this shit, right? But then you do have the opposite of that, right? You do have streamers that they sort of embrace the life of celebrity and they try to become more than what they actually are. They try to become these moral superior beings that believe that their shit don't stink. because they're constantly being fed by their audience that they're special. You know, you look at what happens when streamers show up at TwitchCon, you know, and the viewers just freak the fuck out. Oh, I can't believe he's here. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he's here. It's like, well, why? Hey, what makes this guy special? The fact that he manages to hit go live every single day? It's not a skill. Yeah. So, but here we are. At least with actors, there's a skill, right? They are very skilled at playing other people. With streamers, more often than not, they can hit go live. So congratulations, I guess, but fuck me. So I think, yeah, I it's safe to assume that almost every streamer has very much a narcissistic bend to them, and if they allow their narcissism to be fed, it will be fed. Is a genuine real dude. Again, with PewDiePie, you can see the same thing, right? He was always very aware of the fact that the fame doesn't matter. Another person that I don't know them personally, but I do know their girlfriend a little bit. And I know a couple of other people that Nathan, Mr. Beast is another example of a guy that the reasons he does YouTube isn't for the fame, and it isn't for the people that watches him. It's for the videos. So again, his focus is different. So he's also apparently a pretty real dude. But yeah, then you look at all of the other streamers out there and the other YouTubers, people like Rice Gum, for example. I don't know if you guys remember Rice Gum from way back in the day. Narcissist supreme, right? Keemstar, narcissist supreme. Boogie298, massive narcissist, right? These are all people that have made themselves into idols almost, and they've played into this idolization of the audience. Name I haven't heard in a while. Anyone watch Pews collab with Magnus? I don't even know, like, Magnus who.
When people voice their opinion on him, when people are like, hey, you know, call in a fucking lawyer and threaten to sexually assault her 9-year-old daughter, that's pretty psychotic. He will act like that is the end of the world. Now, we'll get to that, guys. I'm going to play those voicemails for you as well, and I'll have the transcript. Basically, he is a big pussy-ass coward. He's just a little bitch. He can talk all this shit. He's all big and bad online. But when you actually approach him from a legal standpoint, he just rolls over and takes it like the little bitch that he is. Not a single time did he ever respond to any of the court documents. And I know his mom is aware. And the reason why I know is because she was handed court documents. And I know she was handed court documents because I hired a fucking civil processing server. What did he accuse me of? Sexually and physically abusing women, being a pedophile, being a groomer, sharing with other people such as Lamatad, holding a woman captive in my own home against her will. These are the things that he accused me of. Now, you would think that if
that's a good Friday
accuses
night.
Someone else of these horrendous fucking actions, you would think that they would go to the police. But instead, you know what he did? Nah, he didn't go to the police. He didn't defend himself in court. He wasn't like, hey, I have all this evidence that shows Xeno's a fucking groomer. No. Instead, he made YouTube videos just regurgitating this horrible information. And on top of that, every single victim that he said that I groomed, he insulted them by calling them meatbags to fuck and human fleshlights. So I'm going to go with the thing that you're full of shit and you're a fucking liar. There is no evidence whatsoever to support any of his claims, and every instance of defamation is not only a lie, but an admission of guilt. Over the span of a year, Lionel or Desolence has uploaded over 115 videos defaming me, lying, spreading malicious, false accusations on YouTube through shorts and full-length videos, and live streams on Twitch. He also spread all of these same false accusations across various social media accounts with the intent of damaging my name. I have collected all of this information, which amounts to over 50 gigabytes of footage and data. I'm going to prove to you and everyone that every time that he called me a groomer, a sexual predator, an abuser, all of those instances, I'm going to prove to you that not only are they not true, obviously, but he himself are those things. His brain does not function properly, and he is aware of the horrible actions that he does. He just doesn't want to accept it. So he projects that action onto another person to try to...
Well, the question is, you've made several accusations here to him being a narcissist. If he is indeed a narcissist, as you claim, then no, he isn't aware. Because as far as the narcissist is concerned, they're not the one doing things wrong. Everyone else is wrong. So, to be aware would mean that you have, in fact, the ability to think about the stuff that you're doing. Narcissists don't have to think about the stuff that they're doing because they literally believe themselves to be gods. So, yeah, it depends. I'm not saying he's wrong here, by the way. I'm not calling him out on it. I'm just saying, if we are to believe that this guy, and from what I've heard, he sounds like a narcissist, but he also sounds like he may have some psychopathic tendencies as well. Now, the problem is narcissism or narcissistic personality disorder will have a lot in common with stuff like psychopaths or psychopathy. So it could be either one or both. But in both of those situations, if he's a psychopath or if he's a narcissist, he would absolutely not be aware of the fact that he is doing these things. To him, everything he's saying will absolutely be true. Not that it is true, but to him, it is true.
Cope with the fact that he's such a vile fucking creature. He projects nonstop. He lies nonstop. That is who he is. And he runs and he hides behind aliases and computer screens. He is a shut-in. This is all he does. He lives terminally online. He is literally the definition of like all of those cliches, right? Like a 30-year-old living with their mom on their computer, typing all that shit. That's literally who he is. And I'm going to prove this to you today, not by my word. You know how I roll. I do not just say something and then expect you to believe me. When I say something, I will have irrefutable evidence to back up my fucking claim. I have never been sexually inappropriate with anyone in my entire life. Everything I have ever done with another person has been legal and consensual. There is no evidence or history of any creepy, awful, or vile behavior. And there never will be because I'm not a fucking psychopath or a criminal like Lionel. He will lie and say that he's not a criminal. He is currently facing criminal charges, which he will be convicted of because I want to know, dude, I want to know how the fuck you're going to say that's not your voice on the voicemails. It's okay. You know what? We'll do a test later today. We'll see if other people can tell that's your voice or not. Yeah, we'll see. Don't worry. I'm going to play them. I am extremely confident in who I am as a person and my credibility. Lionel will constantly bring up the age gap between me and my younger adult friends, saying that I lied about their ages. This is impossible because I do not reveal the personal information of my friends to people online. You know why I don't? Not because I'm ashamed, but because I'm not creepy, because I'm not a psychopath. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I'm not.
Bro, you could clip that out of context so badly. But it would kind of be like, dude, the problem with the world today is you could actually, like, this guy could actually make the claim that you're a pedophile, even when you're not, by simply claiming that the friends that you have are 19. Because apparently in the world of fucking make-believe nowadays on Twitter, if a guy my age were to date a girl that's like 20 or 19, that would be the P word, right? So it is possible that this guy actually believes that. Get canceled on TikTok.
Not going to reveal personal information about my fucking friends. This should not even be a discussion. Are you kidding me? If someone revealed personal information about their friends, I would think that that person is a fucking lunatic. You cannot trust people. Let me just give out your birth date and social security number to this random guy because he's making bad comments to me. What the fuck? He is trying to twist this narrative that because I have an age gap between me and my younger adult friends, that there's some creepy criminal activity going on there, and an age gap is not indicative of any criminal behavior. I am a streamer. I'm a content creator. I have friends from all ages. I have 19, 20-year-old friends. I have 40-year-old friends. I have 50-year-old friends. I stream to literally thousands of people every day. I'm not going to be like, whoa, are you 30? Are you 30? Oh, then get the fuck out of here. You're banned. You're banned. Get out of here. No, I can't talk to you. That's fucking insane, man. Are you kidding me? I can't believe that this person is trying to twist that narrative that just because I'm friends with younger adults, men and women. Oh,
I don't know. The only reason I usually chase the 20-year-olds off is because I can't understand what they're saying. Like, they use words and type sentences, and I'm like, I don't think those are words or sentences that mean anything. That's usually why I'll just say, nah, you're not welcome here. Leave. Not very Ohio, Akko, OMG. But I don't know what they're saying. So what do you want me to do? What the fuck does Ohio have to do with this, by the way? Like, what's going on? Skibidi Riz, Akko, hello? Okay, what does Ohio mean? You seem to be using this the whole time, so what does it mean? I don't know what skibidi or whatever the fuck Giat. I don't know what Giat means. Is FR for real? I'm assuming that means for real. You see, that's why I don't like young people, because they're talking weird languages that I don't understand. I also thought Ohio was just a state, but, you know, apparently it's not. OMG, what? Oh, shit. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate you. Thank you. You're far too kind. You know, the fuck is Ohio slang for good vibe when Ohio is literally the armpit of America? I don't know. Why are you asking me questions about how the young people speak? I am not, as they say, down with the kids. I'm just not. I'm proud of the fact that I'm not down with the fucking kids. Because shoot me if I ever use the word Giat in a sentence or whatever, however the fuck you pronounce it.
There's another thing too. He only focuses on the women. He doesn't focus on the men. I play Final Fantasy 14 and Vermintide with young men as well. Like it's just not women. It's not like I'm just sitting there alone in my room and shit, messaging, oh yeah, this part, yeah, you know what? No, there's nothing like that going on. And he has no evidence to support this claim. He has no evidence to support this claim. No woman or man has ever come forward and been like, you know what, Xeno's been a little creepy lately. That's never fucking happened. Anyway, this is impossible because I do not reveal the personal information of my friends to people online. Also, an age gap is not indicative of any criminal or predatory behavior. I'm a streamer and content creator. Of course, I'm going to have friends and viewers of all ages. Just because there's an age gap does not mean I want to stick my dick in everyone. He is simply trying to twist that age gap narrative into something creepy and criminal. Lionel claims I was inappropriate with my friend Amber for making a sexual joke. He claims I was grooming her at one point. The event he referred to, we both laughed and had a good time, and neither party felt like I was inappropriate, or that it was inappropriate. Absolutely nothing inappropriate happened then or at any other point in time between me and Amber. He also constantly claims that my friend Spudsy is underage. She is not underage. I was not friends with her when she was underage. There is no evidence of any inappropriate behavior between her and I the entire time we have known each other. On the contrary, I have both these women's testimonies that were used in the court case under the penalty of perjury in my defense, proving the opposite of what Lionel claims. Any activity that my adult friends and I have engaged in have always and will always be consensual. He is completely fucking delusional. He is a liar. He also thinks that he won the defamation lawsuit and it was thrown out despite being served a legal document saying that he is ordered to pay me thousands and thousands of dollars. These will be shown below. It's important to know, it's very important to know, that he doesn't actually care if people are or aren't groomers, abusers, files, stalkers, or racist against others. He will attack your character, your self-worth, and attack you over and over until you're left demoralized. This is because he has literally nothing in his life, and to actually feel like he has accomplished anything, he needs to bring others down. He has proven himself to be a racist, abuser, stalker, groomer, and sexual predator from all the witness statements in previous court cases and private messages that people have come forward with. I can prove...
Shui, not quite. So, the problem with the... So, technically speaking, grooming means that you are preparing someone of a younger age to ultimately get into something. Now, this can be something as creepy as meeting a 16-year-old girl, not doing anything, but slowly getting her ready so that by the time she turns 18, you and her start dating, you know, and if we start examining how you spoke to her and the things that went on, we start to realize, wait, you were fucking grooming her, right? But then you can also have grooming at later ages, right? So a guy could meet a 21-year-old girl and you're grooming her. So you're getting her ready for something, okay? But then more often than not, the kind of grooming that we all find very annoying and aware and creepy is when you have guys that will meet very young kids and they'll groom them for stuff, right? So not necessarily for sexual stuff, but for pictures and discussions and all the rest of it. So that is grooming. So it's not the act. The act would be P word, but it's the other stuff, right? That goes, that leads up to it would be considered grooming. So for example, all P words, or a lot of P words are groomers, but not all groomers would be P words because not all groomers manage to be successful enough to get to the point where they would turn into P words, if that makes sense.
prove all of this with 100% certainty through court documents, first-hand testimonies, and my own first-hand accounts. He only accuses people of these things because he knows it makes others uncomfortable and will deflect his own horrendous actions and project his own faults onto other people. Every accusation he has made about me is an admission of guilt. If anything he said was true, he would have gone to the police or defended his claims in court, but he did neither because he is a liar and a coward. He does this to hide how much of an awful, vile creature he truly is.
Wait, Living Life, what do you mean bride and groom? It's basically what they did in the past. How do you mean? Yeah, apparently he's being accused of pedo stuff, right? I don't know yet, like allegedly. That's the accusation here. For instance, like you could, but usually, so if how do I explain it? Okay, so grooming, the best way to describe this would be grooming occurs when someone in a position of power wields unnatural or forced influence over a position that over a person that doesn't have power. This is why it's usually so fucking hard as a streamer to form meaningful relationships with people online. Because as a streamer, you have to be very aware of the fact that should you meet a girl and you two start talking and you two start hanging out and maybe things sort of develop, if stuff goes wrong, she could very easily turn around and accuse you of grooming her, right? So you were the one in a position of power and you misused or abused that power to get her to do stuff that she doesn't necessarily. So you have to be careful of that, cognizant at least of that, because that would be another form, but it's usually it happens when there is a huge difference in power dynamics. That dude has to pay this guy thousands of dollars. But yeah, Living Life. So the couple getting married in English is called a bride and a groom. Oh, but Living Life, yeah, I think it comes from the same thing, although you do get, in this regard, for example, why the groom groomed the wife in order to become his bride. But of course, that's not done as a manipulation or as a bad or an evil thing. It's more just, he courted her. And after courting her, he treated her well enough that she wanted to become his wife. Right? So, it's not the ugly side of it, I guess.
So I ask again, Lionel, you have said all these things about me. Why didn't you say anything in court? Why don't you have any evidence? I think I know the answer to that question. That is because you are a fucking vile thing. You are a liar. You're a coward. And you know that it's not true. I will actually prove that I know that he knows that it's not true. I can actually prove that as well. We'll get to that when we get to the voicemails. He has no evidence, no witness testimony. His evidence to any claim is just, trust me, bro. And in the eyes of the court means absolutely nothing. This was proven when he never not one time, ever defended himself. Even when he showed up to the damages hearing. Oh, he showed up. He actually gave his friends the Zoom call info too. There were people in there. One of their names was like John Groomington. Another was like Groomer Vex. And let me tell you, that didn't look good. That did not look good for you. Even when he showed up to the damages hearing, he remained silent the entire time. Even after the judge called his name twice, I ran him over like the little bitch that he is with not a
Yeah, Cesius, but that's again, so grooming has the bad connotation and then the good connotation. In the case of a husband and a wife, that's the good connotation. In the case of a CEO, grooming an underling to eventually become the CEO of the company, again, a good thing. It basically just means taking someone under your wing and learning them the ropes. Where those ropes lead would be the defining factor between good or bad grooming. From the verb, meaning preparing someone. Yeah, wait a minute, that's actually good. Yes, it means to prepare someone for something.
Single ounce of resistance throughout this entire proceeding because he is very self-aware of his cowardice and lies. Why would you invite your friends to watch a losing court case? I don't know, but they were there and they saw him lose. They saw him lose. Lionel is my biggest fan and has logged more Xeno hours than anyone on the planet. He hates me with every fiber of his being, so why didn't he go to the police with all of this information? If I am a groomer, why didn't he come forward with this during any of the proceedings? If he wants to ruin my career, why not put me in jail? Because he can't. You will never ruin me. You will never cancel me. You will never harm me in any way, shape, or form. You can try, but you will never be able to harm me. He doesn't have anything and never will. Okay. He is a worthless, miserable, vile creature, not deserving of the life that he has. This is the backstory in TLDR. Okay, so before we get into this, I want to state that a majority of you do not know who the fuck this idiot is. And that's completely understandable because he is a nobody.
I would count myself among the majority in this case. I have no idea who this guy is we're talking about. I'm just sitting here listening to you spouting off.
The only reason we're talking about him today is because he is holding a grudge from 7 years ago that he was rejected by both my exes. Yeah, that's right. This whole thing comes down to pussy. This whole thing comes down.
Dude, that's that doesn't mean anything. 90% of everything that men involve themselves in ever comes down to pussy. What are you talking about? Hey, yeah, no one's shocked about that. No one is shocked about that. It's like men have effectively just two things that really matter in this world. The one is food and the other one is pussy. And that's just how it is, right? So it's safe to assume that if men have a problem, it has something to do with a fucking woman.
To women. I'll get into it. In the middle of 2017, I met Lionel through my friend Ember. Lionel was obsessed with her and in love with Ember, or what he perceived as love. He still feels this way to this day. I know you do. Ember wanted nothing to do with him because he's a fucking psychopath. She rejected him, and we got into a romantic relationship lasting over 2 years. As this was going on, he tried to get with my ex, Naomi. She also rejected him. This pushed him into an uncontrollable amount of rage and anger. He could not handle the rejection and still can't to this day. You were rejected by both my exes. You will never live that down. You will go the rest of your miserable fucking vile life thinking to yourself, man, how the fuck was I rejected by not only one, but 2 women from the person that I hate the most. This pushed him into an uncontrollable amount of rage. He could not handle the rejection and still can't to this very day. He began to post any malicious and fictitious information he could to not only smear my name, but also Ember's. This did not work, which made him even more angry. He was hurt, humiliated, and his vile voice fell on deaf ears and over time became more and more irrelevant until he was a ghost. This went on for around a year. He eventually lost focus on us and started his abuse on Katie. We will talk a lot more about Katie later on. At the time, I had no idea who she was, but she was someone he became romantically involved with in September of 2013. They had known each other since high school. He stalked, harassed, and abused Katie for years. He also groomed her and spread her naked pictures to her family and friends while also posting them on porn sites and Instagram. I will be able to also prove this without a shadow of a doubt later through court documents. She got a restraining order against him. After this, he tried to apologize to me. That's right. You tried to apologize to me. And you put on your, oh, I'm so sorry. What I was doing was so vile. You put on your little bitch ass facade that has worked on other people. But it did not work on me. I will never forgive you, and you will be haunted by that for the rest of your life. You will never let it go. You will always hate me for it, and I will never, never fucking forgive you. You can eat shit. Other people saw this apology. You admitted to being a psychopath. You admitted to being cringe. You admitted to fucking being brain damaged, and you were very apologetic. However, I knew it was bullshit. It was complete 100% bullshit. That rejection triggered all the past events and set him into another rage. This happened over a year ago, and here we are today. Okay, now we've read a bunch, all this shit. I needed to basically type out all of this to give you context on what exactly happened. I need to give you context on all of this shit. Now, we will get into the meat. We will get into the shit that you want to see. We will get into all of this evidence that I've been talking about. Naomi, here is her statement. I'll keep this statement short, since I don't really care to waste too much time of my time talking about this hideous, raggedy turd named Lionel, also known as his cringy edgelord names, Desolence, Lord Desolence, or Desolence himself. Or for the Final Fantasy XIV folks, Howard Moon, or his current username, Julian Casablancas. This donkey-faced incel tried to catch me on a rebound after Zeno and I broke up, and I rejected him, thus causing him to snap and relentlessly pester me for years with his unhinged psychotic threats and incoherent ramblings. I completely forgot Lionel existed, except for a few years until he started sending me death threats via my business email over the last year, completely unprovoked. I do not speak to him. I do not speak about him, and I haven't since the day I stopped talking to him. After a year I stopped talking to him, I asked him to never contact me again for any reason. He decided to go against my wish and send me an apology. Oh, let's see the apology. I'm sorry in advance for messaging you, and I promise this isn't an attempt to reestablish contact. By all means, feel free to block me even before you finished reading. I know you have no desire to speak to me after how horribly I treated you and all the awful shit I said to you. I admit that even messaging you to apologize is selfish of me. I wanted to give you a genuine apology for how I acted during the time we spoke to each other. I was going through a lot during that time period, and I acted like a complete piece of shit towards you and said a bunch of awful shit because I hated myself. I'm not attempting to absolve my wrongdoings by mentioning my hardships. A well-adjusted human would never act how I did back.
I just want to say, it is always important to apologize, right? Especially when you've learned your lesson. But in this case, if the girl made it very clear that she never wants to speak to you again, then you apologizing has nothing to do with her. And that makes the apology just bullshit. She asked that you never respond to her again. The apology is unnecessary. She didn't expect an apology. She doesn't want one. So, yeah, this right here gives me a bit creepy vibes. It's just, yeah, it's weird. He's not sorry. This is an attempted manipulation tactic. Well, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about why he's doing it. I'm just saying you can't make the claim here that he's trying to apologize because he feels like he has to. You do not, if someone asks you to please leave them alone, apologizing is not that, right? You just can't apologize there. Type of psycho who tries to emotionally manipulate others. Well, all psychos try to do that though, Nivendas.
Then. A well-adjusted human. No, how about just an adjusted human? Just a normal human. You made a fucking error there. A normal human would never act how I did back then. But the fact of the matter is that I'm not in that camp, and I had and still have a metric fuck ton of inner trauma I need to resolve before I can be. It's fucking hard admitting when you're the problem, but I can't pretend that I wasn't. My way was not the way to be. I get extremely jealous over virtually nothing and convince myself that people are looking to abandon me because of a deeply rooted lack of self-confidence and lash out as a result. It doesn't matter how much reassurance I'm given. It's never enough because all of the issues I have, even if that is true, there's no point in doing anything besides quietly accepting it because I didn't understand that. I said unbelievably horrible things to you because broken broken people like myself try to break others. What a fucking coward. He's trying to blame inner trauma on acting like a fucking psychopath. This is manipulation. He's not actually sorry.
Yeah, this is manipulation, 100%.
Is trying to manipulate Naomi into forgiving him. I'm sorry for behaving like a psychopath. I'm sorry for behaving like a psychopath. The last thing I'd like to impart to you is that nothing I said about you was true. The last thing I'd like to impart to you is that nothing I said about you was true. It's like he types these out and forgets that he did. I know you went through some shit right before you met me, and I know that things like that start to eat away at someone and make them feel disdainful towards the world. Not every human as shitty as I was. I mean, I would argue that you are human. I don't look at you as a human. I look at you as a vile creature, unworthy of the life that you fucking have. That's what I look at you. That's how I view you. I remember you being a little rough around the edges because of all the shit you went through, but you were also funny as fuck and really, overall, really fun to hang out with. Don't let shitty experiences mold you. Anyway, you're free to leak this to whoever and block me. Yo, thanks for giving permission on that. The way I treated you was genuinely among the worst shit I've ever done in my life, and I've wanted to apologize to you for a while, so I'm doing it now. I hope you live a long and happy life. Only for him to continue his room temperature IQ hate.
That is the most creepy fucking apology I've ever seen, because that would be what we would call gaslighting, right? Like, or at least a soft form of gaslight, where you're using it comes across not as an apology for the things that you had done, but as trying to manipulate the person to feel bad about the things that you did, right? Which is not how an apology is supposed to go, right? When you apologize to someone, they shouldn't forgive you because they feel bad about the things that you did. They should forgive you because they genuinely forgive the things that you did. And his apologies just doesn't come across like that. There's apology videos without a ukulele and a song. I'm like that too, Z Vengeance. If you're not gonna do the fucking effort, at least, of learning how to play the ukulele and write a song, your apology is bullshit to me.
A few years later, sending me horrible messages and emails. I would like everyone to remember this, because the next thing I'm going to show you is going to completely prove that everything he said in here was bullshit when it comes to anything apologetic. Becoming obsessed with girls that rejects him seems to be his common theme, since I'm clearly not the only girl he's attempted to torment over the last few years. He spends every waking moment of his life being completely obsessed with me and several other content creators, spewing his heinous word diarrhea on his silly little YouTube in a desperate attempt to be recognized. Lionel is like a budget version of Keemstar and Andrew Tate, but for Final Fantasy XIV. The only difference is they actually have success on YouTube, making the same incel echo chamber content, and he doesn't. To be honest, his poor mother should have checked him into the Grippy Sock Hotel years ago to go get some help for forever meds. Before I show these emails, I'd like to warn anyone that might be sensitive to reading threats of death and sexual violence. Linked here. Anyone that is sensitive to that, get the fuck out now. From Desolence. This Imgur is I'm not going to click on this, obviously. This Imgur isn't too bad. It's just like a picture of a woman with like maggots in her mouth or some shit. It's not like against TOS or anything, but it's nothing relevant. Anyway, that's his mom and your cat. Your cat is dead. Your cat is fucking dead, and you're a middle-aged retarded woman recording joys in your fucking father's house. Okay, you stupid B word. What a worthless... Okay, so you guys get the point. Okay, so you guys can get the point here. This is the other one. Those are linked there. Lionel also loves bringing up my friend's dead parent, and seems to love bringing up dead people and mocking them in general. In addition to all the threats sent to my email, he also found my home address and doxed me when I was live, telling my viewers where I live in hopes one of them would be more unhinged than he is and come to my house to harm me. My full name was leaked from my old donation PayPal link, and he found my address via full name search is my guess. A huge mistake on my part, but I was still fairly new to streaming and didn't know the ins and outs of setting up a proper dono link. Since then, I've been gathering evidence against him and working with police to build a case to protect myself. And since he's a total fucking brainlet, it's been pretty easy to gather evidence against him because of the near constant emails he sends me. He also posts awful Twitter comments on my page under his hundreds of dummy accounts he's made. Having no job or life has afforded him all the time in the world to harass people. I hope this walking can of pussy repellent gets what he deserves. I would love to finally forget that this fucking brainless swine exists and move on with my life. Thanks for reading, Naomi. Thank you very much, Naomi, for giving me that statement. You met him in a way because of me, and for that I have always been very, very sorry. Anyway, that is Naomi's statement. This is the apology. These are the emails he sent. This is him doxing her. On 3/30,
pussy repellent, only fuck.
Messages to users in the Twitch channel, full private detail.
But how do you know if like maybe you're not the pussy repellent? Because not every girl writes a statement like that you can read and go, oh, that explains things. Like, holy shit. What an insult. I give that insult at least a 10 out of 10. Like, fuck me. That breaks a man. Like, you're not just an incel. You're not just an asshole. You are literally a can of pussy repellent. Oh, crap.
A picture as well as typing information into the live chat. Timestamp is USEST. This is him on Twitch. Later in this video, I will go into more of his accounts. One of his accounts is fucking hilarious because it is literally called human_sadness. That is one of his accounts. How appropriate. That account is banned. let's see. So obviously this is her full address. It's been redacted. He will later in the video say that he does not promote his YouTube channel, which is a complete fucking lie because as you can see, he's promoting his YouTube channel. Just check 4chan. He's been going apeshit on 4chan because for some reason, dude, imagine this. Imagine needing credit. Like, okay, imagine wanting to be justified on 4chan. That is how fucking pitiful this guy is. And the people on 4chan, there's even people on 4chan that are like, holy fuck, you're crazy. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, not even 4chan wants you. No one wants you. Attached YouTube link sent in messages. Video was made private at some point.
I always love when people shit on 4chan. I know it has nothing to do with the video, but I'm still going to go off on this. As if 4chan is this really terrible site. When it really isn't. 4chan is what makes it special is the fact that there are no logs or records of anything that's been done or said. The 4chan moderators are still very good at protecting people's privacy and not allowing like really criminal behavior. For that, you have to go to places like Kiwi Farms and shit like that. But for 4chan specifically, it's usually where people go to leak stuff because it's not a Reddit post. You can't go there with the Wayback Machine. No. Massey, there's no 4chan archives. That's what I'm saying. It's not like Reddit and the other sites where there are archives. On 4chan, there aren't. Right? So if you write something, it's there for a short while and then it gets completely wiped from the internet. So it's a good place to leak stuff if you don't want that shit coming back at you. That's why quite often you will get you will get legitimate leaks off of 4chan because that's pretty much the safest place to leak it without being caught.
Point as of 6/7/2023. It has been made public again. Video was once again made private sometime before 6:30. Attached image link sent in messages, which is this. Obviously, this has been redacted. Lionel's Twitch account is Desolence himself, was suspended or banned site-wide on twitch.tv later. Yeah, you can thank me for that. You can thank me for that. Because right when I found out your fucking Twitch, and I will say this, you did stream on that Twitch a couple times. We have those videos, but I don't think you do. Yeah, I don't think you do, but we do. I messaged my partner rep and was like, hey, this fucking psychopath is doing all this shit. And he was like, nah, I got you. And boom. So you can be mad at me for that. Oh, that account got banned for doxing. His new account. Yeah. So this account right here was banned for doxing. The one that I got banned was Human Sadness. Preventing him from using any of the chat or messaging features. Twitch does not publicly disclose the duration or reason for the suspension or ban. Doxes Naomi Discord attack. Lionel had joined the community Discord server the same day just prior to doxing on Twitch TV. He was posting not safe for work images and personal information in the Discord channels. Discord server and Twitch channel moderator banned the Discord account and scrubbed the server of 132 messages to prevent the community from seeing it. The logs were unfortunately not documented or logged properly. Lionel's description of the event, the mod's description of the events was the directly message me to via Discord. But he posted pictures of a dead girl, spam Naomi's personal.
Man, I'm finding it. The thing is, I'm finding it very difficult to keep up with any of this because I genuinely don't know anyone in this video, right? I don't know who this Lionel guy is. I don't know any of the girls. I kind of know Zeno a little bit because we've reacted to videos of his in the past, but I don't know shit about any of this drama. It's very difficult for me to follow this. Is that a third-party website and only for B? What do you mean?
Picture was the thing that he sent Naomi in the previous email, at least to my knowledge. Some barista ASMR video in the last message he typed before I banned him was at Naomi and telling her to K herself. Local police departments were contacted the day of the initial incident. Included images of the date, joined the server, as well as the logs that remained of his behavior in the Discord server. Desolence Discord user ID. This is more Discord shit. Member banned. He loves to make multiple accounts. And he loves to spam. More Discord shit. Being banned. Oh, this is nice. 5/28/2023. A Discord account that was in the server was attempting to friend request Discord ID. Your cat is dead. I wonder who that could be. I wonder who your cat is dead could be. Huh. Let's see. YouTube attack. YouTube attack. Only shared Discord was Zenosis, which had joined his server 2 days prior. Twitter states Massachusetts residence. Also makes mention of telling people that is where he lives in Massachusetts. Telling people if they have a problem with him to come to Massachusetts. This is his YouTube, which he claims he does not advertise or whatever. I would.
Yeah, okay, Massey, but you're missing the point, right? So first and foremost, is there people who would set up websites to scrub 4chan and then post those on forever archives, for example? Yeah, obviously that's going to happen, right? Because it's the internet, it's free, you can do whatever you want. But even with those archives, so even with the post that you have, 4chan doesn't have profiles. It doesn't have accounts that you create. It's all anonymous. So even if you have that scrubbed information, you still won't know who actually sent the message originally, who wrote the message. That's why most people use 4chan to leak stuff, because it coming back to you, unless the company did some wild shit by only leaking the information to you, is almost impossible. It's not that I'm getting bored. It's just that I'm finding it very difficult to keep up. Like, I don't know the people in this video, so it's very difficult for me to keep up with what the drama is here. Like, drama is almost always better when you know the people that's involved in the drama, because I have an actual opinion. For most of this, I have no opinion, right? I'm just sitting here watching the same as you guys because, well, I don't know what this actually is, so I'm just giving my opinion on the things that I sort of feel is important for me.
Imagine this is a video. Video renamed 672 will perish in her mother's house. I'm sorry, Layla, if you're watching. I have no idea why your fucking FF Logs is on here. He is a psychopath. I have no idea why you were even on here. But if anybody is wondering, Layla has absolutely fucking nothing to do with any of this. He is just a crazy motherfucker and happens to have his FF Logs page up, which I have no idea why. Anyway, this YouTube channel right here was banned. He remade one, and I'll get into this later, but it was actually fucking hilarious because when he first remade it, he started to use a voice changer so that people wouldn't know that it was him. And let me tell you this, his voice changer was so fucking bad, it didn't sound any different. Like, no different whatsoever. This fucking idiot tried to use a voice changer so that people can recognize him. And this same guy that used a voice changer on a YouTube video did not use a voice changer when he sent my lawyer death threats over the phone. What in the fuck is wrong with your fucking brain? You idiot. Like, I can't make this shit up, guys. I'm going to show you all this. Okay, here's another YouTube attack. Let's see. Video uploaded 5/13. Timestamp to 1 hour, 27 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, focusing on personal life. Remember I told you about the weirdo wall? This is one of them. He has multiple. So his videos, 99.9% of his videos consist of this type of wall, and he just talks over it. That's all he does. That's his big evidence, is he thinks that by making this, like, weird collage of things, that is, like, irrefutable proof. Anyway, Naomi Zero is yet another permanent NEET that will likely die in her father's house, much to her parents' disappointment, has to listen to his autistic daughter flail around in her room pretending to swim on VR chat with people who she's going to be masturbating with later on that night, which is really fucking hilarious because he himself is a NEET, and my inside sources tell me that you smell like a person that sits in their room and just jacks off all day. Now, I'm not going to reveal the source of that information, but I'm going to choose to believe that information because the source who I heard that from met you in real life multiple times. But anyway, that's later. I just want to slip that cheap shot in there because he knows it's true. This is all of his content, guys, so you're going to have to forgive me if I skip over a lot of this. Your parents hate you and Keegan's mom is dead, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, we get it. Okay. That is a majority of his content, so as we progress throughout this video, I'm going to
are
be
people watching
more
this?
the same regurgitated information over and over again. Let's see. Can't, you dumb bitch sitting there wishing for Ember's death because you're mad at a streamer who got told that your pussy wet, threw away, you got another. Okay, so as you can see here, guys, like him, if I don't coo at him, that's what you used to say. Remember that? I know you remember that. Now, keep in mind, what was that you said? The last thing I'd like to impart to you is that nothing I said about you was true. Okay, so this is an alt account that he has. I'm not going to read all of this shit. Obviously, this is him. You look like trash, you chinless, thin-lipped dog of a human. I hope Keegan's mother. Okay, so I'm just going to scroll through this. If you want to take a look at all this garbage, you can. That's fine. I have already seen all this. I don't care to see all this. This is just fucking more vomit and everything. I am going to link it in case anyone is curious. It is also in the Google Doc. How can a grown-ass man be so chronically online? Yo, we're just getting started. This is the first person. We still have all this shit, guys. We still got all this shit. Okay, so that is Naomi. Thank you, Naomi, for not only helping me with this, but also providing...
Can I ask, do you guys actually care about this? That's a lot. I thought we were close to the end. Like, that's a lot of things, though. Because the whole world is being harassed. Like, this to me is just like, I don't know what the fuck to do with any of this, because so it's a vile dude. I agree. I don't know what else to say. It's a vile dude. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks for suggesting it, but I'm not going to finish this. I'm sorry. I can't. Drama is fun when you're sort of involved in it, or not involved in it, but you know the people that's involved in it. I don't know anyone here, you know. So for me, this is just learning about bad people doing bad shit. And I'm sure for people in the Final Fantasy community, this obviously matters a lot. But since I don't find myself in the FF14 community, I really don't have anything to say. For is what's this? Oh, it's just an AI-generated video. I'm not going to watch that. Final Fantasy pre-shows you react. But that's another long video. That's another 46-minute video. Profile. Like, it feels like too much now. I don't want to be a dick to you. but it feels a little too much to me now. I don't know if I can sit here for 46 minutes reacting, because it's not just 46 minutes. When I react, that's going to be a 2-hour reaction. And we both know that that's true, because that's how all my reacts go. Tell me quickly, what's the like content? I'm talking to you. That's content. No? What's the TLDR of Preach's video? Have you had the new Fallout 76 expansion that launched yesterday? I heard that there's a new one. I don't know. Furious.
Durotar is the adoptive homeland of both the Orcish clans still loyal to the Horde and Darkspear clan of trolls who hail the Horde banner in Kalimdor. The primary capital of the Horde faction, Durotar was given its name by the great war chief Thrall, who dubbed it.
Wait, did he just say the primary capital? Did he say Orgrimmar is the primary capital? Or did he say Durotar is the primary capital? What the fuck's going on? I think it is AI.
After his father, Durotan. Durotar lies on the eastern coast of Kalimdor. It borders the Barrens to the west, and the coastal lands of Ajara to the north. The land of Durotar is rocky, and the soil is cracked and red, not unlike the Orcs' homeland of Draenor. The land has many crags and canyons, where various dangerous creatures take residence. It is a harsh land to survive in, with its desolate, dry heat, and the vegetation and freshwater access is sparse. The Orcs, however, see a harsh beauty in the land that reminds them of their home world. Durotar is a proving ground for young Orcs and trolls who wish to adventure across the world. In doing so,
yeah, that answers it. It's definitely AI. There's some things I guess that it still can't really do. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that it does look decent, but my problem with AI art is it always looks soulless. You know, there's no personality to this. I haven't looked at anything they've shown here and went, wow, holy crap, look at that. It's just like, oh yeah, it looks fine. It doesn't, I don't know why that is, but it doesn't seem to be capable of capturing soul, of capturing that thing that makes art special, that speaks to us. Murgas, how you doing, bro? There is a reason the Emperor chooses not to use AI. True.
They leave behind any mercantile or city life, which they can find in the scattered settlements and towns across Azeroth.
You see, like this, imagine if this was that, like, you've all seen the videos with, like, Unreal Engine, where the dude puts a shit ton of hours in recreating Orgrimmar in Unreal Engine, and you look at that and you go, what? That looks phenomenal, right? Or you see someone that painted Orgrimmar or Durotar, and it takes your breath away, you know? But then you look at this and it's not spatial. You know, I don't know, it just doesn't speak to me.
These aspiring adventurers are sent to the Valley of Trials to complete several rites of passage before they are considered fit for the challenges that lie ahead. They prove their strength against local wildlife and glean arcane knowledge from an alcove of the heretical demon cult, the Burning Blade, which has sprouted several sects across Durator's canyons. As the new homeland of the Orcs, the site of the Orcs' principal city of Orgrimmar can be found in this region. Behind these walls, the Orcs find refuge from the hostile new land in which they inhabit. However, whispers of demon worship have taken root in the bellows of the city. Deep underground, the Burning Blade cult threatens the stability of the Orcish way of life and the very sovereignty of Durotar. Many believe that the war chief is aware of the Burning Blade's existence. Rumors have spread that the war chief refuses to take action in the hopes that the cult's members might slip up and lead to higher-ranked demons. Demons who pose an even greater threat to the Orcs' new home. Either way, the dark powers emanating from Ragefire Chasm could undo all that the Orcs have fought to attain, and remains as a constant reminder of harsher times, when the Orcish horde hailed darker masters.
Roaming Firebat, take care of yourself, bro.
Trolls of Durotar also seek refuge from troubled times. Their homelands of the Echo Isles, overrun by rebellious tribal leaders. The Dark Spear clan now takes residence in Sinjin village on the mainland. Together, the Orcs and Trolls find themselves united in conflict, from encroachment by a host of malicious factions.
I wonder if is the voice AI as well, or do you think the voice is an actual dude? He just used AI for the video stuff.
This includes Centaur raiding parties, invasions of Quilboar, and even the Alliance's naval strength under direction of Kultiras. And while danger lurks in Durotar, the inner region has become something of a haven for all Horde races and factions. Its existence deep within the borders of Horde territory makes Durotar one of the most stable regions under the War Chief's control, despite the host of enemies, from beyond and within.
So it's all AI. I mean, it's fine. Like I said, it lacks soul. But what is scary is where we are already. Like, there's going to be a point where we're not going to be able to know what is what anymore. Like, you and I will not be able to figure it out. No, they didn't, Cesius. Are you being for real? They rebranded as Apple Intelligence. Fuck, man. I really hate Apple. I can't explain to you. Words cannot express my deep-seated hatred for Apple. Oh, I really do not like Apple. I mean, were they 5 packs of cigarettes a day, maybe? What are you talking about? I think the dude had... Oh, the AI's voice was pretty good. The voice was pretty decent, actually. In my opinion, at least. I mean, there's no way of really, like, knowing, but at least to me, it seemed like a very decent voice. It just scares me that this is where we are already. And... Can you imagine where we're going to be in 10 years from now? Or to the point, it almost looks like a real short film shot with real actors walking around. Niggas better, but this is what bothers me. What happens when we finally get to a place where you can no longer tell the difference? It is so perfect that you can just not tell the difference. I dislike AI, Apple so much. Apple Intelligence. Like, just shut the fuck up, Apple. Like, oh man. Why must they always try to be different? Even just not really. Like, you can see in this video as well, there's things that kind of give it away still. There's things that it's still, you see it and you go, oh, that's not right. But we are obviously moving at some speed. Now, I do think it's going to be helpful. I've often thought about maybe incorporating AI into the YouTube videos, right? So there's oftentimes stuff that I'll talk about that there's no game footage for. We wouldn't be able to find footage because it hasn't happened in the game. And then it would be super cool if you could actually use AI to make that footage. Because, I mean, it would be very fucking difficult to find someone that can actually draw that shit, obviously. Kinidra, how you doing? This is a question I have walked into today. Kinidra, well, it's pretty much all retarded all the way down. As I said, it's a problem with laziness. Yes, some people put a lot of effort, but in most cases they go, okay, this is good enough instead of really pushing it. Yeah, but then you're still doing a lot of work, right? Played a lot with AI, and I can tell you, you can get some crazy realistic stuff. Wrote that so wrong. Sorry. Don't apologize. I mean, I still understood what it meant, Kunidra, so we're all good. Don't worry about that. Such clever, even if typical marketing from Apple there. I hope that Apple eventually dies out. Like, people just realize Apple is bullshit. And just switch to... Considering getting a Mac Mini, provided I can make money from it. Why not just buy a PC, bro? Why do you need a Mac Mini? Just get a normal PC. I need to pee again. And then I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Okay, but Cesius, then make your money off of your fucking PC. Like, don't get an Apple. Don't support them. I have no problem with Apple existing. But the thing is, Apple has become a company that takes advantage of their name in society without necessarily living up to that name. And that's my big problem with Apple. So if you could refrain from supporting them until such time that they realize that, oh, wait, we should probably not be dickheads, that would be great. You know, I would really prefer that. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee, and then I'm going to go grab coffee, and then I'll be back.
Maybe that'll learn you to keep your big mouth shut.
I am back. Oh shit, Patlin, 25 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Patlin, how you doing? Who need such paper than motivation? Living life, what do you mean? Patlin, I'm very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. I am debating whether or not I should bore you guys a little bit more with something that I would very much care about, but I think most of you guys wouldn't care about it at all. Or if I should be a good streamer and focus on the entertainment value of the stream. Alright, great. Yeah, we can absolutely do this. Whoa, Massey, Massey, like, can I just ask, where did that come from? Like, just completely out of left field, you start attacking me for no reason. Like, what did I do to you, bro? It's just like that. Like, what? Wow. Wow. Let's just ignore the fact that I'm a human being with actual feelings and emotions. It's fine. But alright, so Pyromonster had this post, and I've been asked by the Grey for almost a week now to react to this post. I feel like I've blue-balled him enough, and now is time for us to discuss this. So we'll go through the post, and then I'll give you my thoughts on this post at the end of it. So, Pyromancer, I think that bringing class order halls back is a popular request, but I think we should take it one step further. We should decouple the campaign story from the Horde Alliance experience. That isn't to say the faction should cease to exist. Faction identity is important, but instead, we, the player, would work for a neutral faction by way of the class order halls. What this would mean is that every class would have a slightly unique leveling experience with a cast of characters unique to that class. This would encourage multiple playthroughs and cement a strong class identity. It would also give life to a new cast of characters instead of relying on tired and familiar faces. The class orders themselves should also largely be revamped. Paladins, for example, should not be the Order of the Silver Hand. That's a big old feel bad for Sunwalkers or Blood Knights. Instead, it should be a brand new order, call it the Coalition of Light or something, I don't know, that brings all these disparate factions under a singular banner without compromising their individual identities. Then, through your personal class campaign, which would run concurrently with the main campaign, you could explore different beliefs within your own class. You could learn how the Tauren view the light, how the Forsaken do, how the Earthen do, how the Draenei do. Blew a pipe in the street to delay this. I can only apologize. And other class orders need an absolute massive revamp. Warriors, for example, desperately need to be decoupled from Odin. I honestly think the Brawlers Guild would make a lovely order hall for them. People who love fighting for the thrill of the fight. Hunters also need something more lore critical. There are so many amazing and cool hunter factions between Tauren, Troll, and Night Elf. True Shot Lodge genuinely didn't need to be fabricated when so much opportunity already existed in current lore. TLDR, establish and revel in class identity and class fantasy. Don't be afraid to make the living experience look and feel different for each class. Move us away from faction-centric characters and let the faction exist within the world decoupled from our personal identities. Making faction loyalty a player choice. Support, build, and develop a new and robust cast of emerging characters that will become iconic to their respective classes. Embrace and explore how different cultures view the different classes, opening doorways to future customization and possibility. This is Editor J's post, so if Twitter hates it, blame him and not Pyro. Okay, so let's talk first from just a pure gamer perspective. I would love this. I have said this in the past myself. I've spoken about this to great length, actually. I think I made multiple videos on this before. talking about how class overhauls can absolutely be implemented into the game to make the game a lot better than what it is currently. For no other reason, even if you wanted to remove all of the lore reasons and all of the cool reasons for doing it, you have these class overhauls that is currently just sitting there, you know, and they were designed, they were developed, they were made. Why are they just sitting there? Why are we allowing resources to rot when, you know, they don't have to? They were a really cool part of Legion. People loved playing through that in Legion, and it does afford you the opportunity of creating class-specific quests in, for example, you know, lull times of a patch. So this is where we get into maybe more of the meat and potatoes of what is being said here. So I always like to do two things, right? So the first is my lore Coomer brain that just thinks that Blizzard has an unlimited amount of man hours, an unlimited amount of money, and can do everything that I hope and dream they will do every single time of the day. And that brain loves everything that was said in this post. But then I also have to balance that with the reality of game design. And the reality of game design is that if every single expansion is going to come with a brand new, updated, simul type of questing experience, and when I say simul, I mean like what's the word I'm looking for? It's simultaneously, but there's another way of expressing that. I can't remember the fucking word now. Sorry for that. But where it runs alongside each other, let's use a more basic version, I guess, but runs alongside each other, not similar, no. But runs alongside each other. That would be awesome, but it would be almost impossible to do. From an actual parallel. The Grey, thank you. Thank you. And no, it's not Alzheimer's. It's not like Biden, because I know that I didn't remember the word. Alzheimer's is when you don't even know that you don't remember the word and you just spew some random bullshit out and think, that's it. I've just explained it. That's not where I am, right? I knew I didn't remember that word. That's not Alzheimer's, bitch. But all right, so a parallel storyline would be cool, but it would not really be factionable. Like, trying to do that would cost you so much money, and it would really add months, if not years, to the development cycle in order to try and get that out, that it can just not work. So instead, what I would actually bring into it would be I would say, the same way that we have these experiments now, like Mop Remix, and for example, the booty, plunder booty that we had. Imagine if that team can also, during sort of the lull times of an expansion, bring out massive, insane content for the classes, right? Dungeons that's specific to classes. So you can only do this dungeon with members of your class, and it makes something really cool happen when it's like 5 rogues and there are 5 warriors and there are whatever, right? So just do some cool, crazy shit for the classes specifically. I think that's something that people would really enjoy, and specifically, you know, it being in the game would be crazy fun for people. But I do agree that World of Warcraft needs to get rid of factions, but not the identity of factions. In fact, I think what we need to do is we need to strengthen the identity of factions. And the only way you can ever do that, okay. Up until right now, how does factions exist in World of Warcraft? They're forced. You don't really choose your faction. In fact, most people don't choose their faction. They choose the race of the character that they want to make, and that race then locks them into a faction. It used to be, back in the day, people chose their faction and then would choose a race within that faction, because faction identity was a big thing. But that has sort of disappeared over time. A lot of it is Blizzard's fault. I've gone over this a million times. I'm not going to rehash old content again here, but it's done. It's over. People now choose the race, and the race just sadly locks them into that faction. So they don't really care about the faction. How do you bring that back? By making factions optional. Or freeing... no. By making factions... man, why am I struggling to remember things today? It's not optional. Optional is not the right word for that. By making factions... Guys, what's the word I'm looking for? Not appealing, no. The opposite of mandatory, effectively. Giving people choice. Right? Allowing people... Preference! Yes, by making factions a preference, you will ultimately help strengthen faction identity. Because now, I'm not a Horde player because I happen to love Orc. I'm a Horde player because I happen to believe and associate and identify with the ideology of the Horde. And that's another thing that needs to... It wasn't said in this post, but it absolutely has to be said. If you're going to do this, you need to build a hardline foundation of ideological difference between the Horde and the Alliance. They cannot be what they are right now. Because right now, the problem with the Horde and the Alliance is because of decisions made by Blizzard over the course of many, many years, the difference between the Alliance and the Horde is basically non-existent. Like, if I were to ask you, name something the Alliance believes in that the Horde is diametrically opposed to. By anyone in chat. What is something that the Alliance holds dear that the Horde absolutely opposes? Nothing. The Alliance and the Horde agree on literally everything. Most of the differences between the Alliance and the Horde tend to be forced. You know, it's sort of like a loosely... there's a loose difference in application, not really in belief. And that is problematic, because that's not how it was back in the day. Back in the day, the Alliance and the Horde had very real differences between one another, and there was a very big divide between these two organizations. And I feel like that needs to come back, and the only way you're going to bring that back is by making factions optional and preference-based rather than mandatory and locked in based on the race that you play, and then also building this divide out so that if you choose the Horde, you are actively choosing a specific faction that believes in a very specific way of governing and saving Azeroth. And if you choose the Alliance, you are choosing a faction based on a very specific way of trying to save Azeroth. And I feel like that needs to be important. I mean, obviously, the Horde and the Alliance aren't going to be aligned along racial lines. So you might actually end up with someone like Bane joining Anduin and the Alliance because they believe in Anduin. So a good example would be the Light. The Alliance has always had a sort of unnatural and uneasy relationship with the Light, where the Light does form a basic foundational relic of the Alliance. Whereas the Horde doesn't have the same thing. The Horde is very much more ancestor-based almost, but, you know, a lot more blood and honor, you know, a lot more just warrior might and strength rather than, you know, the light and being guided by the principles of the light. You could probably also argue that the Horde was pretty much very much more a Darwinian society where it was survival of the fittest. This is why they had things like Mak'gora, and to this day they have Mak'gora as a genuine way of solving problems. Whereas the Alliance are far more refined and believe in justice, and they have a king, so the king can guard over disputes of whatever kind. So fundamentally, The Order and the Alliance used to be ideologically very, very different. That's gone away. You have to reintroduce that so that people make that choice and know what choice they're making. That does not mean that people can't play together, because of course they can. You know, just because we disagree on exactly how the world should be saved doesn't mean that we don't want to save the world, right? And there should be mechanisms in place. The one bad thing about this post, and as much as I love all of this, I don't think this will ever happen. And the reason I don't think this will ever happen is player base. I don't think that there are enough players in World of Warcraft that actually give a fuck about lore to make this happen in any way, shape, or form. Now, I might be wrong. Maybe there is, but this seems like a very lore-centric request where we really want the lore of World of Warcraft to be celebrated, when in reality, most players just want to do dungeons and raids and probably don't even watch the cinematics. So what do you guys think? Would you like to see what I just discussed and what Pyro and his editor just posted there? Or do you have a different story? Do you have a different opinion on it? The thing is, there are not many people care about lore, and I don't think it has so much to do with the storytelling of WoW. Because if people actually cared about lore, if the majority of people actually cared about lore, then games like Star Wars: The Old Republic and Final Fantasy XIV would have absolutely destroyed World of Warcraft by now, because both of those games are far heavier on lore and story than what World of Warcraft is. The fact that neither of those games come even close to World of Warcraft's player numbers suggests to you that the overwhelming majority of MMO players don't play the game for story. They don't mind the story, and some even like the story, but that's not their main driver of play. So then, by that point, it doesn't really matter how good your storytelling is. The overwhelming majority of players are still not going to play the game for story. And you can already see just how this could also be annoying for someone that just wants to get to max level, right? Because you're adding a shit ton more quests to the game, and they just want to get to max level. Most people in the WoW community don't care about lore and would rather have Blizzard work on gameplay stuff. Tenzin, yes. I think the right answer, though, is you have to work on both. As much as it's true that most people in WoW would just like you to focus on gameplay stuff, it's important for any MMO to remember that every player base is important. Yes, sure, you can make the argument that 80% of the WoW player base don't care about story and just want to raid and do dungeons and PvP, but that still leaves 20% of the player base that likes the lore. Right? And you should still offer them a good enough experience that they don't feel like they're being shortchanged. And I hope that the War Within will absolutely do that, because up until this point, it feels like the War Within is definitely leading there. Right? I am super hyped for the War Within. Yeah, I see that too. Well, the Tricker, how you doing, bro? I see that too in my reaction videos to those two things, to those cinematics. In my reaction to both of the last World of Warcraft cinematics, I thought, to someone that cares about lore, those were phenomenal cinematics, because the reveals of lore in those cinematics were incredible. The amount of comments from people going, "This is fucking yawn, what's going on here?" was just like, what do you mean this is yawn? This is mind-blowing shit. Like, how can you not like this? But yeah, for most people, they want to see, you know, they want to see people fighting and beating the shit out of each other, because according to them, that's what makes a hardcore cinematic. But words can be hardcore. And if you go back and you listen to the things that Xalatath said, that's hardcore as shit. I don't think it's necessarily that they don't get it. So they don't really care about it, right? Massey, that is also true, right? It's important for us because we really care about the lore, but it's not important for, you know, like, let's do... So let's say, for example, let's take this one. I'm gonna wait. I want to go with the first one first. Let's take this one. Yeah.
The visions.
Now you could absolutely sit here and you could tell me that, hey, this cinematic contains no action, and I will, and you'd be absolutely right. But I will tell you that no, it contains a fuck ton of action. Just because you're not seeing someone swinging a sword on the screen does not mean that the action isn't being moved, and I will be absolutely correct as well. Because for me, this cinematic did more to move the lore forward than any of the Dragonflight cinematics. Because of what is said, because of what is not said, because of how things are said, right? All of these things create excitement to me. It's actionable things that's being said that makes me excited because I want to see where this is going, right?
The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather.
Like this, for example. You could say, who cares, you know, this is just the spider walking out, but what are those half moons around her? Why does that match what we see in Xalatath's eyes? These are all important things, you know? They all matter.
Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us.
See those eyes? Why? What does it mean? Why does it look like a moon being eclipsed? Saven had a very interesting theory. Still have to think about the theory a little. But Saven had a theory that basically says, what if Xalatath, what if her soul was split by the Mournblade that we know as Xalatath the Blade? And what if Xalatath is Elune? What if Elune and Xalatath are two sides of the same coin? So Elune is what is left after the soul split, and that's why you see what looks like the moon being eclipsed in Xalatath's eyes, and because we know that Elune is very much the goddess of the moon, right? And we know that Xalatath calls Elune an upstart goddess. We know that Xalatath says they will pay for what was done to me so very long ago. When she walks into Orgrimmar, and we don't actually know what happened to her when she walked into Orgrimmar. So all of these are theories that I think are very interesting to think about. And you wouldn't know this if you don't care about the lore, right? If you're just watching this because you want to see what's going to come next in The War Within, this doesn't mean anything to you. But to us lore nerds, this is what we live for, you know? These little bits of information and secrets that may be hiding in plain sight that we can unravel and sort of think about on a much deeper and more realistic level. This is my action. For me, this is an action-filled cinematic. I thought about what a big fucking deal they made of soul splitting in Shadowlands, and Zal acts like it is hers. I agree.
To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here.
Man, and she looks so badass. You know, like Xalatath just really looks badass. I get it. For some people, this was a boring cinematic. But for me, this is everything I want from WoW. Like, I'll say this. You can give me 100 of these cinematics over the intro cinematic of Dragonflight. Or over just about any of the cinematics in Dragonflight. Because the only cinematics that were good in Dragonflight were the ones that involved Iridicron. You know? And the story of Iridicron being moved forward. Because those were lore-heavy cinematics. Literally just in the first 2 cinematics for The War Within, Blizzard have restored my faith in the story of World of Warcraft. Still think she's Illyria and she time travels. Shumi, that is also a possibility, right? But I will be honest, I don't hate the idea of her being... I want to see something very quickly. Hold on.
Amongst themselves. Their enmity following them. So long denied me shall be.
Wait. No, don't do this to me. Oh, you fucker. Now I'm gonna have to... Well, okay. Dude, look at that rune right under her eye. And then look at the one between her eyes. And obviously look at her eyes itself. I will do anything for money. Like, does that not scream Elune to you? You know, at first I thought the trailer was a glimpse of a movie. Not gonna lie, it looks so good that literally having chills all the way up. Digit, how you doing, bro? I agree with you. I don't know if she would be controlled by Elune, but I didn't know that you could go frame by frame. Thank you. Thank you so much for suggesting that, Ploxy. I did not know this, but I appreciate it. Dude, her eyes just... It's freaky, no? Like, that is fucking freaky. How does that not look? Like, okay, so this looks like one of two things. It's either a moon eclipse... or it's a solar eclipse, right? So it's either a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse. Solar eclipse would, on the face of it, make a lot more sense. Because this is the void, the anti of the light. So, you know, solar eclipse. But the fact that you have the runes on the one cheek as well as between the eyes that look very like a crescent moon being very much indicative of Elune, and the eyes as well just screams to me Elune. Moshfront, okay, so here's what people need to remember. It doesn't matter to me what the developers said, because I will always take you guys back to Ian Hesychostas being asked multiple times before the launch of Battle for Azeroth, is this an Old God expansion? And Ian Hesychostas saying absolutely unequivocally, no, Battle for Azeroth isn't about Old Gods, it is about the Horde versus the Alliance. So remember that the developers of WoW do like to keep some things secret. Which means, so I had this, for example, people saying, bro, if you watch the video with subtitles on, you can clearly see that it's Azeroth talking because it says Azeroth in the subtitles. And it's like, yeah, if I don't want you to know who is actually speaking, then saying it's Azeroth speaking is the best way for you to not think that it might be someone else speaking. And if I'm a developer, I would absolutely do that. Absolutely would I do that, because it allows me to give you something that blows your mind later on when you realize that, oh, wait, shit, that's not actually what happened, right? So I don't care what they think these runes are for. The fact that one of these runes looks like a crescent, actually 2 of these runes look like a crescent moon, suggests that there's something going on here, right? And the moon must have something to do with it. No, the fact that we know that Mournblades can split souls, the one question that would put that theory in jeopardy, or not in jeopardy, but that does cause the giant, question mark over the theory, is Xalatath the blade, not the person, is that a rune weapon or a Mournblade? Is it a Mournblade? Because we don't know if it is a Mournblade. We know that it acted like a Mournblade while Xalatath was imprisoned within it, but that does not mean that it is a Mournblade in and of itself. Right? And so, before Xalatath was killed by that blade, or imprisoned in that blade would not have been a Mournblade. And now that it is, obviously, But then we obviously also get into questions of the Winter Queen and why the Winter Queen knows who Elune is, when Xalatath was clearly imprisoned and split when Azeroth was already in full-fledged, because she knows exactly where something happened to her. We don't actually know what the timeline is for Elune and the Winter Queen, so there is also a problem there, right? I think she was cut by Sargeras in eras past, also possible. I think subtitles is a bit far. They would be better off and more likely not indicating who is talking than to outright lie in that way. The Grey, I can't remember what expansion cinematic it was, but if I remember correctly, there was a cinematic in one expansion where the supposed person who spoke wasn't actually the person who spoke. Right? That did change in the game. So I would not put any stock behind cinematics. I'm talking under correction here, right? So I could be wrong, but I remember that happening before, or I invented it. But inventing in terms of my mind invented it because it doesn't want to believe that it's Azeroth speaking. And so it just remembers that this may have happened in the past. But, I could be wrong. But it's what I would do. If I was the writer of World of Warcraft, I would absolutely, I would go fucking nuts. I would show Thrall on the screen actually literally saying something like, that is literally Thrall. And then I would go Garrosh. And players would be like, wait, what the fuck? But that looks like Thrall. But the subtitles say Garrosh. What's going on? I would just do random shit like that. Sylvanas is talking and I would just be like, Jaina. I would just keep throwing shit out there, just to confuse everyone. Because fundamentally, I want them to be surprised when they see the story. If the demons and the dead can do it, so can the void. True. But then again, where does the technology for... dude, there's something... There's something about the void that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'll make a video on that. I'm not going to talk about it now because I still have to do a bit of research, but I do have... there's something going on with the Void. I don't think we know exactly what the Void wants. But I'll make a video on that. Nation for the runes on her? No, Z. This is something that has pissed me off to no end. I have always said that Blizzard should have a book that actually translates the runes. It should be in-game, and it should be a book tied to a massive quest chain where you do quests to decipher the rune languages of Azeroth. So you do separate quests and different types of quests. You could maybe tie it to archaeology, and it's an archaeological quest line that allows you to figure out what the arcane languages mean in World of Warcraft, but not canonically. So it's the best guess. So basically what we do in modern day, when we deal with ancient languages, we don't always know what it says, but we can sort of derive based on meaning. And so we will have runes that we sort of go, it either means this or it can mean this. We're not entirely sure, but it can be either or. Reducing feminine women in this day and age? Yeah, the one thing that I will say that I'm grateful for Blizzard, as woke as they have become, the women in the game are still really pretty, you know, and most of the men are still very masculine looking and, you know, look good. So you can't really fault Blizzard on that front, definitely. Dancing glowing troll we saw? I don't know what Ilune is. I don't know what Ilune is. At least not at the moment. Yeah, just remember, it's not her physical body. It is a body that she used of a dead elf that was sacrificed. So that's not her physical body. We don't actually know what Xalatath looks like. Like her real form, I should say. But I do like this body. She should just keep this one. Matt, how you doing, bro? Yeah, but Matt, what do you think Upstart Goddess means? They gave Anduin a much-needed makeover. Age up. Yeah, I think Anduin looks fucking brilliant now. Just by the way, I think Anduin looks awesome. If he can just stop crying, that would be great. I know this triggers a lot of you, but I've had enough. I've had enough of him being a crybaby bitch. I need him to, like, step it up now. Hey, it's been enough. Get over your PTSD. You've had enough time on the farm. I want you to start kicking ass now. Believe in yourself, bitch. You can do it. All right. I hope it's not the body of Elune or even Azeroth. No, it's definitely not Elune's body. It was an elf. It was an elf that you still did the dungeon. I know Saven gets really triggered at me because she actually likes Anduin's emotional arc. It makes me beyond uncomfortable. I cannot watch that shit. Even in movies, I skip over highly emotional moments. Like, they annoy the fuck out. Especially as I'm getting older. I find myself watching movies nowadays with my finger. Like, I use VLC to watch movies, and I have my fingers on the arrow keys constantly. Like, as soon as we get to a hyper-emotional moment, I'm like, nah, fucking skip this shit. I don't care about that. Let's get to the action. I don't want to watch this bullshit. Like, just get to the action, bro. My shit about why I don't like the Shadow and Fury. Wait, what's your old message? Can you relink that, Silver Coppin? Because I don't know when you sent that. It was like, oh, dude, how the fuck would I get last week's message? Like, what? I could probably, hold up, I could probably do it. I need to figure out how, though. Okay, Silvercoppen, when did you write this? Oh, this one. Silvercoppen. I've been thinking about the Shadow and Fury cinematic, and it triggers me that everybody praises it for looking good. The animation quality is all over the place. Illyria looks smooth and almost out of place. Anduin and Thrall looks amateur machinima, and Thrall's voice doesn't even match his animation. Plus, he has elemental dysfunction again. Pretty sure the elements look out of place where they're not shown by themselves. Okay, so he doesn't actually have elemental dysfunction. Just to be clear, why did everyone just completely misunderstand that bit? He doesn't have elemental dysfunction. I'll show you what happened there. Is it this one? Pretty sure it's this one, huh? No, which one is it again? Where he fucking... Oh, it's this one. Never mind.
For so long, I've watched you all. But deep down, you know the truth. That when all your illusions are burned away.
So, I think what is being shown here is Thrall being interrupted by the voice, right? Because remember, we've seen the cinematic showing the voice of Azeroth sort of attack them, once or twice. But if you listen to how Anduin speaks to Thrall, the voice is constant. Like, it just doesn't shut up. It's like constantly speaking to them. And I think that's what's causing Thrall this frustration. He needs to focus and obviously meditate in order to commune with the spirits, and the voice will not fucking leave him alone. The voice is just continuously calling him and calling him. That's what I took away from this. I did not take away from this Thrall is incapable of summoning the elemental spirits. Now, that could be wrong. Maybe Blizzard felt like the moment in Shadowlands where Thrall breaks free using lightning wasn't a big enough moment to prove that Thrall has his elemental powers back. And so they felt like they're going to redo it, this expansion, to make it a little bit more obvious, maybe. But I would say that would be useless, because anyone that has paid attention to the story up until now knows that Thrall has his elemental powers back. So yeah. Certain events going forward could put the elements out of whack too. Oh yeah, of course. Remember, the elements are directly connected to Azeroth. The elements were here on Azeroth before almost anything else existed. There's no evidence to show that the elements were created by anything other than Azeroth. So if Azeroth herself is out of whack due to events that is transpiring, you can imagine the elements would be out of whack as well. This would drive the elements absolutely fucking bonkers. Just like the last time the Void was allowed to do pretty much whatever they want to do. So it is still possible, right? Can it right? Yes. So Thrall, after the events of Warlords of Draenor, where Thrall kills Garrosh in Mak'gora, Thrall loses access to his elemental powers, and he only gets it back in Shadowlands. Frozen Solid, so yes, the elements do work differently. Thrall mentions it when you do go to Warlords of Draenor. He actually speaks about how the elements are completely different from on Azeroth, and he actually had to almost relearn how to utilize the elements on Draenor, because the elements of Draenor is so different to the elements of Azeroth.
Struggles. Your proud defiance. The loneliness you pretend not to feel. You cling to hollow faith that can't sustain.
Do you agree there's a big difference in animation style quality, though? Yeah, I can agree with that. But it wasn't enough that it really put me off. It didn't really upset me. But yeah, there is. But it could also just be a choice, right? So I didn't really, like, it wasn't obvious enough that I would have focused on it in any way, shape, or form. Hey, Rue, how you doing? Be crazy if the crystal is a failed Titan experiment of making an ordered old god and something they couldn't control. You know what would be more crazy than that? If the crystal comes from Koresh. That's my current working theory. The crystal is a remnant, pretty much the only thing that's left from Koresh. The elements and Thrall himself believed he cheated in the Makura and was separated from the elements. Matt, so no. I don't know where people get this. Like, what's the evidence of that? Is there a source to that? Because as far as I know, I could be wrong, but as far as I know from all of the sources that I have, it has never been stated outright that Thrall lost access to the elements because he cheated in the Makura. Because everything we know about the Makura, Thrall absolutely did not cheat in the Makura. Like, absolutely did not cheat. And the reason we know this is because so Makura went through a number of iterations since the earliest days of World of Warcraft. Most people will look at World of Warcraft or the rules for Makura from Warcraft 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3, where they talk about what a Makura is. And in the original Makura, it was hand-to-hand combat, so you couldn't do it with weapons whatsoever, and you could not use magic. Okay. Then, as time went on, Blizzard sort of started to realize, but wait a second, we're creating a lot of problems for ourselves here, because mages would never be able to hand-to-hand combat with warriors. This would be unfair. So then they said, well, okay, weapons will be allowed, and then magic was still outlawed. And then finally, Blizzard themselves canonically went back and rewrote the laws of Makura to simply state that it has to be 1v1 combat, so you can't involve anyone else, and it cannot be borrowed power. So you cannot use someone else's power. Again, someone else isn't allowed to interfere. So for example, if you and I were in Makura, a warlock standing on the sidelines can't shoot you with a chaos bolt, right? That would be borrowed power. It's not power that came from me. Now, a lot of people will say, well, then, you know, elements are borrowed power because it belongs to the elements. Well, the answer there would then be that magic users were back at the original problem that Blizzard tried to solve, which is you can't use magic. Because warlocks also don't have the magic themselves. They use the Twisting Nether or access to Twisting Nether in order to summon through Foul. Mages don't have access to their own magic. The magic is arcane, and they use the arcane that is free-flowing in the world to order it in such a way that it becomes magic for them. Druids won't be able to do it because they're using Azeroth's magic, nature magic. So technically, all casters are right back where they started, fucked, against basically any of the other characters in the game, because their casters are nowhere near as strong as the others. So, yeah, it's... From my understanding of what Makura right now means in World of Warcraft, everything that happened during the deal or the Makura between Thrall and Garrosh was completely above board. And we also know this because, technically speaking, our fight, like when you challenge someone to a duel, that is technically you challenging them to Makura. Right? The only difference is we don't permanently die. Right? But canonically, us dueling each other is us, Makuraing with one another. Thinks he cheated and his own guilt separated him from the elements. He needed to kill Garrosh. See, the way I look at it is still guilt infused, but not because he cheated. Thrall blames himself for making Garrosh the war chief of the Horde. He also blames himself for the things that Garrosh said. So if we go and we say...
You're too late, old friend. No more.
But Kanidra, by that logic, Garrosh cheated by using an axe. Because he, as a warrior, his axe is as powerful as Thrall's elements is to him. Right? Because Thrall isn't anywhere near as skilled in using a fucking hammer as Garrosh would be in using an axe. So, you know, it would almost inherently make Makuraz just completely impossible to fight.
You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh. All I did for the Horde! You failed the Horde! You made me war chief!
I need you to listen to this, because this is where I think Thrall's guilt comes from. Listen to the things that Garrosh is saying to him now. Right? Listen to it, because it's important.
You made me war chief! You left me to pick up your pieces! You failed me!
This is what drove Thrall to doubting himself, to being ashamed of himself, to feeling guilty. Because in his mind, Garrosh wasn't wrong. When the Horde needed Thrall most, he stepped away and he put Garrosh in his place. Garrosh at this point was very inexperienced, nowhere near ready to be the leader of the Horde. And Thrall didn't even stick around to guide Garrosh. Thrall just dropped Garrosh into this position of power and then left. And that's the thing that drove Garrosh to at least in Thrall's mind, that drove Garrosh to become ever increasingly more extremist. And that's, I think, where the guilt comes from. Thrall believes what Garrosh says here.
You never had the strength of a true warrior. I do not rely on strength alone, Garrosh. My power is all around you.
If Blizzard wanted to make it clear that Thrall was cheating here, Garrosh would have screamed to him about honor. Because we know that that was very important to Garrosh. Honor, blood, glory, victory. These things, the old ways of the Horde. So Garrosh would have made it very clear that Thrall was misusing his power inside this Mak'gora. Garrosh doesn't do this once. Garrosh fully understands what Thrall is doing here is well within his power to do so.
You made me what I am. No. You chose your own destiny.
And I think what's also important is if the elements considered, because you have to remember, the elements come from the ancestors, which the orcs worship and follow and revere. If the ancestors thought that Thrall was cheating here, they would absolutely have withheld their power at the beginning. As soon as Thrall started to channel this power, they would have removed their power from him. Because they're all around him, right? The ancestors were literally watching this Mak'gora. They would not have allowed Thrall to kill Garrosh if they thought that Thrall was in fact cheating. Because it's not like the Foul, where they couldn't give two shits whether or not you're cheating. The ancestors would actually care about this. So yeah, I don't believe the story. I don't believe the theory that it was him cheating in the Mak'gora. Yeah, it's like when people stated that Sylvanas cheated in the Mak'gora. She didn't. The power wasn't borrowed. It was within her. I think Thrall even then was trying to reach him, but he knew. Well, yeah, Haru, I think the reason Thrall didn't use his elemental power from the beginning is exactly that. He was hoping that he could break through to Garrosh and make Garrosh see the truth. But of course, Garrosh at this point was way too far gone. I just love the fact that Garrosh couldn't give two fucks. Like, even in the Shadowlands, where they were trying to break him, he was like, nah, fam. I do what I want. I will not bow down. I will not apologize. I don't give a shit. I just keep hearing the movie play in my head. Gul'dan cheats. The orcs did not respect Gul'dan's victory over Durotan in the movie. The problem with the movie is that the movie held fast to the Mak'gora of Warcraft. Not of World of Warcraft, of Warcraft. Right? The movie is also, I mean, if we're going to use the WoW movie as the standard bearer, we're fucked. Because there are so many issues lore-wise with the WoW movie that I don't think that we can really. Because, yeah. Yeah, the movie is just completely wrong on many, many lore issues. I made a video about this long ago. I can't even remember all of them. I haven't watched the movie in a very long time. But, yeah, the Mak'gora there is... And you are right. If the rules of Mak'gora had not been adapted, then he would have absolutely been cheating here. Because the original rules, as I've explained, of Mak'gora is battle with hands. It has to be hand-to-hand combat. But even in the movie, you see that they're not entirely fucking sure what to do, because when Anduin challenges Blackhand for in a Mak'gora, they fight with weapons. So even there, the movie isn't consistent about what the rules of a Mak'gora would be. Because when Gul'dan and Thrall fights their Mak'gora, it's hand-to-hand combat. But when Anduin and Blackhand fight their Mak'gora, it's with weapons. Which again, would not be consistent with the original Mak'gora. Grofal, so the standard definition that we have for Mak'gora right now is that Mak'gora has one or two fundamental rules. This would be that you're not allowed to... no one else is allowed to help you, right? So it has to be 1v1. And you cannot use borrow power. These are the 2 rules of Makara. Outside of that, you can use more stipulations. Right? So the current belief is that Makara can be expanded upon. So you can include weaponry. You can include multiple weapons if you want. Because normally a standard Makara will be you versus another person, no borrowed power, 1 weapon. But you can say, well, since you're a rogue, you can have 2 weapons, right? You can have 2 blades because you're a rogue. So these things can be agreed upon beforehand, and then they are binding. They can just never be, the 2 fundamental rules may never be broken. So Makara cannot take part between more than 2 people, and you cannot have borrowed power. These are the only set in stone rules of Makara. Everything else can be argued about and determined later if you want. Was borrowed at the time. She says that's also possible. Did it? Yeah, true. The real question is, how do you enforce the rules? So Frozen Solid, generally speaking, the people that see the Makara play out will interfere if you're breaking the rules, right? Or in the case of the movie, it shows that the orcs don't accept the victory of Gul'dan over Durotan as a legitimate victory because he cheated in their minds. So if, for example, you were fighting Makara for the leadership of the Horde and you cheated, then none of the orcs would accept your victory. They would not follow you because you cheated in the Makara. Should we know? Because again, the power that Sylvanas used was within her. It was her own power, right? Yes, the power came from the lands of the dead, but it was still her own power, right? It wasn't the jailer that came down and casted the spell, on her behalf. Death magic, she slipped up and blurted out the Horde is nothing. It was then she knew she fucked up and the Makara was over, so she destroyed him. Matt, the reason she killed him outright with her death power was because she knew that nothing she does now will change anything. The game is up, right? But I don't think it has anything to do with her going, well, I shouldn't cheat or now I can cheat. It still wasn't cheating. Because she would have killed him either way. She was much stronger, much faster, because you could see that even in the battle, she was using death magic. The death magic made her faster, made her more agile, made her move much better. She almost knew what he was going to do before he did it. So, fundamentally, that magic was all around her and all in her. So I still don't believe that that was cheating. If I link it, would you do a race tier list? Yeah, sure, Mueller, go for it. I mean, it's good that you said WoW race tier list, because otherwise this would have been a much more, a very different stream. I have no problem with wearing a white hood. Best vacations you have, but, it should not just be, it shouldn't be discussed nonchalantly, I think. But yeah, I'd be happy to. We get to put Black Panther too. Yeah, why not? Alright, so WoW race tier list. So let's get this over with. That just goes without saying, right? Actually, I'm gonna put this first. Green Orcs over everything else. I think it goes without saying. That Orcs and Magor Orcs go first. Basically, Orcs always go S tier, in my opinion. You know what? I'll even go so far as to say the females can go there as well. Although, to be fair, I don't play female characters ever in World of Warcraft. I don't have female characters because, yeah, why would I? Orcs are just green humans. Orcs are better than humans in every single way. Blood Elf, I would say... it's one of the few races where I actually prefer the females over the males. So I'm gonna put Blood Elves. Blood Elf female can go S tier as well. Blood Elf male to me is A tier. The male looks a little weird. I don't play male characters either. I'm a girl and I play like a girl. Lol. Males look female anyway. Draenei females S tier. 100%. Draenei males. B tier. I don't like Draenei males. Female characters look better going male. I only play male characters, but I appreciate the look of female Draenei and female elves. I'm gonna do the exact same here with the Lightborn. Female orcs for many characters look really good. Drakthir. I'm just gonna get this out of the way. I do not like the Drakthir. I wanted to play as like a big burly dragon, and instead I got what can only be described as a cosplay dragon at a Femboy competition. I do not like it. It doesn't look scary to me, and I would have preferred it if I had the option to make myself look fucking badass, you know? So yeah, they're just, to me, D tier, 100%. Nightborn is an interesting one. I don't like the Nightborn. Not even the females that much. So I feel like they're gonna be B and C tier for me. Scorbiak, how you doing, bro? If the Draenei male looked more like their artwork, they would be much cooler. Okay, gnomes go straight into fucking 0. Goblins go straight into D tier. I could leave them off the list even. For humans, they're very mid, so we'll put humans there. I actually think Kultirans look a little bit better, so I'll put them in A tier. But humans are mid as fuck. There's no point to having humans anywhere. How are you? I can't complain, bro. Nightborn are still hot if you were to do it once. Very skinny elves. Better than rock bottom, I guess. Dude, I could absolutely put them rock bottom too, but they're mid. Because they're vanilla. You know, who cares? When shamans look cool with totems? Nah, fam. Goblins go down also. Undead. I also kind of like the undead, but I'm not. I feel like the undead fit. B tier, but top B tier, you know. And I do kind of prefer female undead to male undead. I don't know why. I think the smaller bodies just look a little bit better. Dwarfs also straight up don't give a fuck. All of the dwarfs go down in D tier. Why would I play a short fat fuck if I can play, you know, a normal character in a video game? This is fantasy after all. Night Elves. Night Elf females, I'm going to put in A tier, but top of the A tier. Because they're pretty cool. Night Elf males, I'll put just behind the Blood Elf males. They're sort of at the same tier. But I don't think Night Elf females are on the same level as Blood Elf females. I don't know why. I don't like them. Maybe because they're alliance. That could be it. Any male casting animation? No. Still don't give a shit. Panda, also go right down to the fucking bottom. Tauren, absolute C tier. There's nothing cool about Taurens. Trolls, on the other hand, should be 100% S tier. And their females... I'm actually very mid on troll females. Yeah, I'll put the troll they look better than undead females, so I'll put them there. But the males look boss mode. Base battle and race wars them. Dude, I don't like the bigness, the burliness of Taurens. Just, yeah, it's boring to me. I don't like it. I don't like it. I specifically hate it from a gameplay perspective because whenever you're on a fucking mount for Tauren, no door is big enough for you to go through on your mount. No, you always have to just get off your mount in order to go through doors. I hate that. And also, Taurens on big mounts are so big that they stand over the quest givers. And I hate them for that. So that is why all Taurens are punished into the C tier. And you can suck my C if you don't fucking agree with me. Torin, definitely A. C. Alright, so now we have the trolls, the Zandalari. I do not like the Zandalari trolls as much. Not the females. I'm not a huge fan of the females, so I'm gonna put them in B tier. They're slightly better than Draenei male, but not that great. The males, on the other hand, I will actually put... I'll put them there. That's a pretty good place for them. Just go Druid and solve the issue. True, I made Druid Tauren, and I use Shapeshift to pass through a door or a window. So, Void Elves. Has to be, like, top tier female. The males... Gotta put them there, I think. Just 100% fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. If there was a lower tier, actually, I would go for a lower tier if I could. Like, I would actually drop this tier to... can you... Yeah. I feel like that would be an appropriate response. No, if we're talking about hottest babes, so I haven't really focused on if you were to push me in terms of what my favorite characters are in the S tier category, it would probably look like this, actually. It would probably look like this. So, yeah, it would be Orc male first, always 100%. Then it would be Blood Elf female, Void female, Elf, and then Draenei female, and Lightforge Draenei female. In that order. Then Magor Orc Troll, then normal female Orc, then Magor female Orc. That would be the exact way I would build this tier list. Dude, male orcs look phenomenal. With armor, male orcs is the coolest looking class in the game, hands down. Yeah, they just look so boss mode. With dwarf male, dwarves go right in the who cares, just delete. I don't like dwarfs. I don't like any of the furries. You know what, actually... let's revise a couple of things here. Because I just realized I don't actually hate monk or panda males. Or females, really, for that matter. I don't hate them. I think I can put them here. Yeah, I think I can put them right here. Because they're cute. You know? I like them. They're cute. They make me laugh. So they can be in the B tier. I won't delete them. The rest of these we can just delete. We can just get rid of. Eternal Light, how you doing, bro? But gnomes and dwarves are so cute. They're quintessential RPG. Yeah, quintessential my dick. I don't care. I don't want them anywhere near my game. They're boring and I hate everything about that. I would never roll a dwarf or a gnome or a goblin ever. Because why would I play a short little piece of shit? I see no point. This is the correct one. If you differ from this, you're wrong. You thirsty motherfucker. Yeah, I don't like the small races of Azeroth. There's no point. This is a fantasy game. Why would you play with a short person? In real life, Saven, things change significantly in real life. Like, if we are going to talk about real life, then, yeah, short women are absolute boss mode. I have a very big preference for short girls in real life. But this is a video game. And in a video game, I don't want short people in my video game. Like, get these height-challenged individuals out of my video game. What if I'm too tall in real life and want to RP as a short person? Why would you want to do that? You're about to catch small man hands. You with gnomes can be annoying. And if I'm tall goals for the win, I don't want to be a foot taller. The great, I feel like when you say tall goals, what's the height? Oh, 5'10 is already a little tall. Although I will let it slide because I'm 6'1", so 5'10 is still decent. The only problem I would have with 5'10 and 6'1 is if she were to wear like high heels, she'd probably be either as tall or taller than me. So I don't know how I would feel about that. I wouldn't be offended by it, but for me, short girls are sexy as fuck. Like, I'm just gonna be honest about that. Like 5'5", 5'4", 5'3", anywhere smaller than that, that's cute as shit, bro. I just like that. I haven't played since season 2. But to be fair though, at 6'6", right? 5'10" is pretty much my 5'4", right? Because you're 6'6", bro. Like, what the fuck? You're a giant? We should actually shoot you with a slingshot? I'm 5'4". Dude, short goals is fucking everything. Short, petite little goals. Ooh. You're a big dude. You can handle the tall women. I'm not saying I can't handle the tall women. I just happen to be most attracted to small, short girls. That's what I'm most attracted to. And I like very feminine girls. This is where me and my family, oftentimes my brothers and my cousins, oftentimes get into arguments because most of them don't like extremely feminine girls, but I'm a fucking sucker for that, bro. Like, girls who are super feminine, like, holy shit, bro. That drives me nuts. That's the funny thing, the gray curves. So just preferences are so weird. Like, when you discuss preferences about like what kind of woman you want, it's very difficult for me because Mr. Hoopo, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. Thanks for the videos. I watch you on YouTube. Love the insights from a storytelling perspective. Very happy to have you here, Mr. Hoopo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. It's so difficult for me to discuss because you'll oftentimes hear people say, oh, I like blondes, or I like girls with blue eyes, or I like girls with this, or I like girls with that. And it's like, well, it all depends for me, right? It depends on like the holistic view of the girl. I've had girlfriends ranging from blonde hair, blue eyes to brown hair, brown eyes to black hair, blue eyes, right? Like, I've had it like everywhere, and I can't tell you whether I prefer one over the other. I can tell you right now, standing here, I like small, petite, very feminine women, right? But if I meet a girl that is like super cool, super intelligent. I'm having the time of my life conversing with her, and she challenges me, and she's just awesome. But she happens to be, you know, maybe a little bit more tomboyish. Maybe she's got a bit more curves. She's not as petite. I could absolutely look at it and go, holy shit, this girl is just fucking awesome, you know? And she's super hot, and I would love to. So it depends on the package, because the package is what ultimately informs the beauty for me. So I can say objectively when I'm sitting here, this is what I would like, but then that has changed multiple times depending on the person that I'm talking to. Thick thighs are best. Crush you between her thighs. Yeah, but small petite girls can also crush you between her thighs. Just because she's small and petite does not mean she doesn't have nice thighs. Like, where does this bullshit come from? It's such a conspiracy theory from girls that are fucking curvy trying to make girls that are small and petite feel bad about themselves. Oh yeah, you can't crush a guy between your thighs? Like, they absolutely could. Like, they absolutely could. Just gonna say that. Just so we know. And this is an easy one. So let's fold this out very quickly. I'm gonna do... Okay. So let's start. We'll start with the obvious, because obviously. So that's really obvious. Okay, so Warlock obviously is there. Obviously. Why would you do it anything else? Then for DKs, we'll just drop them in here. Now for Demon Hunters, where would I put them? A or B, we'll drop them in here. For Druids, ooh, this is a toughie. I think we'll drop them in here as well. Just in case. Then for Drakthir, like hard, we'll leave them for last because they need to be right at the fucking end. Hunters also can go right there. Mages, they use magic. I'll put them in C tier. Fire is better than Arcane, and Frost is better than Arcane. For monks, yeah, you can go straight in here. No one cares. Paladin, Holy Paladins can be deleted. Prot Paladins actually A tier. Retribution Paladin, C tier. Then we have Priest, delete. I don't know what this is. What is this? Is this Demon Hunter? No. Can't be, no? Don't know what that is. Fuck it. Delete it. Oh, is that Rogue? Yeah, delete it then. Who cares? Shaman. I kind of like these guys. I'll put them in B. Don't like healers. Delete. Don't like that. Delete. Now we can put all of the draft here because they go way lost. For warriors, kind of enjoy warrior tanking. We'll put them first in the C tier. My favorite, though, is this one. I'll actually put them there. And there. And there you go. I think that is the only real correct way of building a tier list for the classes in World of Warcraft. This is the correct tier list for World of Warcraft. Seems plausible. Hard disagrees. The Vengeance, you are allowed to be wrong, but then I do need you to accept that you're wrong, you know? Bro has the Demon Hunter grudge. Dude, I have no grudge against the characters that can be deleted. These are just the characters that I absolutely hate playing. So every single expansion, I will level my Warlocks, because why not? And I will level my Warrior. That happens every single expansion. And I'll usually level my Mage as well. Paladin is a questionable one, but I will generally get to the Paladin as well. From there, it is a massive toss-up. Like, I'll only level the other characters if I'm bored enough and I feel like, let's go. But I hate all of them equally. I don't like playing with any of these other characters. That's just me, otherwise spot on. I don't like druids. Actually, you know what? There's one bit of druidism that I'm not too angry about. Which one is tank druid again? Is it this one or is it the other one? I can't remember the logos now. It is this one, right? Or is it this one? Okay, because I actually do like tank druid. I actually don't mind tank druid. I would actually say tank druid is probably above paladin even for me when it comes to, like, you know, playing tanks. Well, actually, no, I would actually say it's probably S tier for me, because I'm usually, the way I level is I finish my warlock, then I do my warrior, obviously, and then I immediately go for a druid tank because I want to tank, and I hate warrior tanking, so then my druid is next. The other classes I genuinely don't level unless I'm bored. I have to be super bored to level any of the other classes. And then usually I just level them to max and then I stop. I don't even do dungeons on them. Lisbon, so my classic one would be even more boring. Because in classic, I only ever played a warlock. I don't play anything other than warlock in classic. So all of these classes would be in delete them all. I couldn't care less. I just play. Look, I'm a warlock main. I like warlocks. I like the story of warlocks, and I chose my warlock, yes, because of lore. I like warlocks. I don't care about any of the other classes. I just play them when I'm bored. But yeah, for me, warlocks is everything. So I can't tell you how the other classes would act or what I would do with the other classes in Classic because I've never played any of the other classes in Classic. I genuinely only ever played my warlock in Classic. I played rogue up until level 19 in Classic, and then I was like, let's go back to warlock. This is bullshit. Hated you for over-aggroing them? I mean, I was too fucking stupid when I first started playing Classic. I had no idea what I was doing. I started right at the end of Classic WoW. I had no idea what I was doing. Like, half the time I was running around, like, genuinely selling everything. Like, I would loot something and it would have cloth on it and I would just vendor it. It wasn't until, like, almost a year after that my friend was like, bro, you should be selling this shit on the auction house. And I was like, where's the auction house? I don't even know. I also didn't know that you should buy ability upgrades until much, much later. I didn't have money for a mount for the longest time because I didn't even know that mounts existed in WoW. And dungeons was just like, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm just running around being an idiot. And then TBC came. I leveled through TBC. I remember walking into Shatrath and I saw this warlock. It was max level, fully clothed and geared. And I was like, bro, this is the coolest shit ever. I want to be like this. So then I contacted my friend. I was like, bro, I want to raid. My friend was like, you're not going to be able to raid, bro. Not this expansion anyways, because at that point everyone was already, and he was also in a much higher guild. And then when Wrath of the Lich King happened, I was like, okay, let's go. I'm doing this. I remember leveling within like a day and a half, spamming dungeons, and my friend managed to get me invited to his guild as like a trial. I read Warlock Den. This was the website back in the day. But I read Warlock Den pretty much for hours on end every single day, standing on the dummy, practicing my rotation, making sure that I'm perfect. And 2 weeks after we started the raiding, they invited me as a full member to the guild. I would ultimately rise in that guild to become an officer of the guild. The guild then disbanded, and I started my own... No, actually, the guild disbanded, and the second in command of the previous guild started their own guild. I joined that guild. I was made an officer in that guild as well. We then continued raiding at a pretty high level. Then that guild imploded, and because of the guildmaster being an absolute dickhead, getting drunk and insulting people. Like, he would literally send the girls in the guild the absolute worst messages at night when he was drunk. And I'm not talking sexual messages. He would literally attack them, you know, for like being girls or whatever. I don't know. He was like fucking drunk all the time. So I then said I'm leaving the guild. And I didn't plan on making my own guild. I just said I can't deal with this and I can't be a part of this because I'm the second in command of the guild, but I do not agree with anything that the guildmaster is doing. And so when I announced that I'm leaving, I got all these DMs from everyone in the guild saying, bro, if you start your own guild, we'll join. Please start your own guild. So I left, started my own guild. Everyone came over to me. For a month or so, I received email or messages from him in game, constantly calling me an asshole, telling me he's going to kill me because I killed his guild, basically. And then, yeah, from there, I just became a hardcore raider, you know. And then in Legion, I stopped. My riding all the way to level 70. I was only 10. Nice. And it's still vanilla. It's so precious to me. I love those times. Vanilla was precious. True. Sounds like he was an actual sexist piece of shit. He was, actually. But only when he was drunk. So when he was sober, he was one of the nicest guys you could ever meet. But he would get beyond drunk, like to the point where he passes out on Discord in his chair, right? And just sleeps there. And that's when he would be like that, right? Where he would be attacking people. Like the problem was that our guild was incredibly social. So we had like 4 or 5 girls in the guild. And everyone would be hanging out on Discord all the fucking time. Just chatting and, you know, doing whatever. So I remember the first time I found out that things were sort of weird in this guild was me and Skills and a bunch of other guys logged on. We were going to do some dungeons. And I saw one of the girls in guild. She was busy playing. And I DM'd her. And I was like, hey, why aren't you on Discord? Well, we didn't use Discord at the time. We used Mumble at the time. For those of you that, you know, can remember that far back, we used Mumble. So I messaged her. I was like, why aren't you on Mumble? And she said, I won't say his name, but is he there? And I was like, no, he's still sleeping. Why? He's like, oh, I just don't want to join if he's there. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. And so we were either on Vaint or Mumble. We ended on Mumble and then moved to Discord right after Mumble. So I can't remember which one was first. But we did do TeamSpeak first. Then after TeamSpeak, we did... Not TeamSpeak. Was it called TeamSpeak? I think it was called TeamSpeak. And then it went to Vaint. And then it went to Mumble. And then Discord came around. And, you know, now we're all just on Discord, right? But so she joined... And then another girl came online, started playing, and I DM'd her as well. I'm like, hey, we want to go do this dungeon. You want to join us? And she was like, yeah, sure, I will. And I'm like, all right, just jump in voice. And she's like, no, I'm not joining voice. And I was like, what the fuck? And so, like a couple of weeks went by, and I started to realize that most of the girls in chat in the guild just started logging on less and less on the voice channels. And even in raid, they would not say a word, right? Just absolutely not speak at all. And that was very weird because that's never been the case in the guild. Like, never. Hey. And so I eventually asked one of the girls, listen here, can you explain to me what the fuck is going on here, right? I'm second in command in this guild and it feels like there's something wrong. And so that's when all the girls sort of came to me and they told me everything that he was doing. And that's when I decided, okay, wait, I do not want to be a part of this shit. Like to being female back in Wrath. Boys about blew their loads when hearing a female voice in voice chat. I would say the guilds that I was the guild master in, we never had that, right? We almost always had females in the guild and people were super chill. Except for this one fucker, but he was the guild master and I left and made my own guild as a result of that. But yeah, I never experienced that after just the once. And I would also never have allowed it, right? If I always had a running rule in my guilds. I would say this to every single girl that joined the guild. If you ever feel threatened, if you ever feel like you're being harassed, immediately come to me and we'll kick the person. It never happened, so assuming it never happened, right? So more about your GM that made you leave? No, he was a great guy when he wasn't fucking drunk. But when he was drunk, he would basically attack everyone. Not just the woman. He would attack everyone. But the woman would get it the worst. You know, like he would go out of his way to insult them and tell them, like, just call them the weirdest names and shit. So he was just, like, drunk. He was a fucking ugly guy. But when he wasn't drunk, when he was sober, he was, like, a really awesome guy. Like, a really fun guy to chat to. Really knowledgeable. Like, had a pretty high IQ from what I could gather. At least at the time I was young. So, you know. But yeah. No, I was a 12-year-old rogue topping charts and doing ICC. We had a kid during Cataclysm. We had a kid that joined as a mage. And he was fucking insane. And one day, like, he finally unmuted his mic. And you could hear, wait, this is a fucking child. Turns out he was something like 11 or 12, something to that effect as well. Just kicking ass. Like, literally kicking all of our asses. Like, just top DPS, doing everything fucking perfect the whole time. At the age of 12, we're like, what the fuck? This kid is nuts. I think he eventually went on to join one of the, like, competitor guilds for round number 1 or rank number 1. Can't remember which one. When you say insane, as in no, when I say insane, it's good. He was a really good player. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've said this before. I think what girls need to remember when it comes to guys, especially gamers, there are some that are just pieces of shit, like my old GM, obviously, but for the most part, what you need to remember, and I realize that this is difficult because most of the girls that play video games were never outcasts. You were never actually nerds, right? You started playing video games because you realized that, hey, it's not that bad to play video games. And also many streamers and content creators started doing it because it's a nice way to make money. But what you need to remember, if you ever had friends who were super nerds, like most gamers, they're super nerds because they don't understand social interaction. They don't understand how to navigate society and how to navigate, like, conversations and relationships with people. Now, you could sit there and you could attack them to kingdom come. They will never understand the quiet nuances of society and how communities are put together. You're going to have to accept that. Some of them are going to be awkward, and they're going to say awkward things, and they're going to make awkward jokes. And that's just how they are. Most of the time, I don't think they mean anything bad about it, like by it. And of course, I'm not talking about the guys that threaten girls with griping and shit, right? That's a whole different fucking story. That's what we call an asshole. On a slightly different note, you know what kind of sucks about competitive WoW is that there is no significant rank below 1. Rank 1 players' guilds get prizes, sponsorship, and money, both directly and indirectly. I hope someday competitive WoW gets to a more professional level where all competing guilds players get something. Lisbon, I mean, I don't think WoW will ever really get to that level. You play video games because they're popular. We play video games because we are weird. We are not the same, pretty much. My group didn't understand and egged each other on. I miss those times. I didn't start gaming properly till I was like mid-20s. Y'all some peak nerds. Wait, you started gaming? Oh, dude, you're not a fucking gamer. Like, what do you mean? I remember staying up on weekend, like looking forward to the weekend the whole week, just so that I could stay awake and play Cutthroats on my dad's PC during the evenings, because he would have to go to bed to work. And that's when I could log on and play Cutthroats or play Diablo or play Baldur's Gate. Like, that was my shit. And I was young. I was like maybe 8 or 9. 10 maybe. With Pong and went for chemical engineering. You can't get more nerdy than that. Like I said, I didn't say that all girls are not nerds and just in this because, you know, now it's cool. But there are definitely girls in the gaming space that weren't always gamers. There are girls that stream on Twitch, that play video games on Twitch, that I knew them in high school. Not them personally, but I knew girls exactly like them in high school. And they would not have been caught dead talking to the nerds or hanging out with the nerds or playing games with the nerds. They wouldn't have been caught dead doing that. So, like, it's quite clear that they were never gamers. They're there because they make a lot of money off of the gamers. Piece of Koresh. If you chill in Hollow Fall, you can hear what sounds like the musical math language of creatures from Zeroth Mortis. Interesting, Haru. Amuru, how you doing, bro? Always being a gamer, but you're also French. Niara. We love you for that, but also it explains a lot. You know? They figured out how to siphon money from nerds. It is sad, though, that so many of them do. I can't blame them. Hey, if it pays the bills, it pays the bills. Do your thing. But it is sad that a lot of guys that have zero clue about society and you know, the way social interactions operate are being taken advantage of in a very real sense. In a way that they will never know, right? They will never understand. Ryan, how you doing, bro? The same with Pokemon Go. I remember playing Pokemon on college. Most people would look as something was wrong with me. Then Pokemon Go released, and suddenly everyone talks to me. Yeah. I know we're talking about a very specific type of streamer, not the majority. Yeah, of course not. I'm pretty sure that there's a ton of female streamers who are actually gamers. In fact, I know quite a few of them. Right? I'm just, there is a specific type of female streamer that quite clearly weren't gamers growing up. Happened with anime, in my opinion. We were called weird for liking it. I still call you weird for liking it, though. To be fair, I've been very consistent in calling out the anime crowd. But you are correct. At some point in time, there was a shift to where anime became like mainstream. And now everyone watches anime. And I have to fucking go out of my way to meet normal people that don't like anime. Like, so many girls that I will talk to, and they'll talk to me about animes, and I'm like, dude, I don't know what the fuck to talk about. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I don't watch anime. And they're like, oh, I thought you were a gamer. I'm like, yeah, I'm a gamer. I don't watch bullshit TV shows. Like, I don't know any of this. Like, talk to me about video games, sure, but I don't know shit about anime. I have no clue. True. Like, if you're animes, I'd say fair. I understand where you're coming from. It's not a hatred specifically for anime. It's just I don't like animation in general. Like, animation movies, animation series, it just does not appeal to me. Yeah, I can't really get into it. And it's not that I've not tried. I managed to get to the middle of the second season of Avatar, The Last Airbender. And it was good, but then I just completely lost interest. Not because it's bad, I just lost interest. Have you checked the animation? Warner Brothers is going Lord of the Rings... Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim. I have not, no. But since it's animation, I'll probably not watch it. No, I got bored with it. Grofal. It's a bummer. They're an amazing branch of genre, but can understand. My sister's the same. She just doesn't vibe with it. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I loved Arcane, but I've been reliably informed that liking Arcane does not make me a weeb. So I'm allowed to watch Arcane. It just doesn't. I don't feel a connection with the characters in anime. Yeah, I watched Halo Season 2. That was pretty decent. I need to go to the gym now, boys. I need to love you and leave you. Tank and spank. Because I need to go to the gym. And I can't do that while streaming. My gym doesn't allow that. I don't think they allow that. Even if they did, their internet sucks dick. So I don't think you'd be able to do that. Even if you could do that, I don't think I would do that. Because I kind of don't like that. The tank, and which is the spank. I'm the tank and I'm spanking you guys. But yeah, I appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me. If I feel like it after the gym, I'll be back and we'll stream a little bit more. I'll keep the Breach video in the back pocket. Grofal, yes, we'll watch that. We will watch that, I promise. I might be back later. I might not be. We'll see. Remember, what day is it today? It's Thursday. Remember, tomorrow is Baron's chat. So we won't be live on Twitch tomorrow, but we will be live on YouTube, the main YouTube channel. For those of you that don't know, go there. It's going to be Baron's chat. It's going to be all World of Warcraft, everything you could ever imagine. You'll even get a blowjob from someone. I don't know who. You'll have to make those arrangements yourself, but you could have a blowjob while you're watching the Baron's chat, if you so choose. What time? 6 o'clock. I'll be listing it after the gym. So you can just check on the channel. It should be listed there. I appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. I hope you had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.